He was the absolute god of martial arts who drowned his world in blood, but he just woke up in the body of a suicidal noble known as the biggest loser on the continent. The original owner of this body was so pathetic that he ended his own life just to avoid being drafted into the military. Everyone in the kingdom mocked him. His fiancée despised him. Even his own servants thought he was a complete joke. But the people laughing at him have no idea that the soul currently possessing this weak body belongs to the heavenly demon himself, and he's about to show this fantasy world exactly what happens when you disrespect a supreme ruler. We're kicking things off with some classic lore about a legendary blacksmith from way back in the day. The sound of a hammer hitting an anvil rings out as we hear the story of his humble beginnings. This guy was a master of his craft, running a little shop where he sold some seriously top-tier handmade ironware, and you can tell he knew his way around a forge, totally focused on his work. Then his luck took a massive turn when he scored a huge deal, selling his equipment directly to the Cairo Kingdom. And just look at that haul piles of gold and high-end gear, all just waiting for some lucky soldiers to put it to use. War was breaking out everywhere back then, and it turned out to be the perfect stage for the blacksmith to level up his social status. Amidst the absolute chaos of clashing knights, his weapons became the key to his rising influence. By the time the war was over, the former blacksmith had been awarded the title of Baron. He traded in his apron for fine silks and fancy waistcoats, looking every bit the noble he had become. But the real story here is about the man's son, the young master Roman. He's looking pretty sharp, but there's definitely more to this kid than just being a pampered noble. We cut to a scene of Roman sitting with an old man while his servant, Hans, watches on with a look of pure agony. Hans is clearly wondering why his master is wasting time listening to a story that literally everyone on the planet already knows. Poor Hans is sweating bullets just standing there, thinking this is a complete and total waste of his time. He's basically questioning all his life choices, while his master just chills. The story then jumps back to a few hours before this weird storytelling session even started, showing us exactly what went down. Roman looks completely dazed, asking Hans to confirm if he's really the eldest son of the Dmitri family. He's got this intense, zoned-out look in his eyes that says he is not feeling like himself at all. As the view pans over the town, Roman starts to process that he's in the Cairo Kingdom on the Salamander continent. More importantly, he's realizing that the world he knew as Muram just doesn't exist here. Hans is looking at Roman like he's grown a second head, sweating as he realizes his master is acting totally bizarre. He's thinking that even though Roman was never the sharpest tool in the shed, this is a whole new level of weird. Hans's mind starts racing, and he actually wonders if the young master is high right now. In the background, we see Roman's usual lifestyle, lounging around with women in a fancy room, which probably explains why Hans immediately assumes he's stoned. The servant figures it's a real possibility, since drugs are pretty popular among the noble kids these days. He's basically sighing to himself, thinking that, yeah, if it's this guy, anything's possible. Hans thinks about how Roman has spent the last 25 years just rotting away in his room while his brothers were out there actually doing something with their lives. It's a pretty savage internal roast of his own boss, honestly. Hans tries to snap Roman back to reality, reminding him that today is a big day because his fiancée, the lady of the Lawrence family, is supposed to visit. He's desperately trying to get Roman to focus on his social duties for once. The text doesn't pull any punches, calling Roman the moron of Dmitri as he stands there looking totally indifferent. He tells Hans that there's something way more important to do right now than meet some noble lady. Roman demands to be taken to the eldest person in the territory, leaving Hans completely baffled. He doesn't give a damn about his fiancée, he wants to learn about the world he's just woken up in. Hans is totally flustered, wondering why someone who has lived here his entire life is suddenly asking for a history lesson. He gives a heavy sigh, realizing he just has to do his duty as a servant, no matter how crazy it seems. Hans agrees to the request, and we jump back to the present moment where the old man is wrapping up his story. The old man clears his throat and tells Roman that his story is all he knows. He seems pretty content to have shared the legend of the blacksmith lord with the young noble. Roman gives a polite thanks and promises to reward the old man for his help later. The old man bows low, feeling honored just to have had the chance to talk to someone of Roman's status. And now we get the big reveal. Roman's original name is Baek Jonghyuk. He was an absolute powerhouse in Muram who lived a fierce life, and for some reason he woke up in this body after he died. Roman, or maybe we should call him Baek Jonghyuk, stands there deep in thought, processing his new identity as Roman Dmitri. He looks a lot more composed and dangerous than the moron Hans was just describing. Roman wonders if this is the will of the heavens or some kind of divine punishment for refusing to ascend to the next realm. He's taking the whole reincarnation thing surprisingly well, all things considered. Suddenly, a massive crash interrupts his thoughts, making Roman and the old man whip their heads around toward the window. Something is definitely going down in the market outside. Outside, someone screams out, calling another person a bastard as the sounds of things being smashed echo through the street. It's a classic fantasy market scene that's turning into a brawl real quick. A group of thugs is absolutely wailing on a red-haired kid in the middle of the street. They're kicking him while he's down, and the crowd is just standing back, way too scared to help. One of the thugs leans in, telling the kid to just freaking die as the boy lies there covered in blood. This is some brutal stuff for a sunny afternoon in the market. A wide shot shows the aftermath of the beating near a fruit stall. The thugs are standing over their victim like they own the place, while everyone else keeps their distance. The leader of the thugs, a bald guy with some nasty scars, calls the kid a filthy brat. These guys clearly have zero remorse for what they're doing. The violence continues as another thug lands a heavy kick right on the kid's ribs. The sound effect tells you everything you need to know about how much that one hurt. Hans spots something that makes him freeze up in fear, a tattoo of fangs on one of the thug's arms. He knows exactly who these guys are, and it's not good news. Hans immediately tries to play it cool and usher Roman away, telling him they should just pass through quietly. He's practically pushing his master to keep moving before they get noticed. Roman stops dead in his tracks, making Hans look back in confusion. Roman's got that look on his face again, and you can tell he's not planning on just walking away. Hans looks up at Roman, who is staring down the thugs with a cold, intense gaze. The young master is radiating a totally different energy than before, and it's seriously freaking Hans out. Hans explains that these guys are Bloodfang, a ruthless usury group that operates around the territory. He mentions that the boy probably owes them a ton of money, but even then, this beating is way over the top. Roman repeats the name Bloodfang with a neutral expression, clearly not impressed. Hans is still trying to talk him out of staying, warning him that these people are dangerous. Hans tries one last time to get Roman to leave, saying they should just act like they didn't see anything. He turns back to find that Roman is already moving toward the conflict. The thugs finally notice Roman's presence as he walks right up to them. They've got these cocky grins on their faces, completely unaware that they're about to deal with a former Miram legend. Roman keeps walking forward as Hans trails behind him, panicking and calling out for him to stop. It's a classic, "oh boy, here we go" moment for the poor servant. Roman has this incredibly bored but deadly look as he approaches the thugs. He's not even looking at them like they're a threat, they're just an obstacle that needs to be cleared. The bald leader starts laughing his head off when he recognizes Roman Dmitri. He literally spits out some food while chuckling at the moron of the noble family trying to play hero. He mocks Roman, saying he must be stepping up just because he's nobility, and tells him to knock it off. He thinks this is the funniest thing he's seen all day. The rest of the gang joins in on the laughing, telling Roman to mind his own business since this is their business. They're so overconfident it's actually painful to watch. Hans is tugging at Roman's sleeve, pleading for them to leave because the Bloodfang is vicious. He's terrified for his master's safety, even if Roman doesn't seem to care. Roman ignores the thugs and calmly asks Hans to explain the laws of this place to him. He's basically doing a quick legal check before he starts throwing hands. Roman asks who exactly broke the law here and what the appropriate punishment would be. He looks sharp and ready, his eyes locked on the thugs as he prepares his next move. Hans is stunned by the question and takes a nervous gulp. He's caught between his fear of the thugs and his duty to answer his master. Hans explains that while the boy is in the wrong for not paying his debt, Bloodfang doesn't have the legal right to enact their own punishment. They're technically breaking the territorial law by doing this. He adds that, more importantly, they've disrespected the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman himself. According to Hans, that's an even bigger legal no-no in these parts. Hans drops the heavy news that disrespecting a noble like that is a crime worth your life. He's looking at Roman like he can't believe he's actually saying this out loud. A text box confirms that according to territorial law, it's perfectly normal for people who disrespect nobility to receive capital punishment. The law in this world is definitely not messing around. Hans turns to the thugs and asks if they heard that, pointing out that they've broken the land's law. He's sweating like crazy, but he's following through with Roman's lead. The thugs look a bit confused, but still mostly amused as Hans calls them out for breaking the law. They still don't think Roman is a real threat to them. Roman grabs a nearby branch or pole, gripping it firmly as he prepares to deal with the thugs. This is the moment where things are about to get real ugly for the Bloodfang. Roman declares his full title, starting with, "I, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri." He's holding the stick like a sword, and his gaze is absolutely piercing. A dramatic text box appears, stating that he will now bestow punishment upon all of them. The atmosphere has completely shifted, and Roman is no longer the moron everyone thought he was. The bald thug just scoffs, saying he understands that Roman is a noble who doesn't know how the world works. He thinks he's still in control of the situation. He warns Roman that they have the Fang tattoos, which should be enough to make anyone in this territory back down. He's basically telling Roman he's putting himself in a real tight spot. The thug is baffled when Roman doesn't look intimidated at all. He asks what Roman is saying as he stays silent, his eyes cold and focused. Roman simply says that proves it, which leaves the thug even more confused. He repeats his question, but you can tell he's starting to get a little rattled. Roman steps forward, calling them trash and saying if they'd speak like this even to the master of the land, then they have no redeeming qualities. He's done talking and ready for action. With a sudden burst of speed, Roman dashes forward, leaving a trail of light behind him. He's moving way faster than any moron noble should be able to. A slash of light passes right by the bald thug's face as Roman strikes. The thug is caught completely off guard, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes he's in deep trouble. The thug yells at his men to attack him as he realizes Roman is actually serious. The other gang members start pulling out their weapons, ready to swarm the young master. Roman is a blur of motion as he strikes at the bald leader's chest with his improvised weapon. The speed and precision are unreal, and the thug can barely even react. The stick pierces right through the thug's throat in a gruesome display of accuracy. His eyes are bulging out and blood is already starting to spray from the impact. A massive spray of blood erupts as the stick goes all the way through. Roman isn't holding anything back. He promised capital punishment, and he's delivering. The thug gags and collapses, clutching at his throat as blood pours out. The market stall behind him is splattered with gore, and the whole scene has turned into a massacre. Hans is paralyzed with horror, shouting at his master as he watches him kill a man with a stick. The other thugs are just as stunned, watching their leader go down in seconds. Roman holds the bloody stick as more blood drips from the tip onto the ground. He looks completely unfazed by the killing, like it's just another Tuesday for him. Another thug charges at Roman, screaming bastard as he swings a sword. He's trying to catch Roman off guard while he's still dealing with the first guy. Hans screams for the young master in panic as he sees the sword swinging toward Roman's head. He's convinced his master is about to get killed. The thug puts everything into his strike, his face twisted in a desperate rage. He's swinging wild, hoping to land one lucky hit. Roman easily dodges the sword by just tilting his head slightly. He looks so calm, it's almost insulting, letting the blade whistle harmlessly past him. With a quick counter-strike, Roman hits the thug with a punch or a blunt strike that sends blood flying. He's moving so fast the thug can only manage a confused sound. Another heavy impact follows, with blood spraying everywhere as Roman continues his assault. This isn't even a fight, it's a one-sided beatdown of some low-level criminals. Hans is staring with his jaw on the floor, his mind blown by what he's seeing. He can only manage a weak what as the reality of Roman's power sets in. A wide shot shows Roman standing amidst the bodies of the thugs he just took out. Hans is thinking to himself, asking if this is really young Master Roman. It's a total transformation. The narrative shifts again, as Roman remembers the moment he first opened his eyes in this new body. He looks solemn and a bit sad as he reflects on the life he's taken over. In a flashback, we see the original Roman holding a document from the Cairo Kingdom. It was a forced conscription notice, requiring a representative from each household to serve in the army. The scene shows a suicide note and multiple drug bottles scattered across the floor. It's a grim picture of the original Roman's final moments. The text explains that the original Roman, terrified of being forced into the army, took his own life. It's a tragic end for a man who lived such a pathetic life. Present-day Roman stands there covered in blood, thinking about how pathetic the original owner's life was. He decides that no matter what kind of life Roman lived, he's going to live it his way now. A vision of his past self as Bayek Jonghyuk, the heavenly demon, flares behind him. He's fully embracing his identity and the power that comes with it. Roman stands in the middle of the bloody market, looking like a total monster to anyone watching. The blood on his clothes and the bodies at his feet tell a terrifying story. One of the survivors looks at Roman with pure terror, calling him a monster. Roman just glances over his shoulder, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. The man tries to run away, screaming in fear as he scrambles across the ground. He's completely broken after seeing what Roman did to his friends. Roman is too fast, catching the man by the hair before he can get far. The thug is gasping for air, absolutely terrified of what's coming next. He slams the man down onto his knees, forcing him to face the consequences of his actions. Roman is towering over him, looking absolutely cold. The thug begs for mercy, crying out for Roman to let go of him as he struggles in Roman's iron grip. He's totally at Roman's mercy now. Roman pulls out a knife, telling the man he won't take his life, but he quickly adds that there's still a price to be paid for his crimes. Roman lectures the man on the importance of enforcing the law if a group is to act accordingly. He's being cold and logical even while he's about to commit a brutal act. He grabs the man's head and prepares to cut out his tongue, telling him he has to pay the price for running his mouth. The sound of the man's muffled screams is haunting. An extreme close-up of an eye shows the pure agony and terror the man is feeling. Roman is a man of his word, and the punishment he's meting out is beyond brutal. The crowd of townspeople watches in stunned silence as Roman announces his name. He wants everyone to know exactly who did this. The thug is left slumped over and bleeding, his spirit completely broken. Roman stands there like a dark god, his message delivered loud and clear. Roman looks out at the crowd, telling them that if anyone didn't like the punishment he gave, they're welcome to come and find him anytime. It's a bold challenge to everyone in the territory. The final panel shows the words hanging in the air, a challenge for them to come look for him anytime. Roman Dmitri, or Baek Jung-yuk, has officially made his debut, and things are never going to be the same. Before he was Roman, he was Baek Jung-yuk, the man who reached the absolute peak of Murim. This guy was a force of nature, transcending human limits with sheer, overwhelming power. He didn't just win, he dominated, leaving mountains of fallen martial artists in his wake. They say when his enemies defied him, the resulting massacre was so great, their blood literally formed a river. The entire world had no choice but to acknowledge his reign. Under his leadership, the heavenly demon cult became the undisputed rulers of Murim, holding the world in a literal shadow of power. But that was then, and this is now. Roman looks down at his blood-stained hands, realizing that his current situation is a far cry from his past glory. He finds it almost insulting that he had to exert effort just to deal with some low-life thugs. To him, these Bloodfang guys are nothing more than annoying street rats that he shouldn't have to waste time on. Roman stays perfectly calm and orders Hans to handle the aftermath. He wants the guards called and the mess cleaned up immediately. Classic noble authority with a hint of, "I'm done with this." Hans is absolutely shaking in his boots, barely able to process the carnage he just witnessed. He stammers out a yes while his heart is probably doing 100 miles an hour. While Roman casually walks away, Hans sprints off like his life depends on it to find the guards. The difference in their temperaments right now is honestly hilarious. Roman takes a good look at his bloody hands and sighs at how weak his new body is. There's barely any chi flow, and the physical stats are just tragic for someone used to being a god. He knows he needs to undergo skeletal metamorphosis just to build a decent foundation for his powers. Hans calls out to him, still clearly rattled by the sudden shift in his moron master. The red-haired kid, Kevin, approaches Roman with a look of pure gratitude. He's still holding his arm and looking like he went through a meat grinder, but he's alive thanks to Roman. Roman doesn't do the whole hero thing and tells the kid not to get the wrong idea. He makes it clear that saving him wasn't an act of kindness, it was a matter of principle. He explains that he only stepped in because those thugs were breaking the law in his family's territory. Then he drops the hammer, demanding Kevin explain his side of the story without a single lie. Roman gives a terrifying warning. If the kid wants to keep his tongue, he better be honest. Talk about a fear of God moment. This guy is hardcore. We get a close-up of Kevin, and man, those thugs really did a number on him. One eye is swollen shut, and he's got blood coming out of his mouth, but he looks determined to speak. Kevin simply says he understands, accepting the weight of Roman's threat. He knows this is his one chance to tell the truth to someone who actually has the power to do something. He starts explaining that his parents were just trying to be honest farmers and borrowed money from Bloodfang to buy land. It's the classic trap for poor families in these kinds of worlds. His voice trembles with rage as he talks about those Bloodfang bastards. You can tell he's reached his breaking point after what they put his family through. He explains the cruelty of the loan sharks. They purposely destroyed all of his family's crops. It was a calculated move to ensure they could never pay back the debt. We see the vision of the ruined crops, crushed and useless on the ground. This wasn't just about money, it was about systematically destroying a family's livelihood. Kevin clenches his fists so hard his knuckles go white, shaking with pure hatred. He reveals the darkest part of the plan. Those thugs only did it because they were actually after his younger sister. The realization of their true motive is what's truly breaking him. They didn't want the money, they wanted a reason to take his sister as payment. Kevin falls to his knees, screaming that it's not fair. His family never troubled anyone, yet they're the ones being targeted by these monsters. He looks up at Roman with tears in his eyes, begging for help. He doesn't even care about himself anymore. He just wants his little sister to be saved from that nightmare. Roman stares down at Kevin, analyzing the raw desperation and hidden fire in the kid's eyes. He's seeing something familiar there that piques his interest. Looking at Kevin reminds him of the Mad Demon, one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings from his past life. Even when beaten down, those eyes refuse to give up. Roman reminisces about meeting the Mad Demon in a similarly run-down place long ago. It seems like fate has a funny way of repeating itself in this new world. He finally breaks the silence and asks for the kid's name. When Roman asks a question like that, you know you've caught his attention. The kid looks up and replies simply that his name is Kevin. He doesn't know it yet, but that name is about to carry a lot more weight. Roman says he'll check if Kevin's telling the truth later, but for now, he promises that today's mess will be handled. He turns to walk away, leaving a glimmer of hope behind. Kevin yells out a heartfelt thank you as Roman leaves. It's probably the first time anyone has actually stood up for him in a real way. Roman has a lingering thought that he might end up having a very long relationship with this kid. He can spot potential from a mile away, and Kevin has it in spades. He continues his walk, eyes closed in thought, likely planning his next 10 moves. This guy is always 10 steps ahead of everyone else. The scene shifts to a carriage rolling down a bumpy road. This is the official arrival of someone very important to the Dmitri territory. A voice inside the carriage addresses Lady Flora, informing her that they'll reach the territory soon. This is Roman's supposed fiancée, and she does not look happy to be here. Lady Flora sits in the carriage, looking absolutely elegant but also incredibly stressed. She's got a lot on her mind regarding this meeting. She whispers to herself that she'll meet him soon, referring to Roman. The dread is practically radiating off her. The carriage stops, and we get a better look at Flora. She's beautiful, sure, but her expression is one of pure resignation as she prepares for the inevitable. We jump back to a month ago to see how this disaster of a marriage even started. Flora's reaction to the news of a political marriage with the Dmitri family was total shock. She cried out, asking if it was really with the Dmitri family, which is basically the high society version of, "Are you kidding me?" Her father, looking exhausted, explains that their territory is in a bad state. This marriage is the only way to overcome the disaster and save their people. Flora is devastated, realizing her entire future was decided for her without a single word. She thinks about how her marriage has been determined just like that, and honestly, you gotta feel for her. She's especially upset that it's with Dmitri, a family she clearly looks down on. In her mind, she's being forced to spend the rest of her life with low-class nobility. She has this horrified vision of the Dmitri family being nothing but crude, sweaty miners. Talk about some serious class prejudice. She's practically having a panic attack just thinking about it. She tries to protest, but her father just looks away, unable to meet her eyes. He knows it's a raw deal, but he feels like he has no other choice. He apologizes for being a pathetic father and having to make such a decision. The guilt is eating him alive, but the territory's survival comes first. Back in the present, the carriage door opens and she's told they've arrived. Flora has this cold, determined look now. She's here to do her duty, but she's not gonna like it. She reflects on the original plan, which was for her to marry the second son of the Dmitri family, the one who actually has a bright future. She walks through the grand halls of the Dmitri mansion, looking every bit the refined, noble lady, but inside, her thoughts are pure salt. She's furious because Roman, the eldest son, was the one who personally demanded to be her marriage partner instead. To her, this was a massive downgrade. Flora thinks of him as the moron of Dmitri who only cares about luxury and acting like a spoiled brat. She's got a very specific and very low image of him in her head. The name Roman Dmitri itself seems to leave a bad taste in her mouth. She's convinced he's just a vain idiot who used his position to snag a beautiful wife. She even complains about how much perfume he sprays, which is a pretty specific thing to hate. She knows her territory is in trouble, but she's struggling to accept this solution. As they walk together, she's mentally screaming that she can't be with him. Roman is just strolling along, totally oblivious, or so she thinks. She decides she's going to be blunt and tell him exactly how she feels today. No more dancing around it, she's ending this right now. She starts to speak, probably rehearsing a whole speech about how they're not compatible and this marriage is a mistake. She's ready to drop the bomb and say she wants this political marriage to have never happened. She's looking at him with this defiant gaze, waiting for the fallout. But Roman just smiles and tells her that sounds good. He's so casual about it, it's like she just suggested they try a different kind of tea. Flora's brain has completely stopped working. She's speechless. Her face is priceless. She was prepared for a fight, and he just gave her exactly what she wanted instantly. Roman explains that he's heard the rumors too, and he agrees that a moron like him isn't worthy of someone like her. He tells her it's only right to cancel the marriage. Flora is suspicious now, wondering what's up with him and if he's serious. She expected him to be obsessed with her, so this sudden rejection is messing with her head. Roman turns around and says he'll go tell his father immediately since it's an important matter. Flora is left reaching out, calling for him to wait. He's moving way too fast for her to keep up. She stops him and mentions that she heard this whole thing happened because he strongly desired her. She's basically asking if he doesn't actually want her. Roman asks her point blank if she wants to marry him. He's calling her bluff and it's brilliant. Flora can only stammer out that no, not really. Roman says, fine, let's not cause any more trouble and just agree to cancel it. He even says he'll take full responsibility for breaking the engagement, which is surprisingly gentlemanly for a moron. As he walks away, he notes that being called a divorced man on top of being called a moron isn't a big deal to him. This guy's ego is untouchable. Flora is left standing there, totally bewildered. This man, she thinks, what's up with him? She's realizing that the rumors about him might have been completely wrong. She watches Roman's back as he walks away, questioning if this is really the same moron everyone talks about. He has a presence that's way too powerful for that title. The scene shifts to the Baron's office, where a loud bang comes from inside. It sounds like someone is having a very bad day. Baron Dmitri is absolutely losing his mind, screaming about canceling the marriage. He slammed his desk so hard things are probably flying. Roman just stands there while his father fumes. The Baron is shaking with rage, unable to believe his son would throw away such a beneficial political move. He yells about how he tried to provide a good environment for Roman and how this marriage was the best way for the family to secure their noble status. He's looking at Roman like he's the biggest disappointment ever. He mocks Roman, saying he couldn't even marry the lady he supposedly desired so much. Roman just gives a calm apology, which probably only makes the Baron angrier. The Baron slams his desk again, the sound echoing in the room. He's completely out of patience with his son's failures. It looks like he might have thrown something at Roman, or just the shockwave of his anger is that intense. Roman has a small cut on his forehead now, but he doesn't even flinch. The Baron drops the ultimate consequence. If the marriage plan is dead, Roman is being drafted into the army and heading to the battlefield in 6 months. He asks if Roman has anything to say about that. Roman has blood running down his face, but his gaze is icy. The Baron mentions he heard about Roman's trouble with the Bloodfang and scoffs, thinking Roman couldn't possibly have handled them himself. He tells Roman that since he couldn't fulfill his duty as a son, he's now responsible for his own problems. He's officially cutting Roman off from the family's protection. The Baron turns his back, saying he won't give Roman any help with the Bloodfang situation and scoffs dismissively. It's the ultimate parental cold shoulder. As Roman walks out, the Baron thinks to himself that his son will soon be back crying and begging for mercy. He clearly has no idea who he's actually dealing with. Roman looks absolutely deadly with that streak of blood on his face. He simply says he'll deal with it himself. No begging, no crying, just cold determination. The Baron is shocked as Roman turns back to him, repeating that since it was caused by his actions, he should be the one to handle it. He's taking full ownership of the situation. Roman tells him he'll come back after he's taken care of everything. The Baron can only stammer for him to wait as Roman walks out, leaving him completely stunned. Roman calmly wipes the blood from his forehead as he exits the office. That little scratch is the only thing the Baron's rage managed to accomplish. He looks ready for war as he steps out into the hallway. The moron phase is officially over. It's time for the heavenly demon to show this world what he can do. Flora is waiting outside and can't believe her ears. She asks if he's actually insane, shocked that he'd try to take on a group like Bloodfang alone. Roman just keeps walking, asking if she's still here like she's an annoying fly. He has zero time for her drama right now. Flora warns him that Bloodfang isn't afraid to terrorize nobles. She's trying to talk some sense into him, but she's failing miserably. She asks what he thinks he can do without his family's help. To her, a noble without their family's power is nothing, especially one with a reputation like Roman's. She tells him it's okay to just tell the truth and beg the Baron for mercy. In her eyes, that's the only logical way to survive this. Roman gives her a look that says everything. He asks why he should do that. He doesn't need mercy from anyone. Flora stops in her tracks, completely thrown by his attitude. Roman looks back at her and calls her presumptuous. Ouch, that's gotta sting. Flora's stunned face as she can only manage a confused, "Excuse me." Roman has officially broken her brain. Back at the estate, everything seems peaceful on the surface. It's a quiet afternoon, but things are about to get weird inside. Hans is busy drowning Roman in perfume because, apparently, he reeks of blood after that market brawl. Roman's not a fan of the scent, complaining it smells awful, but Hans insists it's the only way to cover the stench. On top of the smell, Roman's complaining about his fancy noble duds being too tight. Hans just smiles through the awkwardness, probably used to his masters whining about high fashion. Hans is doing his best to coach Roman for the big meeting with Lady Flora. He tells Roman he must show his respects, but Roman's got that look on his face like he couldn't care less about social etiquette. The whole concept of marriage is clearly weighing on him. It's a heavy thought for a guy who just woke up in a new body and already has a fiancée to deal with. He's just starting to get his bearings in this world, and now he's got a political marriage to juggle. In his mind, it's just extra baggage he doesn't need when he's trying to figure out how to live again. Hans is trying to keep things on track, telling Roman they'll be downstairs any minute. Roman realizes that while Hans is a bit much, he's not wrong about the importance of this meeting. He knows he needs to break this engagement, but he's planning to do it with some class. He thinks there's no reason to be a jerk to a lady who hasn't personally wronged him yet. That was the original game plan. Break it off quickly and quietly while offending her as little as possible. Keep the drama to a minimum, right? But then Lady Flora enters the room and the vibe immediately changes. She's got a look on her face that says she's already decided exactly how she feels about him. It's clear from her cold expression that she never planned on showing him any respect to begin with. The moron of Dmitri reputation is clearly doing some heavy lifting here. Well, if she's gonna be a total snob, Roman's not gonna play nice either. In his head, he's already decided this gives him zero reason to show her any respect. Roman doesn't hold back, calling her out for being presumptuous right to her face. You can see her flinch. She definitely wasn't expecting this moron to have such a sharp tongue. He tells her he gets where she's coming from, but he also points out how little she considered his situation. He's totally dismantling her sense of superiority in a few sentences. He mentions how she got anxious the moment he took charge and said he'd take full responsibility for breaking it. Flora is literally speechless as he starts to walk away. He's dead serious, looking at her with a gaze that says he's already moved on. From the second the topic came up, he was over it. He drops the final blow. She had no right to interfere with his decision. Flora's standing there with her jaw dropped, completely stunned by this intense new attitude from her idiot fiancé. And that's that. He tells her they will go their separate ways from now, leaving her standing alone. Cold as ice, the guy just walks off into the distance. The reason he took the hit for breaking the engagement was simple. He wanted to shut down any future marriage talks for good. He's playing the long game to keep his life uncomplicated. He's officially done with her and the whole noble marriage trap. He just wants to focus on his own path without anyone getting in his way. In Roman's mind, this is the first and last time they'll ever have to deal with each other. A clean break with no regrets on his side. Fast forward to that night at the mansion under a dark, cloudy sky. Things aren't exactly peaceful everywhere though. Inside, Baron Romero is hitting the bottle pretty hard. You can tell the day's events and the clash with his son have really stressed him out. His wife, Rihanna, is there, trying to talk some sense into him as he drinks. He's feeling guilty, admitting to her that he used violence against Roman again. He remembers the old days when they were commoners, and he used to beat Roman pretty often just to get by. He promised himself things would be different once they became nobles, but old habits die hard. Rihanna's being the supportive wife, telling him it's true that their kids grew up without hardship thanks to those hard early years. She's trying to ease his conscience with a gentle hand on his shoulder. But Romero is still torn up, holding his head in his hands. Roman was the only one who really suffered through the tough times with him, and now he feels like he doesn't know how to be a real father to him. She tells him not to blame himself too much, even if he's been lacking as a parent. She believes only parents can truly correct their children's wrongdoings, giving him a comforting hug. She's got full confidence in him, whispering that the Romero she knows wouldn't let their son stray off in the wrong direction. She's his rock in this whole mess. But then the reality of the Bloodfang situation hits. Romero's worried that Roman's pride got him into a mess he can't handle, and leaving him like this could lead to disaster. Rihanna suggests getting Knight Captain Jonathan to help Roman out, and Romero nods in agreement. He knows he can't just leave his son to get slaughtered by thugs. He snaps back into Lord mode, shouting for anyone to come. He's not going to let anything happen to his kid if he can help it. A servant answers immediately as Romero orders him to summon Knight Captain Jonathan. The rescue mission is officially on, at least in the Baron's mind. Meanwhile, Roman is back out on the town with Hans, who is absolutely terrified. He's begging Roman to go back inside before Bloodfang comes looking for revenge in the market. Hans is clearly over this, looking exhausted and wiping sweat from his face. He's just wishing they were back in the safe, boring mansion instead of being bait. Roman's actually doing a bit of recon, asking Hans when Bloodfang even became this powerful. He's analyzing his enemy like a general. It turns out, Bloodfang built their reputation on being absolutely ruthless during territorial wars, mercilessly slaughtering their rivals. They basically murdered their way to the top of the underworld. Roman knows the drill. Notoriety breeds fear, and fear makes everything easier for criminals. It's a classic tactic to increase efficiency in their dirty work. Hans is still trying to get him to see reason, looking at him with wide, worried eyes. He asks if they aren't still dangerous, hoping Roman will finally listen. Roman just gives this smug little smile to himself. To him, they're only dangerous as long as they can make him afraid, and he's just not feeling it. They end up walking through the town at sunset. Looks like Roman's planning to lead his shadows somewhere specific. The sign for Atelier Restaurant swings as they walk in. It's a nice enough place, but Roman's not there just for the ambiance. Inside, Roman's sitting on the balcony area, looking down at the street below. He's keeping a bird's eye view while they wait for their meal. The food arrives, and it looks pretty good. Grilled meat and veggies. A nice spread for a guy who's about to be in a fight. Hans is delighted, practically drooling over the feast with a huge wow. He thinks they're just having a normal night out after all the drama. But then Roman drops the bomb, telling Hans to stay and eat while he heads back out to investigate alone. Hans's face is pure shock as he drops his fork. He's being protective, telling Hans to stay put because it's too dangerous for him. He's officially going solo on this one. Hans is not having it, standing up and yelling that he can't allow his master to go off by himself. Gotta admire the loyalty, even if he's shaking in his boots. He's dead set on going, even if it means putting himself in danger. He cries out with total sincerity that he can never send the young master all by himself. Roman just looks at him and asks a simple question. Hans, are you on my side? It totally catches the poor guy off guard. He tells Hans he's done enough just by coming outside and accompanying him. He asks him to do what he can to help by staying safe, rather than sacrificing himself for nothing. Roman leaves Hans standing there, stunned and silent. He's taking the lead and disappearing into the night. Poor Hans is just standing there with a look of pure, dumbfounded shock. He never expected to hear words of concern like that from the moron master. In the background, someone is getting shoved in the street. Roman slips away into the chaos, leaving Hans behind. Then it finally clicks for Hans. He thinks that he needs to let them know about this. He knows Roman is heading into a trap and needs help fast. Roman's logic is simple. He knows Bloodfang isn't actually that formidable one-on-one. They've just managed to stay afloat because they're hard to catch. He realizes it's because they operate in small groups, making it difficult to hunt them down. Plus, nobody wants to deal with the backlash if they aren't completely wiped out. They're a formless force that's hard to pin down in a regular battle. But Roman's got a better way to handle them. He decides that if he can't find them himself, he'll just have to make them come to him. He's essentially making himself the bait. He just needs to make them come to him. He's setting himself up as the ultimate target to draw them out into the open. He spent the day roaming the streets with Hans on purpose. He wanted to make sure they figured out exactly where he was by now. Plus, he knew today was the day the night order was busy with training. Security on the streets is way down perfect for an ambush. Roman enters a dark alleyway, literally giving them the perfect chance to strike. He's inviting the trouble in, step by step. And sure enough, a glint of steel flashes in the shadows as someone draws a dagger. The trap is sprung, exactly as he planned. 3 hooded thugs step out, looking all smug because they think they've cornered an easy target. They whisper his name, Roman Dmitri, like it's a death sentence. One thug lunges forward with a dagger, screaming that this is the revenge for what happened in the market. He's going full tilt for Roman's chest. The thug screams a bloodfang as he lunges, but Roman just stands there coolly, watching him rush in without even flinching. Meanwhile, Night Captain Jonathan gets the message. He's got that stern, focused look of a man who knows things just got real serious. Hans is running as fast as his legs can carry him toward the castle, screaming Jonathan's name. The guy is a total wreck, sweating and gasping. He's doubled over, practically coughing up a lung when he reaches the captain. He stammers out that the young master is in trouble, trying to get the words out. He's pleading with Jonathan, telling him he has to go find Roman immediately. You can see the pure, unadulterated panic in his eyes. He drops the big news, young Master Roman is in danger. Well, at least that's what Hans thinks is happening. Back in the alley, things are going a bit differently. Roman has effortlessly caught the thug's wrist and is just staring him down with total indifference. The thug is stunned, letting out a weak groan as he realizes his attack has been stopped dead. Roman's grip is like iron. The thug tries to curse him out, but his eyes go wide with pain as Roman starts to twist his arm. He's realizing too late that he's the one in a trap. Then we hear a sickening crack as Roman snaps the guy's wrist back. The man lets out a scream of pure agony. Roman effortlessly snatches the fallen dagger out of the air. His hand is steady, his grip is perfect. He's a pro at this. In one smooth motion, he drives the blade right into the thug's chest. Blood sprays everywhere as the guy lets out a final gasp. Roman stands over the body, blood splattered on his white shirt. He looks at the other 2 thugs with a cold, almost bored expression, like they're a chore. The first thug is face down in a growing pool of blood. Roman stands in the middle of the alley, looking like the monster they accused him of being. The other 2 hoods are completely losing their minds. One of them stammers out, asking what the hell is going on, clutching his bloody hands in shock. They're realizing they've made a huge mistake, and this isn't the moron they were told about. They're backing away, eyes wide with pure terror. Roman just gives them this terrifyingly calm grin. He asks them what they're doing in a tone that's way too casual for someone who just killed a man. He wipes the blood onto his shoulder and gestures for them to bring it on. He tells them to come get him. It's the ultimate challenge, and he's clearly enjoying himself. So, Jonathan is looking at Hans like he's nuts, trying to confirm if he really just said that Roman went out all by himself without a single guard for protection. Captain Jonathan asks Hans if he really thinks Roman went out to pick a fight with a group as dangerous as the Bloodfang. Hans is practically jumping up and down, yelling that yes, that's exactly what happened. The captain and his fellow guards just stare at each other in awkward silence for a second. They can't even process the absurdity of what they just heard. Then, they just lose it. Jonathan bursts out laughing, shaking his head. He says that makes 0 sense, and that Roman wouldn't last 10 seconds in a real fight. Hans is getting really emotional now, his eyes tearing up. He insists that he knows Roman is the weakest of the weak, but it's true. He asks why he would lie about something like this. Jonathan stops laughing, his expression turning serious as he strokes his beard. He realizes that even if it sounds impossible, they don't have time to just stand around and debate it. He recalls the Baron's explicit orders to help Roman resolve the situation with Bloodfang. Since the Lord himself asked for it, he has to take it seriously. Jonathan gives a heavy sigh and scratches his head in frustration. He thinks this sure is a massive pain, clearly not thrilled about babysitting the moron of Dmitri. He continues to grumble to himself, wondering why Roman is suddenly acting so rowdy when he's never even touched a weapon in his life. He's convinced this is just going to be a disaster. Duty calls, so he snaps into commander mode. He shouts for all forces to arm themselves immediately. The guards instantly straighten up, ready for a fight. He points a finger at the panicked servant and tells Hans to guide them to where the young master is. He declares with authority that no one in their land is allowed to lay a hand on Roman Dmitri. Jonathan's eyes narrow with an intense focus as he considers what's happening. He thinks that if what Hans said is even partially true, then that moron has really gone and done it this time. He's fearing the worst as they prepare to move out. Meanwhile, back in the dark alleyway, Roman is standing over the first dead thug. Blood is pooling on the cobblestones as the other 2 thugs stare in absolute disbelief, one of them stammering in shock. The remaining hoodlums are frozen in place, their eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. They're realizing that they've made a fatal mistake in targeting this guy. Roman is a chilling sight, holding the bloody dagger and wearing a faint, terrifyingly calm smile. His white shirt is splattered with gore, but he looks like he's just enjoying a casual evening walk. One of the thugs grits his teeth, his face twisted in a mix of rage and desperation. He's cornered and he knows it. He lunges at Roman, screaming at the top of his lungs. He's putting everything he has into this one desperate strike. The thug swings a large knife wildly, shouting that he'll kill Roman. Roman just stands there, his hands still relaxed, looking totally unimpressed by the amateurish attack. With a sudden burst of speed, Roman effortlessly dodges the swing and delivers a bone-shattering strike to the man's chest. Blood sprays through the air from the sheer force of the blow. Roman's eyes are cold and predatory. He's not even breaking a sweat, he's just systematically dismantling his opponents. In one smooth motion, Roman plunges the dagger deep into the thug's chest. The man lets out a final, agonized scream as he collapses. The third thug, a bald guy in a hood, is screaming in pure fury. He can't believe his crew is being wiped out by a single noble brat. He tries to sneak up and lunge at Roman from behind while Roman is still dealing with the second guy. He thinks he's finally got an opening. Big mistake. Roman delivers a brutal high kick that sends the bald thug reeling backward, all while still holding onto the dead guy he just finished off. The bald thug is sent flying through the air and crashes hard into a pile of wooden boxes. He lets out a pained groan as he hits the ground. Roman begins to walk slowly toward the last survivor, his footsteps echoing in the quiet alley. He asks if it's just the three of them, his tone dangerously neutral. The bald thug tries to act tough, warning Roman that he won't be safe if he kills them all. Roman just looks at him with pity, asking what he's talking about when two of them are already dead and if he's just saying whatever comes to mind now. He points the bloody blade at the man's throat and tells him to answer wisely, or else. To help him find his voice, Roman drives the dagger into the guy's shoulder. The man lets out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorting in pure agony. Roman looks down at his captive with a cold, shadowed expression. The fun part is over. Now it's time for the interrogation. He asks who their leader is. He's done playing games and wants answers immediately. We shift scenes to a bustling pub later that evening. People are walking by the warm glow of the windows, completely unaware of the massacre that just took place nearby. There's a specific sign hanging above the door with a sun and a plant on it. This looks like the place Roman was looking for. Inside, the tavern is rowdy and full of life. Thugs and mercenaries are laughing and drinking, enjoying their night without a care in the world. The conversation at one table suddenly dies out as everyone notices a new arrival at the door. One of them trails off mid-sentence. Roman walks calmly into the middle of the tavern, his shirt still heavily stained with fresh blood. He doesn't look like a victim. He looks like a predator who just finished a hunt. The bald bartender is busy wiping down the counter when he looks up and sees Roman. He nearly drops his rag in shock, his eyes widening as he starts to greet him. Roman reaches the counter and greets him with a surprisingly cheerful hello. The bartender is stammering, welcoming the young master, clearly terrified by the blood-soaked noble standing in front of him. The entire pub erupts in whispers. They question why Roman Dmitri suddenly came here and why he looks like that. The moron has everyone's undivided attention now. Roman takes a seat and places his hands on the counter. The bartender asks what it will be. Roman gives a very specific order for a 27-year-old Tears of Dawn. The bartender looks confused and apologizes, saying they don't have anything by that name and offering another recommendation. Roman just gives a knowing smile and says, "That works." He leans in closer, telling the bartender to get him something strong. He says he has something to do in the morning, so he's gonna need to be a bit drunk. In the background, some tough-looking guys are already eyeing him with suspicion. The phrase, "Dew of Dawn" appears, along with another look at that specific sun and plant sign. It's clearly more than just a menu item. Roman's thoughts explain that this seemingly normal pub is actually where these thugs receive their missions. It's a classic front for illegal operations. Roman asks the bartender directly about the special code they use to get assignments. He's calling out their secret right in the middle of the bar. The code is a series of phrases: Tears of Dawn, something strong, and work in the morning. Roman notes that you have to say all of them in that exact order to get a response. Roman continues to sit at the bar while two massive thugs stand up behind him, looking ready to crush him. The atmosphere in the room has turned deadly in a heartbeat. A close-up shows the bartender's hand sliding under the counter and gripping a large butcher knife. The mask of a friendly host has completely slipped. He growls out to everyone as he prepares to make his move. He's done pretending and has decided to end this right here. He shouts for them to attack. The bartender throws a massive punch across the bar, his face contorted in rage. He's trying to end it with one blow. Roman effortlessly dodges the swing, grabs the bartender's arm, and slams him face first into the wooden counter with a sickening thud. The other patrons are absolutely stunned by the speed of the counterattack. A flash of shock goes through their minds as they realize they aren't dealing with a normal noble. Every thug in the tavern draws their sword or axe and charges toward Roman at once. They roar for him to be killed, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Chaos erupts in the bar as women scream for the guards and people scramble to get away from the developing bloodbath. Roman isn't just defending, he's a whirlwind of destruction. He kicks a heavy table into a group of charging thugs, sending them sprawling. Someone in the background shouts to call the guards. He's a blur of motion, dodging sword swings and delivering precise, lethal strikes with whatever he can find. The man is moving with a level of skill that is completely impossible for someone with his reputation. He grabs a thug by the throat and slams him into a pillar with a heavy thud. The guy looks absolutely terrified as he realizes he's staring into the eyes of a monster. Roman stands in the middle of the wreckage, holding one guy by the neck while another lies slumped over a table. The remaining crowd can only manage a shocked question about what happened. Jonathan and his guards burst in just in time to see the aftermath. They can't believe that's Roman, who took down 3 of them instantly. He's completely different from what they heard. A thought bubble explains that the greatest technique in Muram allows one to increase their chi just by breathing. Roman is literally powering up as he fights. In a short amount of time, the heavenly demon spirit has managed to drastically improve Roman's weak body through martial arts. He's not at his old level yet, but he's already light years ahead of everyone else. More thugs charge in from the sides, shouting that he's all alone and to beat him with numbers. They still think they have a chance through sheer quantity. Roman gives a dark, predatory smirk. He's actually enjoying this, finally getting a chance to cut loose in his new body. To him, these low-level thugs are nothing more than a minor annoyance. He's playing with his food at this point. A hand grips a wooden ledge as someone groans in pain. It's the bartender, slowly coming back to his senses after being slammed. The bartender looks up groggily, wondering what happened. Roman towers over him, saying he woke up just in time. Roman walks casually toward him, telling him he just finished cleaning up the rest of the room. The bartender is trembling, crying out to the young master and asking why he's doing this. Roman dismisses it as a useless question since they were the ones who attacked him first. He grabs the bartender by the collar, the man sweating and gasping in fear. Roman says with a cold, terrifying gaze that he has something he's curious about. Roman's face is shadowed, his eyes glowing with a sinister light. He asks if they can have a talk, but the invitation sounds a lot more like a threat. Jonathan is standing nearby, his mouth hanging open in shock. He stammers, unable to believe the carnage before him. The captain looks around the room at the broken furniture and unconscious men. He starts to ask himself if this is really it. He wonders if this is really something the young master did. He's staring at a fallen thug, trying to reconcile the scene with the moron he thought he knew. Another shot of a defeated thug underscores Jonathan's absolute disbelief. The world is being turned upside down right in front of him. A guard rushes over to report to Jonathan. Jonathan asks what it is. The guard explains that a survivor from the floor above said Roman has already left for Lawrence. Jonathan is completely baffled. He asks why Roman would go to Lawrence. He's sweating now, realizing the situation is spiraling even further out of control. Apparently, Bloodfang's headquarters is in Lawrence. Roman isn't just fighting thugs, he's going for the head of the snake. We're jumping back in time, 1 hour before the current madness unfolded. This is where things really started to get ugly for the local trash. The scene is set outside the tavern where Roman was busy renegotiating his relationship with the Bloodfang. It looks like a nice day, but inside it's a total nightmare. Roman is leaning in close to the terrified bartender, his voice cold and steady. He tells the guy that they'd both be better off if he just started talking, saving everyone a lot of extra pain. The bartender is tied up in a bloody mess, already missing 2 fingers thanks to Roman's interrogation methods. Despite the agony, he's still trying to act tough, telling Roman to screw off and claiming he has nothing to say. The guy is literally begging for death at this point, screaming at Roman to kill him. He's convinced that Bloodfang will come back and tear Roman apart for this. Roman just gives him this terrifyingly calm, predatory smile. He admits that he actually likes people like this because they show a bit of spirit before they eventually break. He explains his philosophy. The ones who refuse to talk, even under torture, usually have the most valuable information. To Roman, this guy is just a high-tier loot box waiting to be opened. The bartender is sobbing, pleading for a quick end, but Roman isn't finished yet. He looks down at his captive with a clinical, detached curiosity that's honestly chilling. Roman's eyes are fixed on something, his mind already 3 steps ahead. He's not just hurting this guy for fun, he's looking for the ultimate lever to pull. He starts walking towards a desk, telling the bartender it's time for a real test of his resolve. He says he wants to see if the bartender really won't open his mouth no matter what he does. Roman reaches out and picks up a framed photo from the desk. It's a simple picture of the bartender smiling with a young boy, clearly his son. The moron turns back with the photo in hand, his expression turning even more sinister. He asks the bartender what he would say if he made a threat, and you can practically see the guy's heart stop. Roman threatens to hunt down and kill the kid in the picture, his eyes glowing with a dark intent. The bartender's single good eye goes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The guy tries a desperate lie, claiming the boy isn't his son. Roman just scoffs at him, pointing out the obvious. They look exactly alike. The bartender is seething, his teeth gritted so hard they might snap. He's trapped between his loyalty to a gang of murderers and the life of his own child. He explodes in rage, calling Roman a bastard and screaming about how a noble shouldn't be using a person's family as a threat. Well, buddy, Roman isn't exactly your average noble. Roman ignores the insults and starts pacing, mentioning how he's learned some interesting things about how Bloodfang operates. He's figured out their whole internal structure. He notes that most of these guys weren't originally bad people. They're just regular folks who got buried in debt to the organization. He's basically calling them out for being victims of their own bosses. The narration drops a heavy line, but they ended up turning into demons. It's a classic story of how desperation can turn a good man into a monster. Roman explains the Bloodfang business model. They turn the debtor's family into slaves like it's a piece of cake. It's a brutal system built on fear and forced loyalty. We get a glimpse into how they keep their members in line, holding families hostage as a permanent threat. It's the ultimate cliff's edge tactic to ensure nobody ever talks. Roman looks at the photo again, floating a reasonable hypothesis that the bartender's son is currently being held as a hostage. He's calling the guy out for working for the very people who have a knife to his kid's throat. The bartender can only stare at the ground, sweating and shaking as the truth sinks in. Roman has completely dismantled his entire worldview in under an hour. Roman tells him to think carefully and be very careful about where he chooses to bet his money. He's offering the guy a way out, but it comes with a heavy price. He makes it clear that he wasn't joking about the threat, swearing on his name as a Dimitri that he will follow through. He's standing over the broken man like a judge delivering a sentence. Roman declares he'll set his soldiers to the task of finding the boy. He tosses the photo aside, the glass shattering as it hits the floor, a clear metaphor for the guy's old life. Roman literally stomps on the photo of the kid, promising to kill him very slowly and very painfully. He's going full-on villain mode to push the bartender over the edge. The bartender is finally breaking down, tears welling up in his eyes as he realizes his son's fate is in Roman's hands. Roman leans in one last time, offering a final chance to talk. He lays it out simple: keep silent for Bloodfang and let the son die, or give up the info and maybe have a chance at a future. The moron has a smile that says he already knows the answer. The screen fades to black with 4 words: the choice is yours. Talk about a high-stakes cliffhanger for the interrogation scene. We cut to the beautiful skyline of the Lawrence territory. It's a peaceful, sunny morning, but that peace is about to get absolutely shattered. The focus shifts to one of the main stone gates in the city. Things are quiet for now, but not for long. A set of stone stairs leads up into a building where someone is frantically asking if a rumor is true. The panic is already starting to spread. A group of Bloodfang thugs are losing their minds as they report to their boss. They scream that their entire branch was wiped out by Roman Dimitri alone, and that the Knights are on the move. The Bloodfang boss is seething, his teeth gritted in a feral snarl. He growls, damning the situation, clearly not happy about his business being dismantled by one kid. We finally see the head of the snake, a scarred, white-haired old man sitting on a literal throne. He refuses to believe that the moron of Dimitri is capable of such a feat. He's absolutely fuming, recalling how they wanted to show their power by punishing the Dimitris. Instead, an Academy reject has turned the tables and humiliated them. He demands to know where Roman is right now. A subordinate reports that he's just left the territory and likely got their location from the Dew of Dawn Tavern. The boss stands up, radiating pure fury. He thinks Roman is looking down on them by coming alone, and he's ready to turn this into a bloodbath. He orders his men to hunt Roman down before he can meet up with the Knights. He shouts for them to take care of that arrogant brat, rallying his goons for revenge. We get an extreme close-up of his scarred eye, filled with bloodlust. He vows to kill Roman and hang his corpse in the middle of the plaza for everyone to see. The stream declares that the infamy of the Bloodfang will be revived. These guys are clearly planning a full-scale comeback starting with Roman's head. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Lawrence family mansion. It looks fancy, but there's a lot of trouble brewing behind those walls. Flora's dad, Baron Lawrence, is hunched over a desk full of papers. He's looking incredibly stressed out about whatever the Barco family is planning. He's holding a high-level meeting with his advisors. Rumor has it the Barcos took out a massive loan, which usually means only one thing: they're gearing up for war. The Baron clenches his hands together, his face shadowed with worry. He's realized that a conflict with the Barcos is practically inevitable now. He received a document from them that confirmed his worst fears. War isn't just a possibility, it's knocking on their front door. One of his advisors is in total shock that the central government is actually backing the Barco family. They realize that at this rate, they're going to lose their land and everything they've built. Another noble advisor, looking properly distinguished, shouts that they have to keep their land at all costs. He credits their fertile soil for the family's survival over the generations. He slams the table, arguing that the promissory note claiming they owe the Barcos is a total fake. He's convinced the central government and the Barcos are pulling a fast one on them. Baron Lawrence has had enough, telling everyone to just leave it at that. The room goes quiet as they wait for his next move. He insists they can't give an inch of land, because then every other noble family will swarm in like hyenas. He's determined to resist to the very end. The Baron drops the main point. This is exactly why they arranged the marriage with the Dimitris. He's betting his family's future on that alliance. The other nobles start buzzing about the Dimitris. Even though they're former commoners, they're one of the wealthiest families in the region, and money wins wars. The Baron knows that no matter how much the Barcos borrowed, they can't match the Dimitris' deep pockets. He's pinning all his hopes on his precious daughter securing that bag from Roman. An advisor tries to comfort him, saying it was the only correct choice for the territory. He tells the Baron not to blame himself for essentially selling his daughter to save their land. The Baron finally sighs and agrees to the plan as the massive double doors to the meeting room come into view. The doors are shut tight, keeping the high-stakes political maneuvering hidden from the rest of the world. Poor Flora is standing right outside those doors, sweating and looking like she's about to faint. She's absolutely terrified of having to tell her father that she just ruined his master plan. She's clutching her chest, panicking over how she's supposed to explain the broken engagement. The weight of her entire family's future is crashing down on her. Flora is pacing around, telling herself she doesn't have the confidence to face her dad. She's torn between saving herself from a marriage to a moron and the fact that her family is doomed without it. She finally steals her resolve and yells that, alright, she'll tell him. She's decided she'd rather face her father's wrath than be sold off. But before she can even move, Captain Jonathan comes sprinting down the hall, shouting for his lord. Flora is caught off guard, still mentally chanting about how she can't marry someone she doesn't love. She blinks in confusion as the captain barrels toward her. Jonathan gives her a quick, panicked greeting and bows as he flies past her. He's clearly in the middle of a massive emergency. The captain bursts through the double doors, screaming that it's an emergency. Flora is left standing there, totally bewildered by the sudden chaos. Someone is outside a gate or door, screaming at the top of their lungs for it to be opened. The bastards in question are about to have a very bad day. Jonathan is at the top of a stone structure, shouting down that Roman is in grave danger. He's demanding that everyone drop their weapons and let him through right now. The captain is mounted up and ready for battle, swearing that he won't forgive anyone if anything happens to his young master. A soldier rushes up with even worse news. The soldier is gasping for air, reporting that the Lawrence Plaza is a total mess right now. Things have clearly gone sideways in a big way. Jonathan looks absolutely floored. He stammers, finally realizing that the moron might have actually started a war in the middle of town. The captain is officially done with diplomacy, yelling that he'll break down the door himself. He's going full berserker mode to get to Roman. The scene shifts to a quiet alleyway in Lawrence as the sun starts to set. It looked peaceful, but the ground is telling a different story. Townspeople are huddled in the shadows, watching in absolute horror as someone is dragged through the dirt. They're whispering about whether they should try to stop it, but nobody is brave enough. We get a look at the victim, and it's the Bloodfang boss. The infamous demon is now a pathetic, bloody mess, sobbing and begging for his life with his one good eye. Roman is shown from the back, effortlessly dragging the mangled boss through the plaza like he's taking out the trash. The head of the most vicious gang in the region is literally crying and begging to have his life spared. It is an absolute, total humiliation. It was simple. Roman walks casually, like he's just out for a stroll after a long day of, dismantling organized crime. The Bloodfang thought they had an easy target. After all, their opponent was supposed to be just some moronic noble kid with too much money and zero combat experience. Dealing with just one person? That's not even a job, that's just a warm-up. Or so they thought until the door actually opened and reality walked in. They had dozens of armed killers ready to swarm and overwhelm him. On paper, the odds were completely in their favor. The boss was certain of victory, sporting a confident grin. In his mind, there was no way they could lose. Defeat was literally impossible. It should have been an easy win. But as we're seeing, this guy completely miscalculated who he was dealing with. Look at that face. That is the look of a man who just saw his entire world and his entire crew crumble in a matter of seconds. The demon of Bloodfang is down on his knees, surrounded by the corpses of his best men. It's a total, humiliating defeat. He's gasping for air and sweating bullets, his eyes wide with shock. He can't even process the speed and brutality of the destruction. Roman just keeps walking, stepping over the broken bodies without a second glance. The sound of his boots on the stone is the ultimate countdown for the boss. The realization that he's going to die finally hits home as the boss looks up at the shadow of the man towering over him. At this rate, there's absolutely no way out. He's staring death right in the face and is wearing a blood-splattered white shirt. He's trying to find words to beg, but his brain is basically short-circuiting from pure, unadulterated fear. His mind is just a repeating loop of panic and desperation now. He's terrified of dying, but the Reaper is standing right in front of him. He whimpers a plea. The notorious gang leader is literally sobbing for mercy, his face a swollen, bloody mess. How the mighty have fallen. Roman's not having any of it. He's dragging this trash through the streets by the hair like a sack of garbage, while the man begs for his life to be spared. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. The boss is still groveling on the ground, clutching at Roman's boots in a last-ditch effort to survive. He whimpers again. Roman answers the plea with a brutal kick right to the guy's head. The man grunts in pain. That's one very effective way to shut someone up. The townspeople are gathering, and they can't believe what they're seeing. They've lived in fear of this monster for years, and now he's just a pathetic mess in the dirt. He's desperate enough to offer himself up as a slave. He says if Roman lets him live, he'll do anything, even become a dog and serve him for the rest of his life. Talk about having zero dignity left. Roman looks down with a cold, mocking smirk. He says that's a dog that will serve him and that the man should have said that earlier. He finishes by saying the man should have thought of that before baring his fangs at him. He slams his boot down on the guy's head with a sickening thud. End of discussion. Roman addresses the stunned crowd, calling out exactly who this piece of trash is. Everyone in the territory knows the Bloodfang leader is an absolute scumbag. He reminds them of the misery this gang caused. Even in Dimitri territory, they use disgusting tricks to ruin lives and drive people to despair. And the cherry on top? They tried to take Roman out just for getting in their way and stopping their crimes. Big mistake. He says the crimes of Bloodfang are clear, and thus, in front of them all, he will take action. His eyes are burning with the intensity of a cold, hard judgment. He raises his foot, ready to deliver the final blow to the gang's leadership. He says he will pull out the root of evil, finishing this once and for all. Just as Jonathan and the knights arrive, they witness the scene in the plaza. People are gasping and shouting for the young master in total shock at the sight. Jonathan can only let out a stunned sound. He's arrived just in time to see the conclusion of Roman's solo mission. A sickening sound and a massive splatter of blood against the wall. That's the definitive end of the Bloodfang leader. Cut to the Lawrence mansion where the news is being delivered. Someone asks if it's really the truth and is given a simple yes. The higher-ups are in total, absolute disbelief. The report is incredible. Roman was only in the territory for about an hour before he showed up in the plaza dragging the gang leader like a hunting trophy. The report continues. He identified the man as Ben Miles, the boss of Bloodfang, and executed him right there in front of the people. Pure legend behavior. Viscount Lawrence is speechless while his advisors whisper furiously in the background. They can't reconcile the moron Roman with this ruthless executioner. The news is spreading like wildfire through the room, and nobody can believe it. They ask each other if he really caught the leader of Bloodfang and executed him. One advisor tries to spin it as a legal issue, calling it murder without the Lord's permission. Man, read the room. Your biggest problem just got solved for free. The Viscount isn't listening to the petty legalities. He's realizing that permission and sequence are the least of his concerns right now. He wonders if the person who'll become his son-in-law really took care of Bloodfang. He's recalculating Roman's value in real time, and the numbers are looking good. He orders Roman to be summoned immediately. He needs to hear the story directly to understand what kind of power he almost let walk away. Roman strides through the grand double doors with total confidence. He's not even trying to hide the blood splattered across his shirt. He stands before the council, accompanied by Jonathan and young Kevin. The atmosphere in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. The Viscount sees Jonathan and thinks he must have had help from the knights. He's still trying to convince himself that Roman couldn't have pulled this off alone. Roman gives a polite greeting, looking totally unfazed by all the high-ranking men staring him down. He introduces himself as Roman Dimitri and greets Viscount Lawrence. The Viscount tells him to skip the fake politeness and get to the point. He asks why Roman came all the way to Lawrence to do something so inhumane. Inhumane? Try efficient. Roman lays it all out. It started a few days ago with an assault on an innocent citizen, and he finished it on the spot. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Outside, Flora is peeking through the doors, her heart probably pounding. She's witnessing the exact moment her moron fiancé becomes a local hero. She whispers to a guard, trying to get more details on what's happening. She can't believe the report she's hearing from inside the office. She asks if it's really Roman Dimitri and why he's here. She's having a total crisis of reality right now. Why is the man she rejected suddenly the most important person in the city? The guard's response that it looks like she doesn't know yet only makes her more anxious. Her worried question says it all. Back inside, Roman continues his explanation. He says he decided he couldn't leave them be, and so he attacked their headquarters and killed their leader. Casual, right? Flashback to the total pandemonium in the tavern. Screams for the guards echo as Roman tore through the building. Roman was a literal one-man wrecking crew, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Everyone was shouting to call the guards, but it was too late for the thugs. He was hitting them so hard and so fast, they didn't even know what hit them. Pure, unfiltered martial arts dominance from another world. The thugs were left completely dazed and broken, wondering what happened. They never stood a ghost of a chance against him. Even Jonathan was blown away by the skill on display. He thought that Roman took down 3 of them instantly, and that he's different from what they had heard. You can say that again, Captain. The secret is a Murim technique that allows him to build massive power just by breathing correctly. He's essentially a walking, breathing power plant. In a ridiculously short amount of time, he's turned a useless body into a weapon. He's not at his peak yet, but he's already light years beyond anyone else here. They thought they could win with numbers. They shouted that he's all alone and to beat him with numbers. Yeah, and look how spectacularly that turned out for them. Roman just gave them that terrifyingly confident smirk. He's been in way deadlier fights than this in his past life. He turns his focus back to the Viscount with a bold challenge. He asks the Viscount a question, about to put the old man on the spot. He asks if he really did something wrong. The Viscount can barely meet his gaze. It's a powerful question coming from a guy standing in a room full of people who doubted him. The Viscount asks about the notorious Ben Miles, saying he didn't know he was their leader. Even a high-ranking nobility was out of the loop on this one. The Viscount finally caves to reality. He says, okay, fine, they will not chase this matter any further. He admits that if they'd taken it seriously earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Roman tells Jonathan he'll reward him later and dismisses him. Jonathan bows deeply, finally acknowledging Roman as his true master and saying he understands. The heavy double doors creak shut as Roman leaves the council chamber. He's finished his business here and made his point loud and clear. The advisors sit in stunned silence, processing the whirlwind that just passed through. The entire dynamic of the region just shifted in a major way. Suddenly, the Viscount bursts into genuine laughter. His advisors probably think he's finally lost it, but he's just realizing how lucky he is. He says that Roman really got him. He can't help but be impressed by Roman's sheer guts and calculated skill. The kid played everyone perfectly. He questions if that man is really Roman Dmitri. He's looking at his future son-in-law in a whole new light now. The moron is gone, and a monster has taken his place. One advisor still wants to punish him, but the Viscount shuts him down instantly. He says Roman's going to be Flora's husband, and that you need guts like those to make great accomplishments. He's officially all in on Roman. He says he's very happy and orders Flora to be brought to him immediately. He's dying to share the good news, even if Flora might not be thrilled just yet. He says he wants to tell Flora all about it. Yeah, I bet you do. This is going to be one very interesting father-daughter conversation. Outside, the sun is setting over the mountains, painting the sky in deep, beautiful oranges. It's a calm end to an incredibly chaotic day. The sound of hooves hitting the road as Roman and his group head back toward Dmitri territory. They're leaving a massive mess behind, but they've got even bigger plans ahead. Jonathan is still a little nervous about Roman's bold attitude. He asks the young master if he really had to taunt the Viscount, and what would have happened if he'd gotten angry. He's still thinking like a regular soldier. Roman has a simple, strategic answer. He says Lawrence is partly responsible and that he just showed them it was because of their own carelessness. He's always 3 steps ahead. Jonathan realizes Roman knew exactly what he was doing with the marriage connection. He thinks Roman had it all planned out. The man is starting to realize he's following a true genius. He wonders what happened. This person who's in front of him is not the same. Jonathan is staring at the back of Roman's head, filled with more questions than he started with. Roman's face is illuminated by the sunset, calm and focused. Jonathan knows one thing for sure. He's not the young master that he knew. A legend has been born. The name Baek Jongyuk carries a lot of weight. It's the legend of a man destined for greatness, but his journey started in a dark place. We see a young Baek kneeling at the bottom of a massive pit. A voice from above rings out, reminding him that he is the son of the heavenly demon. His father looks down from the top, giving him a brutal ultimatum. If he wants to succeed as the next leader, he has to prove he can survive the cold, hard ground. The guy is a total savage, telling his own kid that his death would mean absolutely nothing. He's got 12 children, so he's basically saying, if you die, I'll just replace you. Baek looks up, visibly shaken but soaking in every word. He's being taught that the only way to prove his worth is through absolute dominance. The mission is clear. He must reign over everyone. He stands in front of a group of other kids, ready to show them why he belongs at the top. Things get ugly immediately as Baek gets nailed with a punch that sends blood flying. The kid is getting a very painful lesson in survival. A bigger kid stands over him, laughing at the supposed prince. He mocks him, calling him nothing more than an arrogant little brat who can't back up his status. Baek doesn't stay down though. He forces himself back up with a terrifying look in his eyes. There's a purple glow starting to emanate from him. This kid is about to flick the script. He takes another brutal shot right to the jaw. The sound of the punch says it all. These other kids are showing him zero mercy. The peanut gallery is just watching and laughing, calling him a dumbass. They think he's just a weakling who's all talk. It's a full-on group beatdown, with multiple kids jumping in to kick him while he's down. The narration points out that while most kids have parents to protect them, Baek is totally on his own. Another fist comes flying in, aiming to put him down for good. The motion lines show just how fast and aggressive these bullies are being. Baek takes the hit right to the cheek, spraying more blood onto the cave floor. He's being treated like a punching bag, but you can tell something is simmering under the surface. He was thrown away into a world where only the strongest survive and reign supreme. It's a harsh reality that shaped him into the man he is today. Fast forward to the present, and we're back at the Grand Dmitri mansion under a cloudy night sky. The setting is much fancier now, but the man inside hasn't forgotten his past. We follow the camera through the luxurious halls and right into a steamy bathroom. It looks like Roman is finally taking a minute to decompress. Roman is lounging in a massive bathtub, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Dealing with thugs and family politics is a different kind of exhausting than his old life. He thinks to himself that this new body gets tired way too easily. He's frustrated that he can't push himself as hard as he used to back in Marem. Since waking up in this world, he's already experienced more drama than most people see in a lifetime. He's taking a quiet moment to process all the many things that have happened. His gaze is intense as he stares into the steam, clearly plotting his next move. Even while relaxing, this dude is always thinking 3 steps ahead. Roman looks at his hand, reflecting on how many people he's already had to take down. Most of his victims so far were tied to the Bloodfang gang. His internal monologue is pure coldness. In order to annihilate them, he destroyed everything that was blocking his path. This guy is not messing around. He stands up, water cascading off his chest, looking every bit the warrior he truly is. He's got 0 regrets about the bodies he's left behind. He hasn't changed who he is as a person. The text confirms his ruthless mindset. He cuts down anyone in his way and uses any means necessary to get rid of those with killing intent. That's just the heavenly demon way. He stares at his reflection, deciding that nothing changes just because he's in Roman's body now. His soul is still that of a conqueror. Back in the tub, he acknowledges that things could get dangerous if he's not careful. He hasn't fully figured out how this world works yet, and his physical strength is a joke compared to his peak. He holds his head, wondering what his next move should be. He needs to think carefully before he dives back into the chaos. His eyes snap open as someone calls out for the young master. Even in a tub, this guy is on high alert. A maid reports through the door that the Lord is calling for him. Roman calmly replies that he'll be there soon, moving from his bath straight into a meeting with his dad. The camera focuses on a large, ornate wooden door. You know something serious is about to go down on the other side. Inside the room, Baron Romero is tapping his finger rhythmically on the desk. He looks deep in thought, probably trying to wrap his head around his son's recent actions. The Baron asks Captain Jonathan for confirmation if Roman really did something like that. Jonathan nods, admitting he's noticed a massive, significant change in the young master. The 2 men discuss Roman's transformation, agreeing that he's definitely not the same person they used to know. The moron reputation is officially being rewritten. Romero looks pensive, calling Roman his sore thumb. He spent years thinking Roman was the only one of his 3 sons who didn't have anything impressive about him. He looks down at his hand, remembering that Roman was the only child who shared the hard times with him back when they were commoners. It's a rare moment of sentimentality for the Baron. We get a quick flashback to those commoner days, where a small hand is offering a piece of blue candy. A little voice tells him here. It's a simple, sweet memory. The Baron, looking much younger and grittier, asks what it is. Little Roman beams at him and shouts that it's candy. They were at a mining site, and the Baron was telling Roman to stay away because it's a dangerous place for a kid. He was just a hardworking dad trying to keep his boy safe. Little Roman gives him the biggest, brightest smile ever, explaining that he knows his dad works all day. He just wanted to give him a candy to make things a little better. How wholesome is that? The young dad is stunned, speechless by his son's kindness. He tells Roman to eat the candy himself and finishes work quickly so they can go home together. Back in the present, Baron Romero looks like he's about to cry. He wished for Roman to be happy. All those years of indulgence were just him trying to protect his son from the poverty they used to know. He admits that he favored Roman and gave him a huge allowance so he wouldn't be bullied for being poor. Unfortunately, he realizes now that it probably sent Roman in the wrong direction. Jonathan watches his lord with a look of respect and sympathy. He knows how much the Baron has struggled with his son's reputation, but the news of Roman destroying the Bloodfang has given him a new spark of hope. He's sitting there, looking more determined than ever to support his son. A knock comes at the door as Roman announces himself. The Baron and Jonathan both turn their heads toward the sound. The Baron tells him to come in, his mind already made up. If Roman truly accomplished such a feat on his own, Romero is ready to do absolutely anything for him. The door creaks open as Roman walks into the office. He's looking composed and ready for whatever his father has to say. The Baron thinks about how he needs to correct himself for being a lacking father. He watches Roman walk toward him with a new sense of pride. The Baron greets him with a calm but focused expression. The tension in the room is palpable. He gets right to the point, asking Roman if the rumors are true. Did he really take down the Bloodfang gang all by himself? Roman looks at his father, his eyes sharp and analytical. He's sizing up the Baron, aware of the high stakes of this conversation. He can see the high hopes in Romero's eyes. He knows that if he tells the truth, the Baron will see him in a completely different light, which could be very useful. Roman weighs his options. Should he reveal his true power, or keep it hidden for a bit longer? He figures that backing off might earn him more time to grow his strength in private. He realizes that hiding his true self is surely the more rational decision. But then, another memory of his past life as Baek Junghyuk surfaces. Another flashback to the beatdown in the cave. Baek is taking a brutal punch to the face, blood spraying as he grits his teeth. A bully has him pinned against the cave wall, mocking him. He asks if that's all he's got and tells the bastard to keep messing with him. He's about to land another heavy blow. Beg's hand reaches out and grabs a sharp, jagged rock from the ground. You can see the pure desperation and murder in his movement. He swings the rock with everything he has, a streak of white motion lines showing the speed of the counterattack. The bully lets out a blood-curdling scream as the rock catches him right in the eye. He starts to swear, but he's already lost the fight. Beg doesn't stop there. He pins the bully down and starts wailing on him. The tables have officially turned in the most violent way possible. His fist is glowing with a sinister red energy as he prepares for the finishing blow. His eyes are filled with a cold, predatory light. He slams the rock into the kid's head with a sickening thud. It's a brutal display of a child being forced to become a killer to survive. Close-up of his hand clutching the bloody rock. Blood is literally dripping from the weapon. This isn't a game for him. The other kids who were laughing earlier are now backing away in absolute horror. They've just seen a monster born right in front of them. Young Bake stands over the mangled body of his bully, looking totally indifferent. He was thrown into a world where being the strongest is the only thing that matters. He was thrown away alone in a world where only the strongest reign. He's fully embraced the law of the jungle. He delivers a chilling message to the remaining kids, telling them to inform everyone inside the cave. He wants them to know exactly who destroyed their boss's head. He wasn't just a survivor. He reigned over that hellhole. His entire identity is built on being the one at the top. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he asserts his superiority, declaring that it's him. He lets his demonic aura flare out for everyone to see. Back in the present, Roman gives his father a confident, knowing smile. He decides to be honest. Yes, he did it. He is the heavenly demon. Talk about a mic drop moment. The final words are a declaration of his nature. He knows not how to hide his superiority. The moron is officially gone. The demon is here to stay. We're taking a look at the formidable stone fortress of the Dmitri family territory. It's a sunny day, perfect for some intense training on the grounds below. Wooden training swords clash together with a satisfying smack. The recruits aren't holding anything back as they practice their basic strikes. The courtyard is bustling with activity. You can see soldiers pairing off, shields and practice swords in hand, working on their defense and footwork. Suddenly, a loud command rings out for everyone to halt training. Every soldier stops mid-motion, their heads snapping toward the source of the order. A heavy leather boot steps firmly onto the cobblestones. The solid thud tells you exactly who just arrived, and he's not alone. Baron Romero Dmitri enters the grounds, looking every bit the powerful lord. He's followed closely by Roman and Captain Jonathan. The order to pay respects to the lord hangs in the air. The soldiers drop to their knees in perfect unison. They shout that they respectfully greet the lord, their voices echoing off the stone walls. One specific soldier, with longer blonde hair, looks up with a suspicious expression. He's eyeing Roman like he's trying to figure out why the moron is even here. He lets out a confused sound and starts sweating. There's a visible twitch from his eye. This guy is definitely not a fan of the young master. He wonders why Roman Dmitri is on the training ground. The question is probably on everyone's mind as Roman walks calmly behind his father. Romero comes to a stop with a solid step. He's got that stern dad energy dialed up to 11 today. Captain Jonathan glances over his shoulder, his eyes meeting someone in the crowd. He's clearly part of whatever plan is about to unfold. The Baron makes a big announcement. At this time, they will be proceeding with a swordsmanship duel with young Master Roman. You could hear a pin drop after that bombshell. Jonathan follows up by asking for volunteers, telling them to step forward if they wish to duel him. The soldiers look at each other, stunned into silence. The blonde soldier is absolutely baffled. He wonders what this is all of a sudden. He can't believe he's being asked to potentially fight Roman. He thinks about a duel with that moron. He looks at Roman, who is standing there with a totally blank, almost bored expression. It's the ultimate contrast of energies. To understand how we got to this awkward standoff, we have to jump back an hour to the Baron's office. In the flashback, Roman confirms what happened. He says, yes, it was me. He's standing tall before his father and Jonathan, taking full credit for wiping out the Bloodthang branch. Roman gives a slight, confident smile. He's clearly enjoying finally being able to speak the truth after all his hard work. The Baron is still in total shock, staring at his son with wide eyes. He asks just how Roman defeated Bloodfang. He literally can't wrap his brain around it. Roman knows he has to be careful with his answer. He thinks to himself that he needs to respond in a way that won't make them suspicious of his awakening. He tells them he's just been secretly training his swordsmanship all this time. The Baron is slightly hurt, asking why Roman was hiding that from him and that he would have supported him if he knew. Roman admits he spent too long lost from his senses and needed to prove himself on his own. Romero points out the logical flaw. Even with training, how could one person take on an entire criminal organization? He thinks Roman is leaving something out. Roman explains his tactical genius. He knew Bloodfang was built on threats and illegal loans, and that the whole group would crumble if the leader was taken out. He baited out the leader Ben Miles using false information and struck him when he was vulnerable. The Baron is impressed by the strategy, noting that Bloodfang always retaliated against weaker targets. He's starting to see a new side of Roman. Roman confirms the boldest part of the plan. That's why he used himself as bait. He literally put a target on his back to draw them into the open. Romero is horrified, shouting that it was way too dangerous. He realizes the gang could have just given up their leader and killed Roman instead, but Roman had already considered that. Roman explains that he was certain the gang wouldn't risk their lives for a leader, they only followed out of fear. He knew that in a life-or-death situation, they'd choose their own freedom, and he was right. The wide shot shows the three of them in the grand office, the weight of the confession settling in. It's a massive turning point for their relationship. The Baron closes his eyes, thinking that impressive is an understatement for what Roman accomplished. He's blown away by the careful decision-making and planning his son displayed. And to think Roman was the one who did such a thing. The realization is finally starting to sink in that his son is a genius. The Baron leans forward, his voice softening. He asks his son if he could ask him one favor. He's looking for a way to confirm everything he just heard. Roman politely tells him to please go ahead. He's ready for whatever test his father has in mind. The Baron admits he wants to see Roman's swordsmanship with his own eyes. He needs to see for himself just how much his son has truly changed. Back on the training ground, the silence is deafening. Jonathan asks again if there are no volunteers. The soldiers are all looking away, too terrified or confused to step up. The blonde soldier Chris is thinking to himself that of course not. He figures no one wants to participate in a moronic son's talent show where they could only lose. If they win, they gain nothing. If they lose to Roman, they're a laughingstock. Jonathan realizes he needs an expert who can completely subdue the young master. He wants someone high level to confirm Roman's actual skills and maintain the knight's prestige. He says that if there are no volunteers, he will pick one out himself. Jonathan scans the ranks, his eyes landing on his target. Jonathan starts to say he'd step up himself, but as the captain, he can't unsheath his sword for something like this. He needs someone else to do the heavy lifting. He calls out the name, Chris. The blonde soldier from earlier looks like he just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He's told to come forward. Chris is looking absolutely panicked, stammering out a confused pardon. He definitely didn't want this spotlight. We find out he's actually the vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. We get a flashback to the first time Chris met Roman last year. He was patrolling the territory when he got a report of a drunkard causing a scene. Chris and another knight burst into a tavern, shouting that they're the security and asking what is going on. He looks a lot more professional back then. Inside, a drunk Roman is yelling at the staff, asking if these bastards are kidding him. A woman is screaming in the background. It's a total mess. Roman is smashing things on the floor, yelling that they're treating him like trash just because he touched a little. Stay classy, Roman. He continues his tantrum, threatening to put the restaurant out of business. The owners are terrified, begging for forgiveness and promising they're terribly sorry. The poor owners are literally trembling as they try to calm him down, saying that they didn't mean it that way. Roman just screams for them to shut up right in their faces. He's got that red, bloated, drunk face. He looks completely pathetic. He continues his drunken rant, calling the owners lowlives and telling them not to talk back to him. He's stumbling around with a bottle, making a fool of himself. He tells someone to come over here again. He's harassing the staff and looking for another fight. It's hard to believe this is the same guy we've been following. He's throwing more stuff, shouting that if he calls for them, they should just come. The owners are shielding themselves from the flying debris, screaming in fear. Chris has finally had enough. He steps in and tells the young master that's enough. Roman just spins around and yells, asking who the hell they are and to get out of here. Chris grabs Roman's wrist with a solid grip. He warns him that even though he's the young master, he won't allow any more trouble. Roman reacts by slapping Chris across the face. He accuses the lowly knights of daring to touch him. The sound of the slap is loud and Chris looks stunned. He continues, asking if the lowly knights dare lay their hands on him. Roman is totally entitled and completely out of control. Chris just stares at Roman, the red mark of the slap clear on his cheek. He thoughts to himself that he knew the truth the second he got slapped. Chris realized right then that Roman had never trained his entire life. The slap was weak and lacked any kind of discipline. Roman's grip was pathetic, with the strength of a below-average adult man. Chris was completely unimpressed by his supposed master. Chris's opinion of Roman was absolute rock bottom. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by how pathetic Roman was. He thought Roman was a pathetic human being, and couldn't believe a guy like this was the son of the Lord. Roman is still yelling in the background, looking like a total clown. Chris truly considered him as trash who would be better off dead. Talk about some brutal internal monologue. And now he's being told to have a duel with that same Roman. Back in the present, Chris is having an existential crisis. He steps forward, looking completely miserable. He tells the captain that he doesn't think he should be stepping up for something like this. He's practically begging Jonathan to pick someone else. Jonathan isn't having it. He points out that Roman faced Bloodfang alone and is therefore an expert. He says that in order to have a fair match, the vice captain must be the one to fight. Jonathan's voice is firm as he says Chris's name. He's not giving him a choice anymore. Chris starts to protest, but he knows it's useless. He finally gives in, his expression turning cold and determined. He says he understands. If he has to do this, he's going to do it right. The stage is set. Roman and Chris stand on opposite sides of a large stone arena, wooden swords in hand. The wind whistles through the courtyard, amping up the drama. We get a close-up of both their faces. Chris is looking intensely focused, while Roman remains as calm as a cucumber. The contrast is sharp. Jonathan steps in one last time, telling both sides to hold on a moment. He clearly has something to add before they start. Chris speaks up first, saying he has a proposal. He's looking at Jonathan with a serious, defiant gaze. He explains that he was taught to treat any duel with swords as a real battle. He declares that no matter who his opponent is, he doesn't plan on showing any mercy. Chris tells them that if they allow this condition, he'll take up the honor of dueling Roman. In his head, he's still thinking there's no way that idiot defeated Bloodfang himself. He thinks he'll teach Roman a lesson with this opportunity. Chris is basically promising to give Roman the beatdown of a lifetime. The Baron and Jonathan share a look and nod. They're both curious to see how Roman handles someone who isn't going easy on him. Roman turns his head slightly, acknowledging his father. He looks completely ready to accept the terms of the duel. Roman gives another one of those slightly unsettling smiles. He seems genuinely amused by Chris's bravado. Chris sees the smile and gets even angrier. He asks if Roman is laughing. He looks like he's about to burst a blood vessel from pure rage. The sound of Chris gritting his teeth is loud. Jonathan notes that it looks like the young master accepted it. He is just the commentator at this point, letting the tension build. Jonathan begins, signaling the start of the match to both sides. The atmosphere is electric. He tells them to get ready. Roman and Chris both shift into their fighting stances. The sounds of their movements tell you they're ready for action. Chris's feet are planted firmly, his wooden sword held ready. He's taking this way more seriously than he probably should. A wide shot shows them both waiting for the signal, the crowd of soldiers watching with bated breath. We get another close-up of Chris, his eyes wide and filled with a murderous intensity. He's not playing around. Roman's eye, as calm and focused as ever. He's about to show the vice captain exactly what kind of moron he is. Let's see some action. Captain Jonathan gives the official signal for both sides to get ready to get this duel started. He's probably thinking this is going to be a quick one. Chris's feet hit the ground with a solid thud. He's centering himself, focusing all his energy on the upcoming fight. The vice captain shifts into his battle stance with a series of quick movements. He's taking Jonathan's get-ready order very seriously. The two fighters stare each other down across the training grounds. Roman is totally relaxed, while Chris is a bundle of coiled intensity. Chris is sweating, his eyes locked on Roman with a mix of concentration and lingering doubt. He's trying to figure out if there's any truth to the rumors. Roman just gives him this half-lidded, bored gaze. He's not even looking at Chris like a threat, he's looking at him like a project. And we're off. Chris kicks off the ground with a powerful push, launching himself forward like a cannonball. He's a blur of speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He lets out a yell as he puts everything into his first move. Roman doesn't even move, just tracking Chris's movements with his eyes. He's got that purple glow starting to flare. He's clearly prepared for this. Chris swings a heavy wooden sword vertically, aiming right for Roman's head with a powerful slash. He's not pulling his punches at all. The speed of the attack catches the audience off guard. They can't believe how fast he is, and that Chris is really going all out. Jonathan watches with a grimace, letting out a sharp sigh. He knows Chris is going for the kill, and he's worried Roman might actually get hurt. To everyone's absolute shock, Roman blocks the overhead strike effortlessly. The crowd gasps, asking if he blocked it, as the sound of wood hitting wood echoes through the yard. Chris is staggered, his teeth gritted in frustration. He can't believe Roman managed to block it. He's having a total crisis of confidence right now. The vice captain recovers and jumps back, putting some distance between them. He's realized he needs to rethink his strategy. Chris is stunned by the power behind Roman's block. He thinks about the opposing force he can feel on his hands, his arms probably vibrating from the impact. He looks at Roman's stance and is blown away by how stable it is. He wonders if it's just a coincidence. He still can't believe he's facing a legitimate fighter. Chris's ego takes over, his internal monologue getting salty. He thinks that although this isn't how he expected him to be, what about it? He's refusing to admit Roman might actually be good. He vows to beat Roman to a pulp, his face twisted in a nasty sneer. He thinks he'd only be satisfied by beating that guy to a pulp. Someone's a sore loser. Chris charges in again, his eyes wide and full of rage. He's totally lost his cool, which is exactly what Roman wanted. We get a close-up of Chris's bloodshot eyes. He's completely focused on hurting Roman now, abandoning any sense of fair play or discipline. A flurry of strikes follows, wooden swords clashing with sharp smacks. Chris is wailing on Roman's defense with everything he's got. Roman just stands his ground, parrying every single blow with a calm, almost bored expression. The sound of the wood rubbing together shows how much pressure Chris is applying. Roman effortlessly sidesteps a wide horizontal swing, the whistle of the blade indicating just how close it came. He's literally dancing around Chris. Chris thinks this is it, that he's finally found an opening. He's grinning like a maniac, ready to end the duel with a decisive blow. He throws a massive two-handed vertical strike, pouring all his weight and momentum into it. It's a huge moment if I've ever seen one. Chris's eyes go wide as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. The shock is written all over his face. Roman leans his head back slightly, the sword passing mere inches from his face. He looks Chris dead in the eye, and you could see the total panic in Chris's mind. Roman delivers a lightning-fast kick to Chris's stomach with a sharp crack. The force is enough to lift the vice captain off his feet. Chris is sent flying backward, his breath knocked completely out of him. Roman has finally gone from defense to offense. Chris lands on his back, his hair disheveled and his face pale. He's panting, staring up at Roman in absolute disbelief. A top-down view shows the massive gap between them. Chris is sprawled out on the ground while Roman stands tall, barely having broken a sweat. Chris realizes how close he came to a serious injury. He's thinking that just now, it was really dangerous. He's finally acknowledging that Roman is in a different league. He forces himself back onto his feet, the sound of his boots on the stone indicating a struggle. He's physically and mentally beaten. The crowd is in total shock. They can't process the fact that the moron just clapped their vice captain. Baron Romero and Jonathan are staring with their jaws on the floor. Jonathan whispers that it's impossible, his world being turned upside down. Chris grits his teeth, staring at Roman with a mix of hatred and begrudging respect. He's reached his limit. The caption asks about Roman's skills as Roman stands perfectly still, waiting for Chris's next move. He's the epitome of a master warrior. Chris admits to himself that Roman isn't lacking in any area, from defense to dodging to attacking. He wonders if Roman really annihilated the Bloodfang all by himself. The truth is finally starting to sink in. He curses, wondering what he is even thinking about. His opponent is the moron of Dmitri. He tries to talk himself back into the fight, but his heart clearly isn't in it anymore. Roman speaks up, his voice calm and patronizing. He thinks that was enough of a warm-up. Ouch, the burn is real. Chris snaps, screaming in his head that he won't lose to him in front of this many people. He's throwing logic out the window and going for one last, desperate charge. Chris is confused when Roman suddenly changes his stance. Roman declares that this time, he'll be going first. The tables have officially turned. Roman is a blur of motion as he launches himself at Chris. The speed is incredible, and you can see Chris's panic in his shocked reaction. Chris can only stare in horror as Roman closes the distance in an instant. He's sweating like crazy, realizing he's completely outmatched. Roman delivers a powerful strike with his wooden sword, hitting Chris's guard with a bone-jarring smack. Chris lets out a pained groan. He wonders what's with this guy and how he's so damn fast. Chris is struggling just to stay on his feet under the relentless pressure, the wood groaning. Roman continues his assault with another heavy strike, the sound indicating a perfectly timed blow. He's systematically breaking Chris down. Roman looks down at Chris with a predatory intensity. He's not just winning, he's dominating every single second of the fight. A massive horizontal slash from Roman creates a huge whoosh. Chris barely manages to block it, but he's losing ground fast. The sound of wood clashing is constant as Roman wails on Chris's defense. The vice captain is basically just a punching bag at this point. The crowd is speechless, watching the overwhelmingly fierce attacks from their young master. It's a total transformation right before their eyes. Chris is desperate, screaming damn it in his head. He's barely holding his own, just defending against the strikes. He's completely on the ropes. He realizes that if he doesn't find an opportunity to counter, he's finished. He thinks it'll really get dangerous at this rate. No kidding, buddy. Roman swings his sword in a wide arc, the sound showing the power behind the strike. Chris is looking for that one tiny opening. The impact is huge, sending wood splinters flying. Chris is hanging on by a thread, his eyes wide with desperation. He thinks he's finally spotted a weakness, and that he should take a step back first. But he realizes too late that Roman's movement was a bait. Chris tries to counter, yelling as he swings his sword. But Roman is already moving to a different position. Chris thinks his movement is big. He thinks he's got Roman now, planning to exploit a supposed gap in his form. A close-up of Roman's chest shows him perfectly centered and ready. He hasn't left any openings at all, he's just playing with Chris's head. Chris thinks he's found gaps, but he's actually falling right into a trap. Roman's eyes are glowing with a terrifying light. Chris swings with everything he has, letting out a shocked sound as he realizes he's missed entirely. Roman has moved behind him in a flash. He wonders if Roman purposely did that to lure him into attacking. The truth finally hits Chris. He's been had. He's totally cooked. Chris accepts that he'll lose, his face a mask of shock and resignation. He's already seen his own end. He can't believe he's losing to Roman. He can't even say the name without a sense of absolute shame. Roman just gives him that same terrifyingly calm smirk. The final word of Chris's internal monologue hangs in the air. A question of absolute disbelief at his own failure. Something changes. Chris's hands start to glow with a brilliant blue light. He's about to unleash his real power. Jonathan panics, screaming for Chris to stop. He knows that using aura in a training duel is way too dangerous. Chris has officially activated his 1-star aura. The blue energy is crackling around him as he loses all control in his desperation not to lose. Roman is genuinely surprised, his eyes widening as he sees the sudden power-up. The air around Chris is literally vibrating. A massive explosion of energy follows, creating a huge crackle of sound. Dust and debris are flying everywhere in the courtyard. The audience is terrified. They scream, asking what the hell just happened and calling out for Roman. Everyone thinks the young master just got obliterated. The Baron is screaming, asking where Roman is. His face is a mask of pure parental terror as he stares into the dust cloud. A voice comes from the settling dust. Roman is still alive and sounds incredibly casual about the whole exploding aura thing. Roman stands there perfectly fine, his hair a little messy but otherwise unharmed. He looks at Chris with a gaze that is colder than ice. Roman is holding Chris's wooden sword, having somehow disarmed him during the explosion. He's twirling it like a toy. Chris is stunned, a simple sound escaping his lips. He's totally empty, his aura used up and his spirit broken. With a sharp crack, Roman delivers a final, brutal strike that sends Chris spinning through the air. The duel is officially over. The wide shot shows the total shock of the crowd. The Baron, Jonathan, and all the soldiers are frozen, unable to process what they just saw. Roman stands over the fallen Chris, his wooden sword held at the ready. The air is still crackling with the aftermath of the fight. A close-up on Roman's calm, handsome face. He's proven his superiority once and for all, leaving the entire Dimitri territory in absolute awe of their moron master. Talk about a glow-up. We're diving into the reputation of the newly appointed Vice Knight Captain while practice swords clash with a heavy thwack. Apparently, the guy is a total mystery to some of the recruits. It turns out, he's Captain Jonathan's top student. Even though he looks incredibly young, the guys in the yard know he's not someone to be trifled with. The guards are gossiping about how he's already a 2-star aura knight at such a young age. You can see the shock on their faces. Reaching that rank so early is practically unheard of. The rumors get even wilder, saying he could already feel mana after just 6 months of training. In this world, that kind of progress is basically a cheat code. Even the workers in the kitchen are buzzing about it, mentioning how it only took him 3.5 years to hit 1-star rank. Everyone is asking the same thing: how is he that fast? Captain Jonathan watches his star pupil train, knowing that the rumors about his incredible sword skills aren't just talk. The kid is moving like a blur, leaving after images with every swing. The staff is practically cheering from the sidelines, dying to know the name of this young prodigy. The hype is officially real for this guy. The blonde kid, Chris, is breathing hard after an intense session with Jonathan. He's completely wiped out, sweating buckets on the training floor. Jonathan steps forward with a solid thud, his boots clicking against the stone. He's looking down at his exhausted student, probably proud but not showing it. Jonathan, looking like an absolute unit without his shirt, decides to call it a day. He tells Chris it's a good place to stop, but the kid doesn't look like he's done yet. Chris leans on his practice sword, still panting heavily. He finally introduces himself, but you can tell his pride is taking a bit of a hit from being so tired. Chris looks up as Jonathan assures him that it's okay. The captain knows the kid is pushing himself to the limit, and that's exactly what he wants to see. Chris isn't taking the break though. He stands back up and begs for one more round of guidance, showing that insane work ethic everyone was talking about. Jonathan is internally grinning, realizing Chris has the drive to match his natural talent. This kid is definitely special. He's a genius. The narration doesn't mince words as an impact shot shows a massive strike connecting. Chris is built different. Cut back to the present, and that genius is currently screaming in agony. Chris just got absolutely leveled in the duel. He's sent flying through the air like a rag doll after Roman's counterattack. So much for that 2-star reputation. Roman stands over the defeated Chris with total indifference. The guards in the background are looking on in pure, unfiltered horror at their vice captain being humbled. Baron Romero and Captain Jonathan are staring with their jaws on the floor. They can't believe the moron of Dimitri just casually dismantled their best fighter. Roman just gives them this cold, blank stare. He doesn't even look like he broke a sweat, which makes the whole situation 10 times more terrifying. A wide shot of the castle shows the silence hanging over the training grounds. The entire hierarchy of power just got flipped upside down in a few seconds. Chris is out cold on the pavement, looking completely broken. One of the other knights starts to call out to him, but the damage is already done. Jonathan is having a total meltdown, stammering about how his prize 2-star knight just got wrecked. He's looking at Roman like he's seeing a ghost. The captain is sweating bullets, trying to rationalize what happened. He knows Roman was an untalented brat a month ago, and this level of skill should have taken years of training to master. There's no way such growth is possible. Jonathan's internal monologue is screaming. He's flat out refusing to believe what his own eyes just saw. He whispers to the Baron, telling him not to be too surprised because it seems the young master has finally awakened. He's trying to do some major damage control for Roman's reputation. Roman walks away from the body, the text declaring him a swordsmanship genius. He's definitely not the same guy who was throwing tantrums in bars last year. Roman just hums to himself, totally unbothered by the chaos he caused. He's probably already planning his next training session. Another shot of Chris lying motionless on the ground. The vice captain really needs some better health insurance after this. The analysis of the fight shows that Roman knows exactly how to pressure his enemies with sharp focus. He's a tactical monster who makes the Bloodfang look like toddlers. Chris is shown gritting his teeth, struggling against Roman's overwhelming strength. Roman's internal thought is pretty savage. Chris is okay by local standards, but to him, he's still lacking. The text doesn't hold back, labeling Chris's performance as the worst from Roman's perspective. Talk about a reality check. Roman thinks to himself that even the lowest tier warriors from his old cult would be stronger than this. He's playing in a completely different league than these knights. He admits he was a little surprised by that blue aura flare at the end. He's curious about where that weird power actually comes from. Suddenly, the Baron breaks the tension with a hearty laugh. He looks like he's about to have a celebration. The Baron starts laughing hysterically, while Jonathan and the other guards just look confused. The boss is clearly thrilled to have a son who can actually fight. Roman watches his dad's outburst with a raised eyebrow. The Baron shouts what a pleasure this is. It seems he has finally found something to be proud of. Romero is beaming, shouting about how his son is a swordsmanship genius. He's looking at Roman with pure, unadulterated joy. Jonathan nods, confirming that nothing else could explain such insane growth. He's admitting that he was too blind to see Roman's true potential before now. The Baron gives a knowing grin, finally seeing the truth. He's ready to fully support his newly powerful heir. Romero gestures for Roman to come closer, his attitude toward his son completely transformed. He puts a hand on Roman's shoulder, laughing and saying he hasn't been this happy in years. He's genuinely applauding Roman for actually accomplishing something on his own. The Baron wants to give him a proper reward for the victory. He tells Roman to name anything he wants, basically giving him a blank check. Roman's mouth curls into a subtle, confident smile. He knows exactly what he's going to ask for, and it's not going to be gold. The Baron gets a bit worried, asking if Roman wants to be excused from enlisting in the army now that the engagement is broken. He's expecting his son to take the easy way out. No. Roman's answer is immediate. He only wants the right to personally select the men who will be joining him on the battlefield. The Baron is floored. He mutters, clearly not expecting his son to actually volunteer for the front lines. Romero tries to argue that they still have time to fix the engagement and avoid the draft. Roman stops him cold with a simple, firm call to his father. Roman looks him dead in the eye and declares that he's going. He's decided his path, and no one is going to change his mind. The Baron is stunned into silence, his eyes wide as he realizes his son has truly become a man of character. We get a close-up of Roman's intense purple eye. This dude is locked in and ready for war. The Baron gives in, granting Roman the right to choose his own men and manage his own affairs. He's finally treating Roman like a proper successor. Romero laughs again, saying as long as Roman keeps acting this way, he has no reason to deny him anything. But then he adds that he has one final request of his own. Roman looks back with a curious expression, wondering what his father has in mind. The vibe has shifted from a duel to a high-level negotiation. We see Chris still passed out on the ground, looking like he's having a very long nap. Poor guy is completely out of the loop. Chris wakes up in bed later, looking absolutely horrified. He asks if they really want him to teach aura to young Master Roman. Talk about an awkward job assignment. Jonathan is standing by the bed, explaining that it's a direct order from the Lord. Chris is losing it, shouting that this is way too much to ask after what just happened. Chris points out the state he's in, complaining that even with aura, he got countered and knocked out by the moron. He's clearly dealing with some serious ego bruising. He says he'd rather die than have to teach Roman anything right now. The guy is rubbing his temples, probably suffering from a massive headache and even more shame. Jonathan looks at him calmly and tells Chris he's going to make him a proposal. He's got an offer the vice captain won't be able to refuse. The proposal is simple. Use the teaching sessions to figure out exactly how Roman changed so much. It's a recon mission disguised as training. Jonathan drops the big lure. If Chris finishes the task, he'll finally inherit the captain's secret technique. Chris's eyes practically bulge out of his head in shock. He asks if Jonathan is serious. Chris stands up, his injury suddenly forgotten. Jonathan confirms with a simple yes. The narration boxes show Chris's inner hype. He's thinking that if he can just get this done, he's set. He's officially motivated again. He realizes this is his ticket to the 3-star Aura Knight rank. The captain's know-how is the ultimate prize for a warrior like him. Chris looks determined despite the bandages on his face. He mutters a curse, already steeling himself for the job. He shouts for Jonathan to keep his word as the captain leaves. He's taking the deal, but he's gonna make sure he gets paid. Later that night, Hans enters Roman's room, calling out for the young master. The mansion is quiet, but the rumors are still flying. Hans is gushing about how amazing Roman was in the duel, saying the rumors are already everywhere in the castle. Roman is casually getting ready for bed, looking totally unimpressed by his own fame. Hans is shocked that Roman beat a 2-star Aura Knight, calling it incredible. Roman just stays silent, letting his servant freak out for him. Roman finally speaks, asking Hans if he knows what Aura actually is. He's realized he needs a local perspective on the powers in this world. Hans is confused, asking pardon. He explains that he thought it was just the power to use mana, which is the basic understanding for most commoners. Roman looks out the window at the night sky, repeating the word mana to himself. He's analyzing the concept through his own Murim lens. He recalls Chris's flare of power and identifies it as an outburst of chi. To him, it's a familiar force with a different name. However, Roman has some serious criticisms of how people use their energy here. He's about to go full martial arts snob. He thinks the way they use Kai here is too wasteful. Looking at a glowing fist, he's judging their technique and finding it completely inefficient compared to Murim styles. Even though he doesn't fully understand their logic yet, he's watching the moon with a thoughtful expression. He's a scholar of battle, always looking to learn more. Roman smirks, deciding that he needs to dive deeper into how the people of this world manipulate power. He's going to use this knowledge to become even more unstoppable. Chris is back in his own room, touching the bandage on his face with a grin. He asks himself if he was too excited, realizing he's actually looking forward to training Roman tomorrow. The hunter has officially become the teacher. Early morning in the Dimitri courtyard, and the vibe is already heavy. Roman and Chris are facing off for a little one-on-one session, but you can tell Chris isn't exactly thrilled to be there. Check out Chris's face. That bandage is a nice reminder of his humiliating defeat yesterday. He looks like he's trying to stay professional, but you know he's screaming internally. On the other side, Roman is just standing there with that classic I'm bored look. He's got that main character energy that just makes everyone else look like an extra. Chris is literally gritting his teeth so hard he might break a jaw. He's trying to process the fact that he has to teach the guy who just wiped the floor with him. The internal monologue is real here. This bitch, he thinks. Yeah, Chris is definitely taking this personally. Roman just keeps staring like he can see right through him. Chris finally takes a breath and tries to calm down. He tells Roman they should settle in and that he'll start with a basic explanation of what aura actually is. And here we go, time for some world-building lore. The concept of aura takes center stage with a flashy title card. The explanation kicks off. Aura is basically the night version of mana usage. It looks like a swirling pillar of energy, which is always cool. Magicians handle mana differently, storing it in these glowing circles. It's effective, but definitely a more stay back and cast kind of vibe. Knights, on the other hand, are absolute units that store mana throughout their whole bodies. This guy looks like he's literally made of fire and ready to wreck something. Shout out to Emperor Alexandro, the legendary bearded dude who apparently invented this whole system. He looks like the kind of guy who never skips leg day. The key difference is that knights spread mana everywhere to strengthen their physical bodies. Aura is just the trick of releasing all that stored power in an instant. When a knight releases that mana, they can pull off strikes that would normally be impossible. That glowing fist says everything you need to know about the impact. Chris wraps up his history lesson, but admits that knowing the past isn't as important as the actual training. He's ready to see if Roman can actually walk the walk. Chris drops some harsh stats. Only 1 in 1,000 has the talent to be an Aura Knight, and only 1 in 10,000 can be a magician. It's a pretty exclusive club. He looks Roman dead in the eye and says the most basic requirement is just being able to sense mana. Apparently, that's where most wannabe heroes hit a brick wall. Chris mentions it took him about half a year to sense mana, which he thinks is pretty impressive. Roman just stands there with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed. Chris tells him that this is where innate talent really counts. He's ready to start the first step and asks Roman to explain how he's been trying to sense it. Look at that smug look on Chris's face. He's convinced Roman is full of himself and is just waiting for him to fail this impossible first task. He's thinking to himself that swordsmanship and mana talent are two different things. He's really hoping Roman is just a one-hit wonder with a blade. Chris is mentally ready to watch Roman struggle. He wants him to taste the harshness of reality and finally realize he's not the big shot he thinks he is. But as usual, the narrative drops a premise was wrong. Bomb. Chris has no clue who he's talking to. Roman is internally laughing because he's already sensed the mana in this world. He's been storing it in his Dantian using his own OP cultivation art. Roman realizes that just following Chris's method would be a step backwards. He decides he needs to figure out how people in this world use power before he fully adapts his own. Chris starts the drill, telling Roman to focus on his breathing and feel the world around him. He's going full sensei mode, unaware he's being judged. He explains the trick to Aura. Take all that mana spread through your body and shove it into one single point. Easy to say, nearly impossible to do. The payoff is reaching 1-star rank once you can actually manifest that energy. The illustration shows mana starting to leak out of a hand. Chris talks about the tactical advantages, like putting a mana code on your sword to make it a total wrecking machine. or you can just use it on your own body to turn yourself into a human bullet for a few seconds. Chris gets a little intense, talking about that short burst of power. He's clearly proud of his own skills. And boom, Roman just ignites like a human torch. He manifests a massive pillar of orange aura on his first try like it was a party trick. Chris's brain has officially left the building. He's staring at Roman in total disbelief, screaming internally that there's no way. Roman just stands in the center of the inferno, perfectly calm. He's literally outshining Chris in every possible way right now. Look at the detail on that arm. The energy is dense and perfectly controlled. Roman isn't just using aura, he's mastering it instantly. Roman has a scary look in his eyes as he thinks he knew it. He's finally confirmed something about this world's power system. The verdict is in, and it's savage. Roman thinks the way people in this world use their energy is absolute garbage. Talk about zero chill. He compares it to his old life in Murim, where they clean out their energy paths and store everything properly. This world's method is just messy by comparison. He thinks it's stupid that they just hope mana accumulates naturally and have no way to actually hold on to it. It's like trying to fill a bucket with holes in it. Roman notes that the mana here is plentiful but light, so it just leaks out of the body constantly. It's a total waste of potential in his eyes. He compares their aura to Murim's external arts, but says this world's version doesn't actually make you stronger or store any real power. He's basically calling them amateurs. Releasing mana in every direction like they do here is just inefficient. Roman is looking at the glowing fist and basically seeing a big waste of energy. His eyes are glowing with a dark intensity. He concludes that if he follows their crappy rules, he'll never reach the top, even if he trains for 100 years. Poor Chris is still standing there in shock, asking how Roman managed to do that. He can't wrap his head around the fact that Roman just skipped years of training. Chris is starting to lose it, yelling that it took him years just to release a tiny bit of aura. He's having a total meltdown in front of his student. He gets right in Roman's face, screaming for the truth. He's convinced Roman was just playing dumb and pretending not to know how to use mana this whole time. He starts ranting about how weird it was that he even lost their duel. Chris is trying so hard to rationalize how he got outperformed by a moron. Chris is making wild assumptions now, shouting about his 10 years of hellish training just to reach 2-star rank. He's basically crying about how unfair life is. And how does Roman respond? With a cold, mocking smirk. He's finding the vice captain's little tantrum absolutely hilarious. Chris flinches, asking why Roman is laughing. He's clearly intimidated even though he's the one who's supposed to be in charge here. Chris clenches his fist until it shakes, asking if his life's work is just a joke to Roman. He's reaching his breaking point. Roman just smiles and drops a heavy question. While Chris was training, did he ever once stop to wonder if his methods were actually good? The look on Chris's face is priceless. He's never even considered that the traditional ways could be wrong. Roman is literally shattering his entire foundation. Roman tells him that people commonly misunderstand how these things work. He's about to drop some ancient Murim wisdom on this kid. He makes it clear, just because a method is old and passed down doesn't mean it's actually correct. This guy is a total iconoclast. Flashback time, we see other soldiers training as Roman remembers having these same thoughts while watching them. He shows a group of guys working out and wonders why everyone is so obsessed with a method that clearly has flaws. He was judging them from day one. He asks Chris if they just didn't know any better, or if their blind faith in Captain Jonathan was just too much. Chris looks like he's about to have an identity crisis. Roman says the real reason is that it's just easier to follow orders. If you just do what you're told, you don't have to deal with the fear of being wrong or failing. He admits Chris's 10 years of effort were real, but he still thinks it's funny that Chris never once used his own brain to question the process. Roman starts walking away, dropping one last truth bomb. There are no perfect answers, and even the perfect method started because someone, somewhere, asked a question. He notes that those kinds of big questions can plunge your life into suffering. He knows exactly how much it costs to be a visionary. A vision from his past life shows Roman standing at the top of a mountain of warriors. He's been through countless trials and dealt with more despair than anyone in this world could imagine. He recalls how he ditched his own father's teachings to perfect his heavenly demon god art. This dude has been a rebel since his first life. Back in the courtyard, Roman says, "Let's finish training here," and keeps walking. He's completely done with the lesson, leaving Chris stunned. Chris is looking at the ground, his ego totally crushed, but a new spark in his eyes. He manages to stutter out a final question. Roman stops and looks over his shoulder. He's waiting for this. The moment the student finally realizes they know nothing, Chris is literally shouting at Roman's back now, begging for him to please tell him. He's finally dropped the tough guy act. He asks the big one, what should he do from here on out? He's officially surrendered and wants Roman to lead the way. We see a splatter of blood on the dirt, likely another memory from a brutal battle in Roman's past life. The vision shows a defeated warrior kneeling on a cliff while Roman stands tall above him. It's a recurring theme for this guy, conquering through sheer dominance. The fallen warrior admits his loss and declares that his entire cult will now follow Roman, the heavenly demon. That's how you build a following. A boot steps into the pool of blood as a voice shouts to wait from the darkness of the past. The broken sword on the ground tells the story of the defeat. The warrior asks Roman what he needs to do to become just as strong as he is. The man is on his knees, offering his life and service to Roman. He realizes that sticking with a winner is the only way to truly get stronger. He's yelling the exact same thing Chris just did, so tell me, what should I do from here on out? History is definitely repeating itself. Back to reality, and Chris is staring at Roman with a desperate, intense look. He's waiting for the answer that will change his life. Roman notes that the kid threw away his pride just for a chance to learn. He has a look of respect for that kind of ruthless ambition. Roman gives a satisfied, slightly evil smirk. He's officially found his new right-hand man, and he's ready to mold him into something terrifying. We're getting a history lesson on the Blood Demon, the man who unified the Blood Demon cult and became its undisputed leader. He looks like absolute trouble with that glowing red energy swirling around him. In the Muram world, a clash between the Blood Demon and Baek Junghyuk was completely unavoidable. They were two masters dominating the scene, so naturally, they had to throw hands for control of the demonic faction. After an epic, long-winded battle, the result was clear. The Blood Demon had lost. The visual of them standing on that desolate cliff really sells the weight of the defeat. Fast forward to the present, and Roman is reflecting on Chris's sudden change of heart. He's actually impressed that the kid decided to swallow his massive pride and ask for guidance. Roman sees a lot of the Blood Demon in Chris, especially that desperate hunger to get stronger at any cost. It's that same fire that makes a warrior dangerous. Roman leans in with a terrifyingly cool smirk and just says it's interesting. You know he's already plotting how to turn this kid into a monster. Roman acknowledges that Chris is looking for a path to true power. The sunset in the background makes this whole exchange feel like the start of a legendary training arc. He tells Chris straight up that he can't just hand over the answers on a silver platter. Chris looks a bit dejected, wondering what he actually has to do to prove himself. Roman drops some harsh wisdom, saying that if he just gave Chris the answer, it wouldn't be any different from the failed path Chris has been on for years. He wants Chris to find the truth with his own hands. He gives Chris a simple order: do your best to stay by my side from now on. Chris looks completely stunned, his eyes wide as he processes the invitation. Roman reminds him that the clock is ticking because they're heading to the battlefield in just 6 months. This isn't just training, it's prep for a real war. Roman tells him to watch closely as he crushes countless foes on the battlefield. He leaves Chris with a challenge. If he's still by Roman's side in 10 years, things will be very different. Roman is absolutely certain that Chris will find the answer he's looking for eventually. He walks away, leaving Chris standing alone in the fading light. The scene transitions to the dark, cloudy night sky over the Dmitri mansion. It's a somber mood as the characters reflect on the day's insanity. We get a shot of a lonely window at night, where someone is likely losing sleep over Roman's insane power jump. Chris is sitting on the edge of his bed, looking completely drained. He's hunched over, clearly replaying the day's humiliation and the offer he just accepted. The poor guy is actually sobbing into his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. His pride was shattered, but he's finally facing the reality of his situation. We see a montage of Chris's struggle, from Roman mocking his 10 years of effort to the moment Chris realized he was facing a true genius. It's a highlight reel of his lowest point. The memory of Roman laughing at his 10 years of effort is clearly what's hurting the most. It's the ultimate motivation to change, though. Chris grits his teeth, his expression turning from sadness to pure, focused determination. He's made his choice, and there's no turning back now. The sun rises over the Dmitri training grounds, casting a bright light on the stone walls. A new day, a new Roman. Jonathan looks completely floored, asking Chris what he just said. He can't believe what he's hearing from his star pupil. Chris stands tall and declares that he will follow the young master to the battlefield. He admits that he just wants to get stronger, no matter what it takes. Jonathan is sitting at his desk, realizing that something massive must have happened during their private session. Chris just nods, confirming that his mind is made up. Chris has this calm, resolute look in his eyes that Jonathan hasn't seen before. He's totally committed to this new path. Jonathan lets out a sigh and accepts the decision. He can tell that Chris has a reason that's powerful enough to make him walk away from everything he's known. Jonathan makes it official. Chris is no longer a part of the Dmitri Knights. He tells him that wherever he goes, he hopes Chris can protect Roman while chasing his own goals. Chris gives a polite bow and thanks Jonathan for everything. It's a respectful end to their master-student relationship. Jonathan watches him go, thinking to himself that Chris is no longer just a knight trainee. He's becoming something else entirely. Jonathan flashes back to a bloody battlefield, looking exhausted and grim. He knows the horrors that await them out there. The memory is brutal rubble everywhere and people lying dead in the streets. This is the reality of war that Jonathan is worried about. He remembers a little boy crying while hugging his mother's corpse in the middle of the fighting. This is why he takes combat so seriously. Jonathan realizes that if someone as talented as Chris is willing to follow Roman, then Roman can definitely no longer be called a moron. The rumors are officially dead. Jonathan kicks open a door and tells Chris to follow him. He says he'll need to prepare himself from now on with a serious tone. He warns Chris that surviving a real battlefield requires more than just basics. He's going to give Chris a secret weapon that he can truly call his own. Chris is hyped, shouting "Yes, Master" with a huge grin. He's finally getting the recognition and the power he's craved for 10 years. The scene shifts to the town at sunset, where people are gathered around, whispering and gossiping. Something big is the talk of the town. A hand grips a crate as people ask if they've heard the latest rumors. The tension in the air is thick. In a pub, guys are laughing and doubting the news about Roman taking out Bloodfang. They think he's just a half-assed noble who doesn't know how to do anything. One guy isn't so sure, noting that all the accounts he's heard seem way too realistic to be made up. He's starting to think there might be some truth to the legend. Kevin overhears the conversation and stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. He can't believe the person they're talking about is the same Roman he knows. We get a quick glimpse of Roman's brutal efficiency during his fight against Bloodfang. Wiping them out with a twig? Yeah, that's definitely young master material. Kevin is tearing up, wondering if Roman actually kept his word and dealt with the gang for him. He's overwhelmed by the possibility. He tells himself there's no way, thinking Roman wouldn't go that far for a commoner like him. But deep down, he knows the usury issue has been solved. Kevin's boss snaps him out of it, yelling at him to finish cleaning up if he wants to go home. Kevin quickly apologizes and gets back to work. The sun is setting as someone walks down the quiet cobblestone street. The footsteps echo in the calm evening. A beautiful sunset paints the sky in shades of purple and orange. It's a peaceful contrast to the violence everyone is talking about. Kevin thinks to himself that he wants to become someone like Roman, strong enough to protect the people around him from any danger. He's officially a fanboy. He knows there are still plenty of monsters like Bloodfang out there in the world. He feels a deep need to get stronger to protect his family. He sighs, wondering how he could ever get stronger. He wishes he could meet the young master again, but figures he's not that lucky. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. Kevin looks up, completely caught off guard. We get an extreme close-up of Kevin's eye, dilated in pure shock. He recognizes that voice instantly. Kevin literally drops his crate of potatoes, which spill all over the floor with a loud clang. He's completely frozen in surprise. Roman is standing right there, looking as cool as ever. He just gives a casual, "It's been a while," like they're old pals. Kevin is stammering, asking what brings the young master here. He's totally flustered by the sudden appearance of his hero. He drops to his knees and thanks Roman profusely, saying his family only survived because of him. The gratitude is pouring out of him. Kevin reports that Bloodfang stopped bothering them, and he even found a decent job thanks to Mr. Hans. It's a totally 180 from his previous miserable life. Roman smirks and tells Kevin he might have an opportunity to express that gratitude if he listens to a proposal. Roman is always recruiting. Roman promises that if Kevin joins him, his family will never have to worry about money or food again. They'll have a warm home and a better life. He even mentions they'll be able to enjoy hobbies instead of just working to survive. Kevin looks absolutely floored by the offer. Roman makes his final pitch, live for my sake. He offers Kevin a completely new life in exchange for his absolute loyalty. We get a close-up of Kevin's stunned face. He's staring up at Roman like he's looking at a literal god. Kevin's mouth is trembling as he prepares to give his answer. This is the moment that changes his destiny. Kevin slams his head onto the ground in a deep bow, shouting his allegiance. He's all in, no hesitation. He pledges his life to the young master. The words are heavy with conviction, and a red background makes it look epic. He vows to die on Roman's command, or kill whoever he's told to. This kid just went from a fruit seller to a ride-or-die loyalist. Kevin looks up, blood literally dripping from his forehead where he hit the ground. He says Roman's promise to take care of his family is more than enough for him. Roman's eye glows purple as he watches Kevin. He thinks to himself that this kid reminds him of the Mad Demon from his past life. A vision of the Mad Demon shows a red-haired warrior standing in a sea of fire and blood. He was the kind of guy who would fight hundreds of enemies without flinching on one command. Roman reflects on his new team. Chris reminds him of the Blood Demon, but Kevin? Kevin is definitely the reincarnation of the Mad Demon's spirit. Roman gives a dark, satisfied grin, realizing that coming to see Kevin was definitely worth the trip. He's building his own demonic squad in this new world. The screen fades to black with two simple, terrifying words, "You are mine." Roman has officially claimed his first two powerhouses. We're back at the Dimitri estate, and honestly, the place looks as fancy as ever. But don't let the nice architecture fool you. Things are about to get intense inside. Roman is already putting his new recruit to work, handing Kevin over to Hans. He tells Hans to help the kid get used to life around the mansion, which is basically code for make sure he doesn't break anything. Kevin is beaming, clearly happy to have a roof over his head and a master he respects. He gives a polite goodbye, promising to take care while Roman goes off to do some noble business. Roman isn't heading to a party though, he's headed straight for the estate library. He tells Hans where he'll be in case of an emergency, looking focused as usual. Hans and Kevin watch him walk away, and you can see the curiosity on their faces. Hans offers to show Kevin around, but you know they're both wondering what the moron is up to now. The library is massive, filled with rows upon rows of ancient books. It's the perfect place for Roman to do some deep dive research on how this world actually works. We see a desk littered with scrolls and books, illuminated by a single candle. Roman is clearly pulling an all-nighter to get the information he needs. He's diving into the lore of Aura Knights, trying to understand the power levels of this world. He looks skeptical, probably comparing everything to his old Muram techniques. The book is literally titled The Path of an Aura Knight. It's basically a beginner's guide for people who don't have past life cheat codes. The text explains that a 1-star knight is someone who can finally manifest aura. It's the entry-level badge of honor in this world's ranking system. To hit 2-star rank, you have to be strong enough to cut steel using your aura. Roman is just sitting there reading this like it's a manual for a blender, totally unimpressed. Once you reach 3-star status, you're officially beyond normal comprehension. These guys get the VIP treatment from the kingdom, including fancy capes and probably better health insurance. The lore gets even crazier, mentioning a legendary 6-star knight somewhere on the Salamander continent. Apparently, 7-star ranks are currently just stuff of myths and legends. Even among the top 10 ranked knights, reaching that 6-star level is incredibly rare. We see a cool shot of some high-tier gear hinting at the power Roman eventually wants to surpass. Roman is doing the math in his head, processing the whole 6-star ranking system. He's got that look in his eye like he's already planned his path to the top. He reflects on his duel with Chris, a 2-star knight, and estimates that even Jonathan at 3-star would only be a 2nd-class fighter in his old world. Talk about a brutal power scaling roast. He reads that a 6-star knight is considered to have gone beyond human capabilities. Roman's probably thinking, finally, a worthy challenge. The visual for 6-star power is insane blasts of energy that reach dozens of meters. It's otherworldly impact, and Roman is just soaking it all in. The book mentions the continent's 12 swords, the absolute elite of the knight world. These people are treated like demigods no matter where they go. Roman isn't intimidated though. He thinks it's hilarious that they reached the pinnacle of power using such inefficient usage of chi. He's basically calling the world's strongest people room for improvement. Now he's switching gears to the magic users. The library is definitely coming in handy for his multi-class research. He cracks open a book titled About the Archmage. In this world, the nerds can be just as dangerous as the jocks with swords. Magicians who reach the 7-circle rank are called archmages. They're described as half-man, half-god walking disasters, which sounds like a fun time. The book shows an archmage dropping a literal meteor, claiming a single spell can level the earth and split the sky. Apparently, these guys are even more dangerous than 6-star knights. Roman realizes magic is a completely new variable that didn't exist in his old world of Muram. He's already got a pretty good idea of how he's going to deal with it. He snaps the book shut with a satisfying thud. The research phase is officially over. It's time for some field testing. He sits back and thinks about how dangerous the unpredictability of this world is. He's not scared, he's just being a tactical genius as usual. He recalls his past self as a supreme ruler and decides he's not the type to hide in a bubble. He needs to experience everything and ultimately reign over it all again. A dark, determined shadow falls over his face. He thinks this will be exciting. You can tell he's missed being the strongest guy in the room. Now then, he thinks, let's start getting ready for real. He's done with the reading and ready to start some serious cultivation. Roman walks down a dark, stony corridor. He's looking for a specific place to undergo his transformation. He opens the door to a run-down, dusty room. It looks like it hasn't been used in years, which is perfect for someone who doesn't want to be disturbed. Hans explains that this is the Baron's old workshop. He asks Roman what he could possibly want with such a dusty old place. The workshop is completely isolated from the outside world, and back in the day, the Baron made sure outsiders were strictly prohibited. It's the ultimate sensory deprivation tank for a martial artist. Roman nods to himself, confirming it's a perfect training location. He doesn't need luxury, he needs silence. Roman drops the bombshell on Hans. He's spending the next week in this workshop. No food, no visitors, no nothing. Hans looks like he's about to have a panic attack. He gives a final, stern warning to Hans. Do not allow anyone to approach him unless his people are in grave danger. He makes Hans swear on it with that intense main character glare. Hans takes a nervous gulp and agrees, saying, "Yes, young master." He's clearly worried, but he knows better than to argue with Roman at this point. The heavy wooden door creaks shut. Roman is officially offline for the next 7 days. Inside, Roman stands in the middle of the empty, stone-walled room. The thud of his boots on the floor marks the beginning of his true training. He spots some straw on the floor, realizing Hans probably put it there for his comfort. It's a nice gesture, but Roman has other plans. He decides to clear the area, thinking that even the straw might make the flow of chi more erratic. He's going for 100% efficiency here. He sweeps the straw aside, leaving a bare stone floor. This guy is the definition of hardcore. Roman settles into a cross-legged meditation pose. The atmosphere shifts immediately as he starts focusing his internal energy. He reflects on how he's only stored a tiny amount of mana in his dantian so far. To use his real techniques, he needs to build a much stronger base. He thinks that he must start the first stage. He's moving past the basics and diving into the real deal. He activates the Heavenly Demon God Art first stage. Here comes the power jump we've all been waiting for. The word human flashes in red as he enters the first tier of his art. His body starts to glow with a fierce orange energy. Roman begins circulating his mana to purge all the impure chi within his new body. It looks like a painful but necessary process. Blood starts trickling from his nose and ears as the impurities are forced out. This is some high-level cultivation stuff right here. He realizes Roman's original body was filled with way more garbage than a normal young man should have. He's literally rebuilding himself from the inside out. He lets out a heavy breath, steam literally rising from his body as he gathers the minimum amount of mana needed to stabilize the human stage. The focus in his eyes is terrifying. He's determined to regain his past strength as soon as humanly possible. Roman notes that since he's made new relationships in this world, he needs to fulfill his goals while protecting them. He's becoming a bit of a softie, a very, very dangerous softie. He sits in the center of the room, glowing like a furnace. Entering the human stage is just the first step on his ladder back to the top. A title card informs us that 1 week later, the isolation is over. I bet he looks totally different now. We see someone walking down the hall of the main house. The sound of their shoes on the carpet tells us someone important has arrived. The double doors swing open. Looks like Roman's gonna have a busy morning. The butler bows and asks the visitors to wait for just a moment while he gets tea and snacks. He's staying professional even with some very unhappy guests. It's Viscount Lawrence and his daughter Flora. They do not look happy at all, standing there with stern faces and judging the room. The Viscount immediately demands to know where Roman is. He's clearly not here for the snacks. The butler explains that Roman is taking care of some business, which is a very polite way of saying he's been meditating in a dusty shed for a week. The Viscount isn't buying it, letting out a frustrated sigh. He thinks the Dimitris are trying to dodge him. He begrudgingly agrees to wait and sits down with Flora. You can cut the tension in this room with a butter knife. The Viscount calls out to Flora, and she answers with a quiet, "Yes, father." She looks way more stressed than she did during her last visit. Her father tells her he's prepared this meeting to revert their mistake. He warns her to be very careful with what she says next. He suddenly explodes in anger, shouting about how she already announced their disengagement. He's basically telling her she's ruined everything. Flora tries to defend herself, saying she also wanted to follow his will but couldn't go through with it. She's caught between her personal pride and her family's needs. Her father screams her name, telling her that no matter how much she thinks about it, she shouldn't have thrown away such a powerful alliance. He's losing his mind over this. He clutches his head, saying he always thought she was a bright child but can't believe she'd do something so reckless. The guilt is already starting to eat at her. He reminds her about the severity of the situation in their territory. He mentions that the Barco family borrowed a huge sum from the Gold Bank, and he knows exactly what that means. The visual of burning soldiers makes it clear. A massive loan for a rival noble family always means war is coming. Lawrence is terrified that their land is about to become a battlefield. He rants that the marriage with the Dimitris was their only unavoidable option since they're the only ones who can face the Barcos. He's literally screaming at his own daughter about how she could do this. Flora tries to stay defiant, claiming that the Lawrences are not weak and don't need the Dimitris to survive. She's clearly trying to convince herself more than her father. Her father shuts her down with a sigh, explaining that the central government is backing the Barcos without even checking for falsehoods. The political deck is stacked against them. The fact that the bank is lending money without collateral means this is way bigger than just a feud between two families. This is a full-scale takeover attempt. The Viscount notes that the forces backing the Barco family will create a battle that they cannot win. He's looking at a total defeat for his family. He warns her that the Barcos will use this opportunity to take everything, their land, their honor, and even Flora herself. It's a pretty grim outlook. Flora is stunned as her father calls her the Flower of Lawrence, realizing that her beauty is just another asset in this high-stakes game. She clenches her dress so hard her knuckles go white. She's finally understanding the weight of the mistake she made. Flora reflects on how her father made his decisions based on the survival of the territory, and she realized she ignored everything for her own selfish reasons. The character growth is starting to hit. She tells herself to wake up. She's realizing she can't afford to be a pampered princess anymore. She vows to herself that she can't stay as the Flower of Lawrence forever. She's ready to step up and actually help her family for once. The scene shifts to the outside of the workshop at sunset. The sky is beautiful, but the mood is still tense. Hans is pacing back and forth outside the door, looking completely stressed out. He's wondering when Roman is finally going to come out. He notes that the Viscount and Flora have been waiting since morning, and it's already sunset. He's terrified at how angry they must be by now. Hans mentions they seemed fairly disgruntled, which is probably an understatement. He's frustrated that Roman hasn't given any reason for the delay. The workshop door finally creaks open. Hans stops in his tracks, holding his breath. Roman steps out of the darkness, and he looks different. He's got this intense aura about him that wasn't there before. He says simply that he's done. Hans is so shocked he can only scream for the young master. He's looking at Roman like he's seeing a totally different person. We get a close-up of Hans's bug-eyed reaction. Whatever change Roman went through during that week, it was enough to leave even his most loyal servant speechless. Roman is officially ready for whatever comes next. Viscount Lawrence and Flora are cooling their heels in a fancy waiting room. The sun is streaming through the window, but the atmosphere inside is anything but sunny. An empty teacup sits on a table. The clinking sound tells us they've been waiting long enough to finish their drinks and then some. The top-down shot shows just how long they've been sitting there. They look like they're in a high society timeout. The narration bubble makes it clear that the Dimitris are intentionally making them wait. It's a classic power move, and Lawrence is definitely feeling the heat. Flora is looking down, her face a mask of shame. She knows that this treatment is all because of the mistake she made by rejecting Roman. Viscount Lawrence is sitting on the couch, looking stiff and uncomfortable. He knows his family is desperate for this political marriage to save their skin. He clenches his gloved hands together with a firm grip. The frustration is clearly boiling over, but he's trying his best to keep it together. He thinks this isn't right. He's losing his cool, his face twisted in anger. He can't believe he's being disrespected like this. He suddenly stands up. Flora is startled, calling out a worried question to her father as he prepares to go nuclear. Lawrence is officially done with the waiting room. He declares that he's going to find Baron Dimitri himself, charging out of the room with a determined look. A hand is shown scribbling furiously with a quill pen. The scratchy sound highlights the intensity of whatever is being written. Lawrence stops in front of a pair of large, imposing double doors. The sound of his arrival echoes through the hallway. He bursts through the doors, screaming for Baron Dimitri. He's demanding to know why his hosts have left them waiting for so long. The Viscount is fuming, telling Romero that if he was so dissatisfied, he should have just sent them packing from the start. He calls the Dimitris petty right to their faces. Baron Romero is sitting calmly at his desk, just staring back with a blank expression. He's not even looking up from his work, which is probably making Lawrence even angrier. Romero slowly dips his pen into an inkwell with a quiet clink. He calmly points out that today's meeting was never actually scheduled beforehand. Lawrence tries to argue that they shared their intentions a week ago, and they're only here because Roman declined their previous request. He's trying to make his unplanned visit sound reasonable. The Baron looks at him and asks how he could possibly refuse a Viscount, but you can tell by his face that he's not exactly feeling welcoming. Romero's tone is ice cold as he asks if that's all Lawrence wanted to say. He's clearly not intimidated by Lawrence's noble status or his temper tantrum. He asks if they're really just here to complain about waiting for half a day. Lawrence and Flora are stunned by the direct confrontation, their eyes wide in shock. Romero brings up the day Flora visited and Roman shared his plan to break the engagement. He's laying all the cards on the table now. The Baron is shouting now, saying that even a 3-year-old could tell that Flora was behind the decision to end the engagement. He's calling them out for their hypocrisy. The text box confirms his point. Everyone knows Flora had something to do with the disengagement. The secret is officially out in the open. Romero admits he knew the truth but didn't reprimand the Lawrences because Roman wanted to handle it this way. He says he kept his mouth shut and just let the matter go like a moron. The Viscount looks like he's about to have a heart attack, sweating as Romero points out that they were one-sidedly given the disengagement notice. The power dynamic has totally shifted. Romero reminds them that even though the Lawrences were the ones who wanted the split, they're the ones acting like the victims. It's a total shutdown of Lawrence's argument. Romero clenches his fist on the desk. He's furious that Lawrence is reprimanding him for a simple delay when they've caused so much more trouble. He slams the desk, shouting that they have the nerve to complain when they're the ones who made the huge mistake in the first place. Flora and Lawrence look absolutely defeated, their faces pale as the Baron's rage fills the room. They've completely lost the moral high ground. The wide shot shows the massive library, with the two Lawrences standing like children being scolded in front of Romero's desk. The atmosphere is heavy with tension. Romero reveals that a month ago, the Barco family actually approached them for a political marriage. They offered connections to the central government and even some of the Lawrence family's own land as bait. He knocks over a bottle of ink, the black liquid spilling across the desk. He asks Lawrence if he knows why he turned down such a beneficial offer. Lawrence looks completely bewildered, sweating as he realizes he might have completely misjudged the Dimitris. He's starting to see how much they actually protected him. Romero explains it simply. Dimitri already has power. He says he chose the marriage with the Lawrences because it's what he wanted, not what he needed. He says the only reason he chose them was because Roman supposedly adores the Lady of Lawrence. He was willing to go to war with the Barcos just to make his son happy. This was a mistake. The words hang in the air, a final, crushing judgment on the Lawrence family's choices. The Viscount looks completely crushed, sweating and trembling. He's thinking about how his petty pride just led to a massive blunder that might cost him everything. He's stuck in a mental loop, agonizing over the titles, the flower of Lawrence and the moron of Dimitri. He's realizing how much he underestimated the situation. Romero tells him that while he knows the two don't have great reputations, Lawrence should have remembered what kind of power the Dimitri family actually holds. The image of a glowing golden sword emphasizes the point. Roman's value changes the moment the Dimitri family name is attached to him. He's a VIP because of his bloodline. Romero stands up, looking down on the two of them. He points out that it's not the Dimitris who are desperate for this marriage, it's the Lawrences. Flora and Lawrence just stand there, taking the hit. They have zero defense against the Baron's logic. Flora is looking down, her eyes filled with regret as she asks herself if she is wrong. She's starting to see the consequences of her choices. Suddenly, she flashes back to her days at the academy when she was a little girl. A much simpler time, or so she thought. The academy was where the children of the elite came to learn how to be proper nobles. It looks like a high-end classroom filled with pampered kids. She remembers a boy from the Joel family, a northeastern noble family that barely had a name left. To the other kids, his very existence was questionable. The boy is shown hunched over a desk, looking lonely and isolated. He was the outcast in a class full of high-ranking noble children. In a world where children think they're treasures born into the world, this Joel kid was seen as a total deviant just because his family was poor. Then one day, something happened. The loud crash tells us something broke and things were about to get messy for the poor kid. A vase of flowers lies shattered on the floor. Joel had made a small mistake, but in a school full of snobs, a small mistake can be a death sentence. Flora reflects on how the other noble kids got away with huge mistakes with zero consequences. But for someone like Joel, the rules were different. The poor kid is shown standing in front of a disciplinary committee, being lectured by three stern-looking teachers. He's looking down, totally defeated. Even Joel's father had to come and apologize for his son's mistake. Seeing a grown man bow like that in front of teachers is a harsh lesson in social hierarchy. The boy is begging for forgiveness, while the teachers just continue to scold him. It's a pretty heart-wrenching scene of class-based bullying. Joel's father promised to scold his son as a way to appease the angry staff. The rich kids in the background are just watching and laughing, having the time of their lives. Young Flora was watching from the back, her face unreadable as she took in the scene. She's processing the reality of power and status for the first time. The text box simply says she felt sorry for him. At the time, that was all she could manage, pity for someone lower on the social ladder. We get a close-up of Flora's eye, a single tear threatening to fall. She thinks it's funny now, but in a really sad, ironic way. Back in the present, she looks at her father and says that, as the Lord of Lawrence, she has nothing to say. She's completely given up on defending their status. Lawrence is groveling now, telling Romero that his daughter made a huge mistake due to her immaturity. He's literally begging for another chance. Flora adds that Joel was weak back then, and that's exactly the case for the current Lawrence family. She's finally being honest about their situation. The caption drops the ultimate hard truth. The weak have no choice but to bow down to the strong. It's the law of the jungle in noble society. She bows deeply, apologizing for causing disrespect and starting to say something to Baron Dimitri. But then she's interrupted. Flora is mid-bow as someone enters the room. Both her and her father look up, their faces a mix of surprise and anticipation. The double doors open with a creak, a sliver of bright light cutting into the room. The young Master Roman has finally made his entrance. We get an extreme close-up of a wide-eyed reaction. Someone is seeing the new Roman for the first time, and they're not ready for it. The text says that she realized that truth too late. Whatever Roman looks like now, it's a far cry from the moron she remembered. A pair of heavy boots move across the fancy carpet. Roman is walking with a purpose that's almost intimidating. Roman stands in the doorway, looking absolutely sharp and totally in control. He's got this new, stylish white hair that really makes him look like a fantasy protagonist. Look at that face. He's completely different, more focused, more mature, and definitely more dangerous. The moron is officially dead and gone. Roman gives a polite but cold introduction as he stands before the two Lawrences. The room has officially become his stage. Baron Romero looks at his son, his mouth hanging open. He asks if Roman is done with his training, still clearly processing the fact that Roman is standing there like a boss. Roman just answers with a simple, confident yes. Romero tries to refocus the meeting, saying they can talk about training later. He's trying to bring the focus back to the issue of marriage with the Lawrences. We get a close-up of Roman's eye, which is cold and calculating. He's watching everyone, gauging their reactions with a clinical interest. The ink continues to drip from the desk as Romero tells Roman that since this started with his decision, they'll respect whatever choice Roman makes. He's officially given his son the keys to the kingdom. Roman looks at Flora, who visibly flinches under his intense gaze. He tells them he understands what they are trying to say. He's being perfectly calm, which is probably even scarier. He stands tall and states that he understands what the union of their two families signifies. He's fully aware of the political and economic implications. Romero points out that with the Barcos threatening the security of Lawrence, the Dimitri's wealth is the only thing that will keep them safe. He's really leaning into the save the damsel narrative. Romero asks if Roman still desires the marriage even after everything that's happened. Roman admits that at the time, he believed there was enough value in doing so. He's speaking about his past self in a very detached way. Roman reaches out and picks up the ink-stained cloth from the desk. He says he changed his mind as she spoke her mind about wanting to break off the engagement. He's calling her out on her own words. He notes that she probably heard the rumors of the moron of Dimitri and decided she couldn't marry someone like that. He's basically saying her judgment was based on gossip, not reality. The sound of the ink soaking into the cloth as Roman grips it. He says he wants someone who believes and follows things that they saw and experienced directly. He's officially setting a new bar for his future partners. Roman starts to speak, his face illuminated by a dramatic light. You know he's about to drop a major decision that will change everyone's lives. Viscount Lawrence and Flora look like they're waiting for a judge's verdict. They're both sweating and looking incredibly anxious as they wait for Roman to finish his sentence. Roman delivers his final word, saying he'd like for the disengagement to proceed. He's looking away, his expression unreadable. He finishes by saying he wants it to proceed without any changes. The text is big and dramatic against a dark red background. Roman has officially dumped her, and he did it with absolute class and zero mercy. Talk about a total mic drop. Roman is about to deliver the final word on this whole marriage disaster. He starts with a cold, therefore, and you just know it's not going to end well for the Lawrences. The Viscount is sweating bullets, while Flora looks like she's about to faint from the shame. Roman officially declares that he wants the disengagement to move forward, to proceed without any changes. He's literally throwing her rejection back in her face with zero mercy. He looks so bored doing it too, which makes the burn even worse. The silence in the room is heavy enough to crush a man. Roman is standing his ground while the Lawrences realize they just threw away their family's only lifeline. Viscount Lawrence is internally panicking, realizing that political marriage was their absolute last card. Now that there's a public record of Roman dumping them, no other noble family will touch them with a 10-foot pole. The narration drops a heavy truth. They're on their own now. They have to solve their problems with their own power, which, let's be real, they don't actually have. The Viscount is spiraling, imagining the worst-case scenario where the Dimitris and the Barcos team up. If that happens, his family won't even be able to put up a fight before being wiped out. He's desperately searching for a way to prevent that alliance from happening. His eyes are wide with the fear of total ruin. He finally swallows his pride and admits the Lawrences are fully at fault. It's a pathetic sight, seeing a high-ranking noble grovel like this. He tries to bribe them with tax breaks for Dimitri merchants passing through their land. It's a desperate "I'm sorry" gift that he hopes will fix the massive rift he caused. Baron Romero isn't interested in his petty bribes. He shuts him down immediately, saying there's no need for any of that. Romero makes it clear that the Dimitris don't care about profits when it comes to their son's future. Flora looks down, feeling the weight of the protection she just walked away from. The Viscount is left with nothing but a thank you. He's completely defeated, his head bowed in a mixture of relief and absolute humiliation. A wide shot shows the two Lawrences bowing deeply to the Dimitris. It's a complete reversal of the power dynamic we saw at the start of this story. The massive library doors creak open. The meeting is finally over, and the Lawrences are being shown the exit. They walk out of the room, their backs slumped. The flower of Lawrence is looking a lot more like a wilted weed right now. The Viscount takes one last look back, his eye narrowed in a mix of regret and lingering intensity. He knows he just missed out on something legendary. Roman and his father are left alone in the massive library. The sun is setting behind them, signaling the end of one era and the start of a very dangerous one. Roman looks perfectly calm, his new white hair catching the light. He's already moved on to his next objective while everyone else is still reeling. The Viscount is still mentally kicking himself as he leaves. He's wishing he'd realized Roman's true worth just a little bit sooner so he could have coached Flora better. He finally admits to himself that he, too, has made a huge mistake as the heavy doors slam shut with a definitive creak. The doors close with a sharp click. The Lawrences are officially out of the picture for now, and the House of Dimitri can finally breathe. Roman stands by the desk, his presence filling the room. Even his father is looking at him with a mix of awe and slight confusion. Romero breaks the silence, calling out to his son. Roman answers with a simple, respectful yes, looking like a completely different person than the boy he used to be. Romero asks the big question, what exactly happened to Roman over the past week? He can feel the shift in energy and he needs answers. Roman thinks back to his 1 week of isolation. It was a brutal process of breaking and rebuilding himself that no normal person could have survived. He explains that he removed all the impure chi from his body to reach the human stage. The visual of his glowing muscular frame shows the intense power of the heavenly demon god art. Thanks to the abundant mana in this world and the critical amount of impurities he had to purge, the process was way more effective than usual. He basically did a total system reset on his biology. Creating that solid foundation resulted in a miraculous effect. He's basically built a super soldier body in 7 days using cheat code cultivation techniques. He notes that his physical transformation is actual proof that he's become a completely different person. He's not just stronger, he's evolved. Roman tells his father he reached a small enlightenment during his solo training. He's being humble, but we all know it was way more than just small. Romero is shocked, asking if he actually achieved mana circulation. That's high-level stuff that most knights spend their whole lives trying to master. The text explains that this phenomenon creates the ideal body by perfectly circulating nature's mana. It's basically the ultimate biological upgrade. Romero realizes this is something that usually only happens to a tiny handful of elite warriors. He's looking at his son like he's a total miracle. The narration points out that Roman's transformation defies logic. He went from being the local moron to an unimaginable powerhouse in record time. Despite the confusion, Romero decides it doesn't matter how it happened. He is my son, he thinks, choosing to accept and protect this new Roman. He gives Roman some solid fatherly advice, telling him that he will not avert his eyes to whatever hardship he may face. He's officially stepping up as a supportive parent. He tells Roman to never forget that his name is Roman Dmitri. He's claiming his son's pride and reinforcing their family bond. Romero looks Roman dead in the eye, telling him that he will always support him from behind. You can see the genuine love and respect there. Roman flashes back to his past life as Baek Jonghyuk. He remembers being a beaten-down kid at the bottom of that pit, gasping for breath. The memory is grim. He was struggling to even stand while being watched by his ruthless old father. It was a life built on pure suffering and zero affection. His original father just looked down at him and called him a pathetic bastard. Talk about some serious daddy issues to carry across lifetimes. Roman closes his eyes, processing the massive difference between his two fathers. The contrast is making him feel things he's not used to. He thinks about how Romero is a father who isn't cold or ruthless and doesn't try to kill him. It's a novel concept for a former demonic cult leader. He opens his eyes, a look of calm acceptance on his face. He's finally acknowledging that this new life might actually be an upgrade. Roman gives a small, genuine smile and says, "Thank you, father." He admits to himself that having a real parent isn't bad. The scene shifts as he closes the door with a quiet click. The private moment between father and son is over, and it's time to deal with the other person waiting for him. He runs into Flora in the hallway. He just gives her a neutral sound, like she's a piece of furniture he forgot was there. They stand in the grand hallway, the tension from earlier still lingering. Flora looks like she's about to say something important. She apologizes again, saying she was wrong for judging him too quickly. She finally realized how much she messed up, but it might be too late for a sorry. Roman just keeps walking, telling her there's no need to apologize. He makes it clear that he never intended to go through with the marriage either, which has to be a blow to her ego. He keeps moving, calling her out for being the one who one-sidedly broke that promise. He's not being mean, he's just being factual, which is somehow more brutal. Flora follows him, desperate to tell him a special reason why she originally wanted to break off the engagement. She's looking for some kind of closure or understanding. Roman stops and gives her a side-eye. He's curious, but he also looks like he's ready to leave the second things get boring. Flora talks about a social gathering of the northeastern nobles. She says something happened there that changed everything for her. She remembers being surrounded by gossip-mongering nobles. They started telling her terrifying rumors about the man she was supposed to marry. The whispers were everywhere, starting with Roman Dmitri. They were painting a picture of a total disaster. The rumors claimed that he enjoyed drugs, specifically the kind that eat away at your reason and intelligence. No wonder she was running for the hills. Flora looks at him with a pained expression, saying she thought he should know what people were saying. She's trying to explain why she was so biased against him. She admits she knows now that those rumors were all false. Roman just listens with a blank face, probably wondering why people in this world are so obsessed with drugs. He tells her he doesn't care. He says that whatever happened, it doesn't change their current relationship, which, again, is basically nothing. He walks away, telling her there's no need for her to care about him anymore. He's officially closed the book on Lady Flora. Flora is left standing alone in the hallway, watching him go. She's the flower of Lawrence, but right now, she's just another person Roman has surpassed. Night has fallen over the Dmitri estate. The moon is full, and things are getting much more serious behind closed doors. Roman is relaxing in his office while a servant prepares tea. He looks like a king already, perfectly at ease in his seat of power. He thinks back to the drug rumors. He notes that he couldn't sense any drugs poisoning this body. He knows his own internal state better than anyone. He dwells on the accusation of drugs, trying to piece together the original Roman's downfall. He realizes that even if there were any drug traces left, his skeletal metamorphosis would have completely wiped them out. His body is literally as pure as it can get. He calls out to Hans, who answers immediately. It's time for some investigative work into the old Roman's habits. Roman asks Hans point blank if he ever saw him using drugs. Hans is completely blindsided, shouting what in total shock. Roman calms him down, saying he's not trying to trap him. He just wants to look back at the life choices he made from an outside perspective. Hans fidgets nervously, admitting that while he never saw anything with his own two eyes, something was definitely off. He agrees to speak from an outside perspective, looking a bit uncomfortable. He knows he's about to talk about some dark times. Roman asks for specifics. When was it that Hans thought his actions were a bit odd? He's narrowing down the timeline of the moron phase. Hans says it started about half a month ago. That's the magic window where everything went to hell for the original Roman. It was right after Roman returned from a specific social party. We see a vision of the old Roman looking gray and depressed, definitely not his best self. Hans says the return itself wasn't the big deal, but the aftermath was what caught his attention. Things took a very dark turn very quickly. He describes Roman as being in an odd state. The flashback shows the original owner looking absolutely haunted, like he'd just seen a ghost or something worse. Soon after, he lost his will to live and just stayed locked in his room. He was basically a total shut-in waiting for the end. Every night, he'd demand excessive amounts of alcohol. He was trying to drown something out, and it wasn't just boredom. Hans admits he thought Roman might have dabbled in some drugs during that party. It was the only way he could explain the sudden, radical personality shift. He looks at the new Roman and notes that the idea of him doing drugs sounds truly idiotic now. The transformation is just that complete. Roman thinks about Flora mentioning the social gathering hosted by the northeastern nobles. He's connecting the dots, and he doesn't like where they lead. His eyes narrow as he asks the crucial question, who hosted that social party? He's found the real enemy. The answer is Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. We see his crest, it's flashy and arrogant, just like you'd expect from the villain of this arc. Roman was invited to a party by Barco right before he was supposed to marry Flora. Afterward, he started becoming deranged. It's starting to look like a setup. The original Roman was driven to the point where he decided to take his own life. This wasn't just a breakdown, it was a targeted assassination of his spirit. Roman's final thought is chilling. He can more or less tell what happened. He's realized he didn't just inherit a body, he inherited a hit list. The real war is about to start. Roman's pieced together the puzzle of the original owner's death. He realized that while the official story seemed simple, there were several glaring inconsistencies that just didn't sit right with him. Take that suicide note, for instance. It only mentioned Roman's fear of the battlefield and his decision to take his own life to spare his siblings. It was way too concise for someone in that state of mind. And let's talk about Flora. It was already public knowledge that Roman was supposed to marry her, the woman he allegedly desired more than anything. Why kill yourself right before the wedding? Roman's father, Baron Romero, points out another major flaw. As a married noble, there were countless ways for Roman to avoid frontline military service. The whole fear of the battlefield motive is starting to look like total BS. Roman's eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation. He's realizing the original Roman didn't just end it all out of cowardice, he was pushed. Something doesn't add up. The realization hits hard, and the dark aura around Roman tells you he's about to hunt down whoever is responsible. Roman asks Hans if Anthony Barco and the original Roman were close. Hans admits they spent a ton of time together, but notes that they've been on bad terms recently. The plot thickens. Roman deduces that the conflict started right around the time the marriage talks with the Lawrences began. It's too coincidental to be random. We get a shot of a church altar representing the political marriage that was supposed to happen. This union between Lawrence and Dmitri was more than just a wedding. It was a power move. That marriage was a massive obstacle for the Barcos, who were eyeing the Lawrence family's land like a bunch of hungry vultures. And the easiest way to solve a problem like that? Stop the marriage before it even happened. It's ruthless, efficient, and classic noble maneuvering. Roman concludes that the Barcos must have done whatever it took to sabotage the engagement, and that was the true catalyst for the original owner's death. Hans interrupts Roman's thoughts with some news. A party invitation from the Barco family has just arrived, and it's about as suspicious as it gets. Roman looks genuinely surprised, asking if the Barcos sent him an invitation, but you can see him already calculating his next 10 moves. Hans explains that the invite came while Roman was in isolation training. He's looking at his master for instructions on how to handle the situation. Roman scoffs, calling the move brazen. He figures they're either incredibly bold or just massively underestimating who they're dealing with now. Whatever the reason, it's clear the Barcos are officially on Roman's nerves, and if we've learned anything so far, it's that you do not want to be on this man's nerves. Roman asks for the date of the party and finds out it's exactly 2 weeks from today. He's staring at his tea like he's already seeing the future. Roman gives the order, tell the Barcos he'll be attending the party. He's literally walking straight into the lion's den, and he couldn't be more ready. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Grand Dimitri mansion. Things seem peaceful, but the gears of war are definitely starting to turn. Hans leads young Kevin down the hallway, telling him the young master is waiting. Kevin looks a bit nervous, probably wondering why he's being summoned. Hans leans in and whispers a warning not to be too surprised by the young master's change. He's clearly trying to prepare the kid for Roman's new intensity. The heavy wooden door creaks open. The moment of truth has arrived for Kevin. Kevin steps into the room, hesitating as he calls out to his new master. Roman is standing there with a sword in hand, looking every bit the warrior he's become. Roman turns his head slightly, acknowledging the boy. He asks if it's Kevin, his voice calm but commanding. Kevin is absolutely floored, stuttering out a question to the young master. He can't believe the change in Roman's presence. This is definitely not the moron he remembers. Roman asks if Kevin is finding life here comfortable. Kevin quickly answers that he's adapting well and that Hans has been a huge help. Kevin starts to say something but trails off, clearly unsure of himself. Roman just waits patiently for him to finish his thought. The kid admits he's been wondering about his role. He feels like a pebble compared to Roman and isn't sure how he can possibly be of use to someone so powerful. He asks how someone as ordinary as him can possibly do anything for Roman, after Roman told him to live for his sake. Kevin's sincerity is heartbreaking, but Roman has other plans. Roman looks him dead in the eye and declares that his role is something he intends to fulfill. He tells Kevin he plans to use him as his sword. The red background and the dramatic text really drive home the intensity of the moment. Roman is officially making Kevin his personal weapon. Kevin looks like his brain just short-circuited. He asks if Roman really means his sword. He never expected to be given such a high-level responsibility. Roman points out that a person's worth isn't determined by someone else's will. He offers Kevin 3 different paths to choose from. Option 1. Give up the sword entirely. If Kevin is afraid of violence, Roman says he can just be his hands and feet instead. This path would mean working under Hans and handling safe orders around the mansion. It's a peaceful, boring life, but Kevin would still have a home. Option 2. Become my sword and protect me by my side. This is the path of a true warrior, and Roman is holding out a real sword to see if Kevin has the guts to take it. Kevin is intimidated, stammering that he's never even touched a sword. Roman just tells him he expected as much and explains the test for this option. The test? Skeletal contortion. It sounds like something out of a horror movie, and Roman says he'll use it to test Kevin's will. Kevin looks confused and slightly terrified, repeating the term skeletal contortion. Yeah, kid, it's about as fun as it sounds. The term skeletal contortion flashes across the screen in a jagged, bloody font. This is where the training gets real. We get a visual of the technique. It's a method of causing intense pain by literally warping a person's bones and muscles. This is some hardcore demonic cult training right here. Roman tells Kevin this is how he'll prove his will through results, rather than just talking. He's offering the kid a shortcut to power, but it comes with a massive price tag in pain. And finally, the third option, take this sword and cut off your hand. Roman says this with a straight face, which is absolutely terrifying. The sword is lying on the ground between them. Roman is basically testing if Kevin has the absolute conviction to follow him even into self-mutilation. We get a close-up of Kevin's eye, dilated in pure shock. Roman has just given him the most insane choice of his life. Roman tells him that if he can endure inflicting that level of pain on himself, he'll become stronger faster than anyone else in this world. The promise is clear: extreme sacrifice for extreme power. Roman is looking for a specific kind of madness in his followers. Roman recalls the mad demon from his past, a stray who became a legendary king through pure willpower alone. He sees that same potential in Kevin. Roman asks what about him, his gaze piercing. He's going to get his worth out of Kevin one way or another. Kevin stares down at the sword on the floor. It's a literal fork in the road of his entire life. Kevin flashes back to his roots, a ragged shack outside the castle that could collapse at any moment. He knows exactly what it's like to have nothing. He remembers being born into that poverty, a vulnerable baby with no future in sight. He remembers working to survive since he was a little kid, carrying heavy logs and helping his parents just to keep food on the table. He admits there was almost nothing he didn't know how to do when it came to menial labor. He was the ultimate worker bee. But despite all that effort, his life never changed. He was still stuck at the bottom, just one bad day away from ruin. He remembers being bullied and exploited by people like the Bloodfang. That was the life of the weak, always being taken from, never having any power. The memory of his beating still burns. He was just a victim who couldn't even defend his own family. But then he remembers the moment he saw Roman's overwhelming strength in the marketplace. It was a total revelation for him. He couldn't forget that image of Roman standing tall while everyone else cowered. That's the kind of power he's decided he needs. Back in the present, Kevin picks up the sword. He admits he doesn't understand the logic behind Roman's test, but he's already made up his mind. He thinks that as long as he can get stronger, as long as he can be like the young master, he's willing to pay any price to escape his old life. Kevin's eyes are full of a desperate, fiery resolve. He tells himself that if he can get away from a life that takes everything away from him, he'll do it. Roman watches him with a neutral expression, letting the kid make his move. He's testing Kevin's limit for real. Kevin raises the sword and brings it down toward his own wrist with a terrifying whoosh. He's actually doing it. A massive slice through the air as the blade descends. It looks like Kevin is about to lose a hand in the name of power. His grip on the hilt is like iron, his face twisted in a mix of terror and absolute determination. This kid is officially insane. The screen flashes red and black with screams of agony as Roman watches with those glowing demonic eyes. It's a brutal, chaotic moment. Roman walks calmly down the hall after the session. His steady footsteps show he's completely unfazed by what just happened. Chris is waiting in the hallway, looking concerned. He notes that Roman just finished a week of isolation training and is already back to work. Hans spots Chris and calls out to him. The vice captain looks a bit awkward, probably still feeling the sting of his loss. Hans reports that Roman is currently having a talk with Kevin and gave orders not to let anyone in. It's some top-secret business between master and servant. Chris is confused, asking who Kevin is, like he has no idea who this new guy even is. Suddenly, Roman walks past them with blood dripping from a sword. The look on his face is stone cold, and it's sending chills down everyone's spines. Chris sees a bloody hand or something being carried or left behind. The slicing sound and the blood splatters indicate that the training session was way more violent than anyone expected. Kevin is shown slumped against a wall, gasping for breath. He's covered in blood and looks like he's just survived a war. Roman stands over him, looking totally indifferent to the boy's suffering. It's a very survival of the fittest vibe. The final shot of Kevin shows him completely broken on the floor. Roman just stares down at him like he's inspecting a piece of equipment. Roman's eyes are hollow and terrifying. He's no longer just a noble, he's the heavenly demon again, and he's starting to act like it. The door slams shut, and Hans is left calling out for his master in a panic. The young master has definitely changed. Hans is frantically asking if Roman is hurt, pointing out the blood all over the blade. He's having a total meltdown while Roman just stays calm. Roman just dismisses it, telling Hans it's nothing to worry about. "It's fine," he says with that terrifyingly smooth voice. He tells Hans it's not his blood. Roman gives a chilling, predatory grin. The fact that he's happy about bleeding someone else out is peak demonic cult behavior. The text reveals what actually happened. At the exact moment Kevin was about to cut his hand off, Roman intervened. It turns out Roman put Kevin in an illusion. He was testing the kid's willpower without actually letting him mutilate himself. Smart move, boss. The technique was the charm of the illusion demon. It's another high-level Muram trick that Roman has brought over to this new world. Kevin had swung his sword down with full force before the illusion took over. The blood we saw was from a small cut, or just part of the mental test. Roman calls Kevin a vicious kid with a dark chuckle. He realizes that if the spell had been even a tiny bit weaker, Kevin really would have chopped his own hand off. That's some scary loyalty right there. The countdown is on. 2 weeks until the party. Chris is shown lying in bed, likely replaying Roman's warnings in his head. And the even bigger deadline? 6 months until the war. Kevin is shown looking at his bandaged wrist, his transformation into a warrior officially underway. Roman gives a final, wicked grin. He thinks there's much to teach. He's relishing the role of the master and the chaos he's about to cause. The screen fades to black with 4 ominous words. "I'll be getting busy soon." The Barcos have no idea what's coming their way. Roman isn't pulling any punches today. He tells his new disciple that the mana cultivation technique he's about to teach him is extremely dangerous. Kevin is completely blindsided. He asks if Roman is really going to teach him a mana cultivation technique. Roman just gives a cool, "That's right," making it sound way more casual than it actually is. Roman clarifies that while he calls it a mana cultivation technique, it's actually an ancient martial art from a secret treasury. Specifically, it's the one the legendary Mad Demon used to use. Prepare yourselves, because we're talking about the demonic spirit art. Just the name alone sounds like a bad time for anyone on the receiving end. This demonic art is basically a double-edged sword. It lets the user unleash insane power, but at the cost of demonic energy slowly eating away at their mind while their meridians are literally being mangled by the pain. The pain is so extreme it's compared to having your limbs chopped off, but the key is never losing your mind. The Mad Demon had to endure all of that just to become a tool worthy of Roman's past self. Roman explains that if Kevin has the guts to theoretically cut off his own hand, he's ready for this. He warns the kid that the pain is only going to get worse as he gets stronger. Even with all the risks, Roman has a good reason for this. It's hands down the fastest way for a complete mana newbie to gain serious power. The goal is to give Kevin the strength to protect everything he cares about. Kevin is looking at Roman like he's a god right now, realizing the man who saved him is now handing him a path to power. Roman's just being his usual cool self, but Kevin clearly has some doubts. He hesitates for a second before calling out to the young master. Kevin is overflowing with gratitude, but there's a big but coming. He's clearly struggling with something on his mind. He finally drops the big question. "Young master, why do you trust me?" He's standing in the training yard, looking totally vulnerable. Kevin admits that even though he swore his life to Roman, he hasn't actually done anything to prove his loyalty yet. He's basically saying, "Bro, I could just learn this and dip." He really needs to know the why behind Roman's absolute faith in him. He's staring at the ground, waiting for an answer. And Roman's answer? A simple, "just because," with a confident little smirk. That is peak main character behavior right there. Kevin is left completely baffled. Just because? He can't believe it's that simple for someone like Roman. Roman brushes it off and tells him they start tomorrow, so he should go get some sleep. He's already walking away like the conversation is finished. Roman's internal monologue reveals that the original Mad Demon asked him the exact same question. It looks like history really does repeat itself. Roman's philosophy is hardcore. Unconditional trust can only happen if you truly believe in someone first. He's making a massive bet on Kevin's character. He's confident that Kevin will never betray him. The look in his eye is almost predatory, like he knows something Kevin doesn't. He knows that as Kevin gets stronger, he'll realize the terrifying reality of his situation. He'll learn exactly how much danger he'd be in if he ever turned his back. Because at the end of the day, you do not want to betray the heavenly demon. That shadowy figure behind Roman says it all. The sun is out over the castle and it's officially training day. The setting looks peaceful, but the workout definitely isn't. Kevin is swinging a heavy wooden practice sword with everything he's got. The whooshing sound tells you he's really putting his back into it. Roman is giving the classic master lecture, telling Kevin that basics are everything. Every single movement has to be perfect if he wants to survive. He tells Kevin not to lose focus for even a second. Kevin's face is a mask of pure determination. He is 100% locked in. Kevin shouts aloud yes and keeps pushing. Roman is just chilling on the sidelines, playing the part of the expert mentor. Meanwhile, Chris is watching the whole thing and he is not a happy camper. He's gritting his teeth so hard he might snap a tooth. He mutters to himself that he doesn't understand. He's sitting on a crate feeling totally ignored by his new master. He's jealous as hell, wondering why Roman is wasting time on a strange kid like Kevin instead of training a high-tier knight like himself. His ego is taking a massive beating right now. Chris is starting to regret his life choices, thinking he'd get a shortcut to power by following Roman. Instead, he's being treated like he's invisible. He's even considering crawling back to his old master just to get some attention. He thinks he should screw this, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He stares up at the sky, looking totally defeated. He came here to be a hero, and now he's just the guy sitting on a box. Night falls over the yard, and the text says, "Let's just wait a little longer." Chris is trying to play the long game, but his patience is running thin. A montage shows the days slipping by next day, and the next. Chris is still just sitting there, watching Kevin get all the pointers. Finally, Chris reaches his limit and slams his glove onto the stone floor. He's officially done being a spectator and thinks, screw this. He marches right up to Roman, looking for a confrontation. He calls out for young Master Roman, trying to keep a level head. He points out that it's already been over 2 weeks since he decided to follow Roman. He's demanding some answers for being sidelined. He complains that Roman spent the first week training solo and the second week focusing entirely on Kevin. He feels like he's just being used as a decoration. Chris actually swallows his pride and apologizes for being rude at the start. He begs Roman to teach him something, confident he can learn anything. Roman just looks at him with those unbothered eyes. He's got that "I'm 10 steps ahead of you" look that is probably driving Chris crazy. Roman reminds him that he already told him to learn by observing. Chris is stunned, asking if Roman meant literally observe him and learn. Talk about a communication gap. Roman turns his back, saying that everyone has their own unique way of learning. He's playing the mysterious teacher role to perfection. He explains that because Kevin is a total beginner, he needs to guide him step by step from zero. It's a ground-up rebuild for the kid. But Chris is different. Roman says no matter what he teaches, Chris will just try to force the technique instead of actually understanding it. He's basically calling him too stubborn to learn. Chris is confused, asking if he's supposed to just keep watching forever. Roman says no and reaches for a wooden sword. He tosses the wooden sword at Chris. Chris catches it, looking totally bewildered by the sudden change in plans. Chris asks what's going on and why it's a wooden sword. Roman tells him bluntly that he needs results to accept the truth. Roman proposes a proxy duel, Chris versus Kevin. Kevin looks like he's about to have a heart attack while Chris is just stunned. Roman says he'll coach Kevin on how to beat Chris during the fight. He tells Chris to think of the kid as a clone of Roman himself. Roman sets the stakes. If Chris still thinks he's right after the duel, then Roman will start teaching him personally. It's a high-stakes challenge for both of them. Kevin is panicking. Realize he's about to fight a real knight. Chris is insulted, asking if Roman really wants him to have a duel with this novice. Chris is seething, wondering what Roman actually takes him for. He feels like he's being treated like a joke. He says he understands, and let's do it. Chris accepts the challenge, promising to show Roman that he's not just some pushover, he's ready to vent some frustration. The duel is set in the middle of the training yard. It's a total David versus Goliath setup, and the vibe is tense. Kevin tries to back out, saying it's unfair for a novice to fight a 2-star knight. Roman just asks him what he has to lose from a loss, adding that it's nothing. Roman points out that the world is full of people stronger than him. He says that thugs like Bloodfang and knights like Chris are basically the same to someone at Kevin's level. He asks Kevin if he plans on shrinking back every single time. He's pushing the kid's buttons to find that warrior spirit. Kevin finally steals his resolve and says he will give it a shot. He looks focused and ready to get his butt kicked for science. Chris is fuming, pissed that he has to fight a novice. But he notices something weird in Kevin's eyes, a look that says the kid actually thinks he has a chance. Roman gives the command to get ready. It's finally time to see what a week of demonic training can do for a commoner. Chris's eyes are burning with intensity. He's decided that whether it's a proxy duel or not, he's going to win decisively and prove a point. Chris launches a massive overhead strike with his wooden sword. He's not holding anything back against the kid. He's convinced there's no way he'd lose to a newbie with only 1 week of training. His arrogance is on full display here. Kevin manages to block the strike with a loud crack. The impact looks heavy, and you can see the vibration through both swords. We get a close-up of Kevin's terrified but focused face. He's barely holding on as Chris applies the pressure. The swords are locked together, and Chris is trying to overpower the kid. The sound of the wood scraping is intense. Chris unleashes a flurry of strikes, hitting Kevin's block repeatedly. He's moving way too fast for a normal human to handle. Chris finally lands a heavy blow on Kevin's shoulder or arm. The kid is taking some serious punishment now. The vice captain keeps up the aggressive pursuit, leaving Kevin with zero room to breathe. It's a totally one-sided beatdown so far. With a final thud, Kevin is knocked flat on his back, skidding across the stone. He groans in pain. He's clearly hurting bad. Chris stops and looks down, genuinely confused. He asks if Kevin is way too weak. He expected some kind of secret technique to show up. Chris thinks he's won easily, noticing that Roman is just standing there doing absolutely nothing to help his student. He's convinced the proxy duel was a bluff. Chris starts walking towards the downed kid, thinking the whole thing was a waste of time. He's already planning his victory speech. He charges in for a final strike, shouting as he moves. He's ready to bring the duel to an end right now. We get another shot of Roman's calm, unreadable side profile. He's watching the action like a scientist observing a predictable experiment. Chris lands a massive punch right on Kevin's jaw. Blood sprays from the kid's mouth as he takes the hit. A close-up of Kevin's limp hand on the ground makes things look pretty grim. It really looks like he's out for the count. Kevin is sprawled out, spitting blood onto the courtyard. Chris stands over him like a conqueror, looking completely unimpressed. Chris mocks the kid, admitting he held on better than expected for an ordinary person. He tells Kevin he's done well enough for a novice, but it's time for him to give up now. Chris's words are surrounded by a dark, swirling energy, making the threat feel much more real. Kevin is actually trying to push himself back up. Chris warns him not to be conceited just because he managed to fend off a few attacks. He admits he wasn't even going all out. Chris stands tall and says he could have split Kevin's head open any time. He claims he only held back because it was a formal duel. We see more blood dripping from Kevin's mouth. Chris is still talking trash, but you can tell he's starting to get annoyed that the kid won't stay down. He says this for the last time, his green eyes narrowed in a cold glare. He's officially out of patience. He delivers the ultimate ultimatum. If Kevin keeps fighting, he'll have to resolve himself for one of his limbs to be crippled. That is some serious big bully energy right there. And then, Kevin starts laughing. He's grinning through the blood, looking like a total madman. It's terrifying. Roman is also grinning, finding the situation hilarious. Chris is caught off guard, asking what's going on as he realizes the vibe has just shifted into something very dark. Kevin stands all the way back up, his face covered in blood, but his eyes focused and deadly. He says let's see this to the end. The real fight is finally about to start. The signal is given for the duel between Chris and Kevin to resume. Both fighters look focused, but the atmosphere has clearly changed after Kevin's sudden recovery. Roman's voice rings out in the yard, giving Kevin clear instructions to guard his front with his sword. He's literally micromanaging the kid's defense in real time. Roman's predictive abilities are terrifying as he says Chris will attempt a surprise attack. Kevin looks up, alerted by the warning, while Chris prepares his next move. The command for the duel to begin echoes through the stone yard. Chris immediately kicks off the ground with a powerful push. The swords clash with a heavy smack. Chris is already putting the pressure on, and Kevin manages to block the strike, letting out a pained yell. Roman's next instruction is tactical. Take one step to the side, then aim for Chris's chest as he tries to kick you. He's reading Chris like an open book. Kevin follows the advice, his boots swishing against the floor as he repositions. He's taking exactly one step to the side as ordered. Just as Roman predicted, Chris tries for a kick, but Kevin is no longer where he was. Chris lets out a confused sound as he misses his mark. Kevin counters with a direct strike toward Chris's chest. The sound of wood hitting fabric is loud. Kevin is actually landing hits on a 2-star knight. Chris is knocked back, the wind clearly taken out of him. He's reeling from the unexpected precision of Kevin's counterattack. Chris is gasping for air, looking shocked by what just happened. Roman's voice calmly tells Kevin to get up. Chris looks up, sweating and bewildered. He realizes it's the young master's voice. He finally realizes that Roman is literally directing Kevin's movements. Roman explains the trick. He's using sound conduction, a mana technique to deliver instructions directly to Kevin's ears. It's like Kevin has an AI coach in his head. Chris wonders if something like this is even possible with mana. He's having another existential crisis, his mind blown by Roman's casual use of high-level techniques. Roman doesn't care about Chris's confusion. He tells Kevin to throw himself to the right. The kid is instantly reacting to every word. Kevin dives to the right just in time to avoid another of Chris's strikes. The speed of the exchange is picking up. We get a close-up of Chris's eye, which is wide with frustration. He's trying to stay in the fight, but he's basically fighting 2 people at once now. Roman's next order: turn around and aim for his left chest. He's systematically dismantling Chris's defense through Kevin. Kevin spins around, positioning his wooden sword for the exact spot Roman pointed out. He's becoming a perfect extension of Roman's will. Another hit connects with Chris's chest, causing him to grunt in pain. The vice captain is being humiliated by a novice who's just following directions. A wide shot shows the gap between the 2 fighters. Chris is struggling to keep his balance while Kevin stays perfectly poised for the next move. Kevin grits his teeth, his face a mess of blood and sweat. He's frustrated, thinking he missed a golden opportunity because his swing was too slow. Roman's voice is relentless, telling him to block above. He sees Chris's next move before Chris even starts it. Kevin raises his sword just in time to block an overhead strike. The impact is huge, but Kevin holds his ground. Roman continues his play-by-play, directing Kevin's every step like he's playing a video game, telling him to escape to his right. The duel is getting brutal. Chris is hitting hard, but Kevin is avoiding the worst of it thanks to his internal coach. Kevin is still hurting, grunting as blood drips from his nose. He's reaching his physical limit even with Roman's help. Chris is sweating bullets, staring at Kevin in disbelief. He thinks the kid is holding on better than he expected. He's finally starting to respect the competition. Roman looks at Chris with a detached, clinical expression. He thinks to himself that Chris is no match for him at all because Kevin's body simply can't keep up with Roman's high-level commands. Roman finds the whole situation amusing. He's getting a kick out of watching his student hold his own against a supposed expert. A close-up of Roman's predatory smile. He's totally in his element, controlling the flow of the entire duel without even lifting a finger himself. The text points out the absurdity. Even though Chris is a 2-star knight, Kevin is moving and blocking as if he's much stronger. Chris looks over at Roman, his face full of shocked realization. He thinks young Master Roman is omnipotent. He's starting to see Roman as a force of nature. He realizes Kevin is moving exactly as young Master Roman says. Chris realizes he's not fighting a person. He's fighting a puppet master's masterpiece. Chris admits that Kevin's body is the only thing holding him back. If Kevin could follow the commands perfectly, Chris would have been defeated a long time ago. The illustration shows Roman as a puppeteer, with ghostly hands controlling Chris like a toy. It's a perfect metaphor for his dominance over the entire Knight Order. Roman commands Kevin to turn his body toward the right, his voice as calm as ever. He's preparing the final sequence. He tells Kevin to change forward to counterattack. Roman is calling for a decisive move to end the duel once and for all. Kevin lands a massive, point-blank hit on Chris. The impact is shown in a flurry of motion lines and a spray of saliva or sweat. Chris is totally rocked. Chris is left wondering if it's a coincidence, as Kevin continues to narrowly avoid his best strikes and land counterattacks. He's completely losing his mind. Chris realizes he can't hold a candle to the young master's true skills. He's finally accepted that the level Roman is playing at is beyond anything he can imagine. The text confirms Chris's new worldview. Roman is the kind of person he will forever serve as his lord. He's ready to follow Roman's word blindly, no matter what. Chris thinks about his role. He thinks if someone like him is to become his sword, the only answer is something else. He's already found his new purpose. Kevin puts everything he has into one final charge, screaming his willpower at the top of his lungs. He's going for glory. A massive thud as wooden swords clash for the last time. Energy flares out from the impact point, creating a shockwave through the yard. Close-up of Kevin's bloody mouth. He's been through hell, but he's still standing. The kid is an absolute unit. Chris's green eyes are narrowed and intense as he says this for the last time. He's finished playing games. He gives one final warning that if Kevin plans to keep fighting, he'll have to resolve himself for one of his limbs to be crippled. He's going full-blown villain mode now. Roman starts laughing again. He's finding Chris's sudden aggression and high stakes absolutely hilarious. Kevin grins back, blood dripping from his chin. He's clearly not intimidated by Chris's threats anymore. Kevin stands his ground, saying to see this to the end. He looks like a total badass despite his injuries. The real war starts here. Chris is stunned, his face unreadable as he watches the kid he thought was a novice defy him with a smile. The single word shows his total disbelief. Chris is seething, calling Kevin an insignificant nothing as he prepares for one last brutal strike. He's lost all sense of fair play. He kicks off the ground with a powerful push, charging at Kevin with murder in his eyes. Chris shouts that he'll give Kevin what he wants as he lunges with his sword. He's ready to follow through on his threat to cripple the kid. He yells at Kevin to take a good look at his crippled arm. He's aiming right for the kid's limbs, determined to make him pay for his insolence. He tells Kevin to regret this moment. Chris is going full berserker now, his words surrounded by a jagged, bloody red font. Roman's voice is calm as he gives Kevin the final instruction to step forward to end the duel. He's already seen the winning move. We get a close-up of Kevin's eye, which is suddenly full of a bright white light. He's found his moment of enlightenment. Roman's command is simple: forward. Kevin lunges forward, a blur of motion as he avoids Chris's strike and closes the distance. Kevin is roaring as he prepares his final move to attack. The intensity is off the charts right now. A massive slash across the screen as Kevin puts everything he has into the strike. It's a total do-or-die moment. He yells with all his might. The words are huge and bloody across the screen. Kevin is unleashing the beast. Chris is totally caught off guard as Kevin closes in. The solid thwack tells us the strike has landed perfectly. Chris is reeling, thinking to himself how he would step forward. He expected Kevin to back off, but the kid's aggression caught him completely by surprise. A small bubble notes that it's not over yet. Kevin follows up the initial strike with a relentless forward push and charges. Chris is barely holding on as the pressure mounts. Roman directs him to turn around, finishing the combo. Kevin spins into the perfect position for the final blow. Kevin delivers a massive hit that sends Chris's sword spinning out of his hands. The disarm is clean and absolute. Chris can only stare in horror, his face a mask of shock. He can't believe he'd get hit by that kind of large and slow attack, and that he's full of openings. He realizes too late that he was the one who was wide open. We get a split-screen reaction. Chris is totally stunned, while Roman just watches with those glowing, cool purple eyes. The outcome was never in doubt for him. Chris is sent tumbling through the air after a final, powerful strike. He's completely out of the fight. Kevin is gasping, his face covered in blood but his spirit victorious. He's standing over the fallen vice-captain, having proven everyone wrong. Roman lets out a satisfied exhale as the mana energy finally starts to dissipate. The sound conduction trick is finished. A close-up of Roman's smirk and Kevin's intense, blood-stained face. They make quite the pair of monsters. Chris is slowly picking himself up, looking totally dazed. The dust and energy from the fight are still settling around him. The wide shot shows the aftermath. Chris is slumped over, while Kevin stands tall in the center of the yard. The audience of soldiers is in absolute stunned silence. Roman delivers one final, casual strike with a wooden sword that sends the broken hilt of Chris's weapon flying. The duel is officially and totally finished. A close-up of Chris's face shows him in total shock, his eyes wide and vacant as he processes his complete defeat. A high-angle shot shows Chris lying on the ground, his sword having been snapped in half. The wind is the only sound left. Roman stands tall over Chris, looking down with a bored expression. Chris can only look up, his face a mask of shame and awe. Roman notes that Chris swung with the intent to duck from the start and expected the second attack to be a feint. He's explaining exactly how he outplayed the veteran knight through Kevin. Kevin is still sprawled on the ground, letting out a long sigh. He's completely wiped out after that final burst of effort. Chris looks at the ground, muttering what a vicious son of a bitch. He's clearly salty, but you can tell the respect is there now. Roman walks toward the exit with a simple, "You win." He tells Chris that as promised, he will start teaching him personally starting tomorrow. He's done with this scene. Roman's final challenge to Chris is that the choice is up to him as he stands over the beaten Kevin. He's officially claimed both of them as his disciples. The scene shifts to Roman's bed, where someone's cloak or uniform is tossed onto the mattress with a soft thud. A quiet end to a crazy day. Chris lets out a long, heavy sigh in the dark hallway. He's still replaying the entire duel in his head. He sits on the edge of his bed, looking exhausted and reflective. He wonders why he decided to fight, likely questioning his own pride and overconfidence. He realizes that in a fight where he had nothing to gain by winning, he not only wasted his time, but also almost lost at the end. He's finally being honest with himself about his failure. Chris thinks back to that last maneuver and notes how similar it was to when he first dueled Roman. He's found the common thread in his two most humiliating losses. He remembers the day of his first loss to Roman, a day he's gone over hundreds of times in his mind. The trauma is real, folks. He realizes that if he didn't have that experience with Roman, he wouldn't have been able to win. He realizes his history with Roman was the only thing that gave him even a ghost of a chance. he asks himself the tough question. Could he have defeated Kevin without using mana? The answer is probably a big nope, and it's clearly stinging. Chris starts laughing. It's that desperate, self-deprecating laugh of a man who's finally hit rock bottom and found a way back up. He stands alone in his room, looking out the window as the sun rises. He realized he's grown from just that one experience. He's officially ready for his training arc. A wide shot of the castle under a beautiful, clear sky. The question of Chris's future hangs in the air, so what will you do? Chris stands before Roman, looking totally resolute. He starts to speak, ready to pledge his absolute loyalty. He declares that he doesn't need any teachings, surprising Roman. He explains that he'll just look for a way to get stronger by following him. He's choosing the path of observation and dedication. Chris thinks to himself that he's grown from just one duel and realized every single one of Roman's decisions was right for the situation. He admitted he was wrong about Roman not giving Kevin any instructions. He sits on a crate in the yard, his mind filled with teachings just from trying to understand Roman's logic. He realizes some of Roman's instructions to Kevin were actually aimed at him. Clever Roman. He thinks that Roman, no, the young master, is no longer the moron that he used to know. The title is officially and permanently dead in Chris's mind. Chris watches Roman and Kevin from a distance, thinking that Roman has reached a realm not even Captain Jonathan could approach. He's officially the biggest Roman fanboy in the castle now. The text explains that what Roman meant by observe and learn was for Chris to enlighten himself while observing him. It's high-level philosophical training, folks. Chris accepts the challenge. He thinks that if that's the case, then until he surpasses him, he'll observe and learn everything. He's locked in for the long haul. Roman gives a small, satisfied smirk as he watches his two newest disciples. He successfully turns two skeptics into total loyalists in record time. The wind of change is blowing. Roman says, well then, let's continue training. He's officially in full-blown master mode. He's going to make these two into absolute monsters. A title card informs us that 1 week later, the training has progressed significantly. I bet these guys are becoming terrifying already. We get a shot of the grand Barco mansion. The day of the social gathering party hosted by the Barcos came. This is it. The Fine Showdown is about to begin. We're jumping back to a week before the big social party. News is spreading like wildfire through the town as everyone whispers the same question. Did you hear? The bombshell has dropped. Someone heard his marriage with the Lawrence family was broken. It's the gossip of the century, and people are eating it up. Over dinner, the speculation is reaching peak levels. Some think it was Flora's mistake, while others figure Viscount Lawrence just felt sorry for his daughter after realizing Roman was even worse than the rumors said. The gossip doesn't stop with commoners. Even noble ladies are talking about how Roman breaking off an engagement when war with Barco is looming just proves he's a total failure. Even the household staff are skeptical. They've heard the rumors of Roman taking down Bloodfang, but most of them just dismiss it as a PR stunt to save face after the public dumping. But then there's Anthony Barco. He's laughing his head off, finding the whole situation absolutely perfect for his plans. He's gloating over the broken engagement, thinking Roman is the easiest puppet he's ever had to manipulate. He's already counting his wins before the game has even really started. Anthony gets confirmation from his butler that Roman is definitely coming to the party. The trap is officially set. Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Viscount, is feeling himself. He's drinking, lounging, and convinced that everything is going exactly as he planned. He gives a wicked grin, practically counting down the days until next week. He's so overconfident, it's almost painful to watch. He thinks it's been a while since he's been so excited for a party. Yeah, well, we all know how exciting things get when Roman shows up. The day of the party finally arrives. The Barco mansion is looking grand under a clear sky, ready to host all the local elite. Back at the Dimitri estate, Roman is looking at himself in a mirror. He's got that "I'm over this" expression, while Hans prepares his outfit. Roman asks if he's really supposed to wear this. He's not feeling the flashy noble outfit Hans has picked out. It's definitely a bit loud for his taste. Hans insists, pointing out that this is Roman's first official appearance since the public breakup. He says he cannot let him wear just anything. Hans goes on a whole rant about the history and effort behind the clothes, basically trying to guilt-trip Roman into being a fashion icon. Hans is literally pulling the "I did this for you" card, asking Roman if he really wouldn't wear this masterpiece that he poured his entire being into, and pleading with the most pathetic face ever. We get a close-up of Hans's pleading eyes. This man is a total master of emotional manipulation when it comes to his master's wardrobe. Roman finally caves, giving a little smirk. He says alright, he'll wear it. Victory for Hans. Hans is ecstatic, practically dancing around as he says he knew Roman would say that. The fashion disaster has been averted. Meanwhile, outside the carriage, we see some silver boots and hear a frustrated sigh. Someone is definitely having a bad morning. It's Chris. He's standing by the carriage, wondering why Roman is taking so long. He's looking all professional in his armor, but his patience is clearly at its limit. A very awkward-looking knight scrambles toward the carriage, shouting his apologies. He's clearly struggling with something. It's Kevin. The poor kid is basically drowning in a suit of armor that is way too big for him. He looks like a turtle in a too large shell. Chris gives a heavy sigh, asking Kevin why he looks like that. Kevin admits that there wasn't any armor at the smithy that actually fit his smaller frame. Chris is thinking that even with Roman's help, this kid is a total mess. He can't believe he's stuck with such an uncoordinated partner. Chris flashes back to his duel with Kevin, remembering how he almost lost. He's finding it hard to reconcile that fierce fighter with the kid currently stumbling over his own boots. Chris is officially the mom of the group right now, letting out a sigh as he deals with a master who's late and a junior who can't walk straight. He gathers his composure and gives Kevin a stern listen well. He's ready to play the mentor role, even if he's annoyed. He reminds Kevin that they are the face of the Dmitri family today. Any rash decisions or mistakes will reflect directly on Roman's reputation. No pressure, kid. Kevin is taking notes, nodding along with a serious face and saying he'll keep that in mind. He's trying so hard it's actually kind of sweet. Chris continues his lecture, standing tall in his shiny silver armor. He wants everything to be perfect for this debut. Kevin thanks Sir Knight, and Chris actually looks a bit pleased by the respect. It's a nice moment of bonding before the inevitable chaos. Then Chris immediately ruins the moment by pointing out that Kevin's helmet is crooked again. Kevin makes a startled sound, probably blushing under the metal. The carriage finally pulls up to the Barco mansion. It's a massive, beautiful building surrounded by lush greenery. The main event is about to begin. Inside, the party is in full swing. Music notes are literally flying through the air, and you can hear the happy laughter of high society. The food spread is incredible. Fruit, wine, and fancy dishes everywhere. These nobles definitely know how to live it up while their territories are on the brink of war. The grand hall is packed with noble ladies in pink and blue dresses, all giggling and gossiping behind their fans. It's like a Shark Tank, but with more lace. One noble is seen holding a glass of wine, asking if it's true that Roman is actually coming today. The anticipation is through the roof. People are shaking their heads, unable to believe Roman would show up at Barco's house after sabotaging his own future. The general consensus is wondering what in the world he is thinking. One lady with a fan laughs, calling him a moron and saying he should have at least picked a side instead of alienating everyone. The high society roast is brutal. The gossip continues about the Dmitri family's ambiguous position. People think it's greedy of them to try and keep their relationship with Barco while breaking things off with Lawrence. Another noble chuckles, calling Roman a funny lad for trying to make up for his mistake by attending the party. They're all just waiting for him to embarrass himself. A lady in a stunning blue dress asks what kind of man Roman really is. Someone replies that he's a terrible impression with nothing much to look at because of his small stature. Ouch. The laughing noble says even he would have done whatever it took to break off a marriage if he was a woman. It's a total pile-on of Roman's character. The herald clears his throat, silencing the room. The moment of truth has arrived. The announcement rings through the hall. The eldest son of Dmitri is entering. Every head in the room turns toward the door. The announcer finishes, declaring that Roman Dmitri is entering. The doors creak open and a brilliant light floods the room. Prepare for some jaws to hit the floor. A polished black boot steps onto the expensive rug with a solid thud. The sound itself seems to demand attention. Boom. Roman makes his entrance and he looks incredible. The white hair, the sharp eyes, the confident smile, the small stature rumor was definitely a lie. He strides into the room like he owns it. Every lady in the place is staring with their mouths wide open, completely blindsided by how handsome and powerful he looks. The whispers start up immediately, but this time they're full of shock. They say he's way too different from before and wonder what happened to his hair. People are literally questioning if this is the same person. A beautiful blonde noblewoman is left speechless, her eyes locked on Roman as he walks past. The moron reputation is officially dying a very quick death. Roman is a social shark, smoothly making his way through the crowd. He's totally in control of the room's energy now. He stops in front of a lady, telling her it's an honor to meet her. His voice is probably like velvet because she looks like she's about to melt. The lady curtsies, introducing herself as Sophia of the Griesel family. She's trying to play it cool, but you could tell she's impressed. She modestly mentions that her family isn't prominent, but her father is a loyal servant to the kingdom. She's giving him a quick social bio while blushing. Roman surprises her by saying he is well aware of the Griesel family. Her confused look is priceless. She never expected him to actually know who she was. He gives a brilliant smile, asking how he could possibly not know a family with centuries of history. This guy is a total pro at the noble small talk game. We get a quick flashback to the night before. Roman had asked for information on all the northeastern noble families. He basically did his homework before the test. Hans was confused, wondering why Roman was suddenly interested in the local power players. Roman was already working while everyone else was sleeping. Roman explains that, as a representative of his family, he needs to be equipped with the minimum amount of courtesy. He spent the night memorizing everyone's origin and legacy. A corresponding effort is required to win the favor of others. This is the mindset of a man who plans to rule, not just show up. He notes that this is especially true for him, since he's living with the moron of Dmitri title. He's using the bad rumors as a starting point to climb even higher. Back in the present, he mentions that the Griezel family is famous for their quality lumber. He even congratulates Sophia on her sibling's success in sensing mana. The research is paying off big time. Sophia looks totally starstruck, her eyes shining as she takes in Roman's compliments. He's completely won her over in under a minute. A wide shot shows Roman surrounded by nobles, all of them buzzing about his transformation. He's the undisputed center of attention now. Some of the other guys are losing it. They whisper to each other, asking what the hell is going on, unable to handle how much Roman is outclassing them. A new noble, Magna of the Volt family, approaches Roman. He's trying to be polite, but you can tell he's a little intimidated by the new Roman. Roman immediately brings up Magna's father's remarkable accomplishments in a past battle. Magna is visibly moved, shocked that Roman would know such a detail. Roman says he was very moved while reading about it, playing the role of the appreciative peer perfectly. Lady Eris approaches next, noting how much Roman has changed. Roman smoothly counters, saying she's as beautiful as always. This guy is a total charmer. Roman mentions the benefits the Dmitri family received from her family a decade ago. He's showing he's not just a pretty face, he values loyalty and history. Eris is beaming, saying she always thought he was difficult to talk to because he was always drunk. Roman laughs it off, saying he'll have to abstain tonight. He's literally making everyone rethink their entire opinion of him. The signature of a master at work. Roman is checking names off his list as he dominates the social scene. One of Barco's goons approaches Roman with a message. He says the young master has invited him into the back room. Here we go. The real confrontation is about to start. Roman's eye glows purple as he hears the invitation. He thinks he guesses it's time for him to find out who's getting on his nerves. The friendly noble mask is about to slip for a minute. A wide shot of the party guests shows them continuing to whisper about Roman. They have no idea what's about to go down in that back room. Outside, some of the other nobles' night escorts are watching the entrance. They're all dressed in full, shiny armor, looking way more professional than our boy Kevin. One knight notes that the other families are brimming with knight escorts, whereas Roman only brought 2. The contrast is glaring. Cut to Chris and Kevin. Chris is telling Kevin to just take off that oversized helmet before he hurts himself. Kevin is hesitant, but he clearly knows he looks like a joke. A bunch of other knights are standing nearby, laughing and pointing. One of them mocks, asking what's with him. Another hears he's Roman Dimitri's escort. They're literally having a laugh at his expense. The knights are having a full-blown laughing fit, totally disrespecting the Dmitri group. Chris is seething while Kevin just looks down, embarrassed. What a joke. The text says it all. These knights think they're way better than a kid in hand-me-down armor. One knight rants about the rumors of Roman being an abandoned son and can't believe he'd bring a brat who can't even hold a sword properly as an escort. Chris tells Kevin to just ignore them, but you know he's itching for a fight. The final caption is the ultimate burn. This is the level of Dmitri. It's a total challenge to Kevin's pride. Kevin's eyes go wide under his helmet as he hears the insults. You can see the fire starting to build up in him. These guys have no idea that they're making fun of the reincarnation of a demonic warrior. This is going to get very messy, very fast. We're jumping back into a memory of the original Roman at a previous party. He looks totally out of place, standing there with a glass of wine and a dazed, blank expression. In the background, noble ladies are giggling and whispering as they gossip about the local elite. It's a Shark Tank of social status, and the original Roman was clearly the prey. The memory focuses on Lady Flora Lawrence, looking like a literal angel surrounded by flowers. To the old Roman, she was the absolute flower of Lawrence. Anthony Barco sneaks up and puts an arm around Roman, asking who he's staring at so attentively. The guy is acting like a best friend, but you can tell he's got an agenda. Anthony points toward Flora, asking if Roman knows who that blonde lady is. He's basically leading Roman into a trap by preying on his obvious crush. The text confirms her identity. She's Flora, the flower of Lawrence, Flora Lawrence. She looks stunning, which only makes the old Roman fall harder. The old Roman is completely starstruck, his eyes shimmering with infatuation. He's repeating her name in his head like a mantra, total young love vibes, but in the worst possible context. Back in the present, a door creaks open. Roman enters a private room, calling out Anthony's name with a voice that is way more confident than before. Anthony Barco is lounging on a fancy sofa, looking all cocky in his green suit. He shouts Roman's name with a big, fake grin, clearly happy that his puppet has arrived. Anthony asks what happened to him in the time he didn't see him. He's acting all surprised, but you know he's judging Roman's new, sharper look. Roman's eyes narrow as he thinks that, so this guy is Anthony Barco. He's sizing up the man who likely drove his predecessor to suicide. Anthony gestures for him to have a seat and tell him everything. He's trying to maintain that best buddy dynamic, unaware that the person sitting across from him is now a Muram legend. Roman notices the traces of people being in here, half-empty glasses and a messy table. It looks like Anthony was busy entertaining others before Roman showed up. He deduces that the fact Anthony made them leave before he arrived means there's something very specific he wants to talk about in private. He has something secret to tell me. The text glows with an ominous light as Roman prepares for a high-stakes negotiation. Roman gives a polite, almost mocking smile. He says he's not sure either, playing along with Anthony's fake friendliness for now. Roman sits down with a soft thump, making a comment about how he used to spend tons of money to change himself. He's basically roasting the old Roman's pathetic lifestyle. The two men stare each other down across the table. The atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife as the pleasantries start to fade. Anthony pours another drink, admitting he didn't know what Roman was thinking back then. He's fishing for information on why Roman suddenly changed so much. Roman swirls his wine glass with a swish, asking about back then with a perfectly neutral expression. He's inviting Anthony to spill whatever secrets he thinks he has. Anthony brings up a scandalous memory about when Roman was caught sleeping with his cousin in the back room. Wow, talk about a targeted low blow. Anthony mocks him, saying he can't believe Roman would attend a party like this with his marriage coming up soon. He's trying to use the past as leverage to keep Roman under his thumb. Anthony asks if he can take Roman's participation in this party as a confirmation that he accepted his proposal. He's grinning like a shark that just smelled blood. Anthony leans in close, his face twisted in a sinister grin. He says so. Let's discuss your marriage with the Barco family. He thinks he's just won the game. Roman's face is illuminated by a harsh light as he repeats, "Marriage with the Barco family?" His eyes are cold, dark, and absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, a memory flashes in Roman's mind. He realizes that this memory is important. It's a jagged, blood-red realization of what Anthony actually did to the original owner. In the memory, the old Roman is standing outside a massive door while it rains. He looks small, vulnerable, and completely broken. The memory explains the betrayal. Though he betrayed Anthony Barco, he felt guilty for something that was likely a setup from the start. The original Roman was shown reaching for a doorknob, feeling like he can't avoid them forever. He was being blackmailed into a corner. He remembers begging his father to establish a political marriage with the Lawrence family as a desperate attempt to escape Anthony's influence. Back in the present, Roman decides he'll use this chance to restore his relationship with them. He's officially declaring war on the Barcos' manipulation. We jump back to an earlier part of the party where Anthony is shouting that Roman is late as he enters the room. The contrast between the fake friendliness and the truth is staggering. Anthony introduces Roman to his cousin, Emily Barco. She's sitting on the sofa looking all demure, but you can tell this is all part of the act. Emily gives a polite, "It's nice to meet you," while Roman just gives a neutral response. He's not falling for the charm offensive. Anthony tells Emily to pour Roman a drink, but Roman shuts it down immediately. He says no, it's fine, he'll pour it himself. Boss move. Anthony is seething internally, thinking the bastard is showing off that he's gotten married. He hates that he's losing control over his moron friend. Anthony tries to sound magnanimous, saying the Barco family doesn't care about the Lawrence family anymore. He's lying through his teeth, of course. In a flashback, the original Roman looks thrilled, asking if that's really true. He was so naive he actually believed Anthony wanted to help him. The memory shows them laughing and drinking together. Anthony was systematically drugging him while Roman thought they were just having a good time. Close-up of a drink being finished with a gulp. This was the moment the trap was finally sprung. The memory shifts to Roman waking up the next morning with a massive headache. He groans, his head hurting and wondering where he is. He's totally disoriented. He realizes with a shock that he's in a bed with a woman. The realization is slowly dawning on his hungover brain. The original Roman is in full panic mode, asking what the hell's going on. His eyes are wide as he realizes the magnitude of his mistake. The door is kicked open with a massive bang as Anthony shouts Roman's name. The timing is way too perfect for it to be an accident. Anthony puts on a show of fake fury, screaming and asking what the hell Roman has done. He's playing the part of the outraged relative to perfection. Roman is speechless, his eyes bugging out in terror. He stammers, realizing his life is over before it even really started. The woman in bed is crying and covering herself, shouting. The whole scene was a carefully constructed nightmare designed to break him. The screen goes dark with the words that he can't remember floating over a single candle. The blackmail was officially set in stone that night. Anthony tells him it's none of his business who he fornicates with, but he laid his hands on a lady of Barco. He's officially twisting the knife. Roman is shown trembling in the dark, unable to defend himself. Anthony warns that he can't just let this matter slide, cementing the threat. Anthony gives him the choice, either expose the truth and have the engagement broken, or take another path to restore their relationship. The alternative? He had to marry a direct descendant of the Barco family. He was trying to absorb the Dmitri family's wealth through a forced marriage. Anthony grins, telling him if he becomes a man of Barco, he will be forgiven. It was the ultimate ultimatum for a weak-willed noble. Young Roman is left sitting alone in the dark, looking completely defeated. The question of what he will do hangs in the air like a death sentence. Back in the present, the new Roman looks completely unbothered by the story. He's sitting on the couch, processing the memories with a detached clinical interest. He realizes that if the truth came out, the honor of Dmitri would drop to rock bottom. He finally understands the weight of the secret he's carrying. He thinks that, so that's what happened, and that all the puzzle pieces have fallen into place. Roman's eyes glow purple as he finally understands the full scope of the conspiracy. Roman thinks about how the old owner couldn't face his father, or the lady he loved after that. He chose suicide because he couldn't see any other way out of the Barkos' trap. Roman thinks that so he committed suicide, and wished for his death to solve everything. Roman is judging the old owner's decision with zero sympathy. He takes a drink, thinking about how a weak man who's never accomplished anything would end up like that. He thinks that is Roman Dmitri, how miserable and pathetic. Roman looks Anthony dead in the eye with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. The moron is definitely not home right now. Anthony is confused, asking why Roman is hesitating. He thinks he's still in control of the situation. Anthony promises that their union will grant them absolute power in the region. Roman's response? A simple, just for that? Ouch, that's gotta hurt the ego. Anthony is stunned into silence, asking what Roman means. He can't believe Roman is brushing off a path to regional dominance like it's nothing. Roman slams his glass onto the table with a sharp thud. He asks if he has to accept this political marriage for such a reason. He's officially calling out the Barkos' pathetic logic. Anthony gets angry, glaring at Roman and telling him this is not a choice. He threatens to expose everything and ruin the Dmitri reputation if Roman doesn't comply. Roman stands up and kicks the table over with a massive crash. He's done with the talk and ready for some action. Close-up of Anthony's terrified eyes as Roman looms over him. Roman's voice echoes with a terrifying authority as he speaks. Roman declares that the Dmitri family has no need to accept the Barko family's proposal for such a pathetic reason. He's officially ending the blackmail right here. The scene shifts back to the party hall where people are laughing and drinking, totally unaware of the drama unfolding in the back room. Sophia Grizzle is looking around with a curious expression. She's probably wondering where the most interesting person at the party disappeared to. Roman walks back into the main hall, and Sophia greets him with a bright welcome, asking where he's been. Roman tells her he just had something to attend to, adding that he has to leave now. Sophia looks disappointed, noting that the party just started. Sophia tries to keep him there, saying she has so much more to talk about. Roman just gives a polite apology, saying it's urgent and keeps walking. Roman's thoughts are cold. I feel the same way. Let's talk again when the opportunity arises. He's already planning the Barkos' downfall. Roman strides toward the exit as the party staff bows low to him. His footsteps are steady and powerful. Suddenly, a loud scream erupts. "Take back what you said, you bastard." Roman stops dead in his tracks, recognizing that voice instantly. Outside, the other nobles' knights are in a commotion. The whispers are everywhere as people realize something has gone wrong with the Dmitri escorts. Close-up of Roman's purple eye, which is suddenly wide and glowing with fury. Someone is about to experience the wrath of the heavenly demon. A metal helmet is shown flying through the air after a heavy impact. It looks like Kevin has been seriously assaulted by the other knights. Roman looks down from the balcony to see Kevin on the ground, surrounded by a group of mocking knights. The final panel shows the pure, unfiltered rage starting to boil over. Big mistake, guys. The red mist is settling and the vibe is getting dark. The narrator asks a simple question. Well, what did you expect when dealing with someone who doesn't know their place? Kevin is standing his ground, and his eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. He's about to show these guys exactly what the level of Dmitri really looks like. Chris puts a steadying hand on the kid's shoulder, telling him to just endure it for now. Kevin clenches his teeth, giving a forced, "Yes, sir," but you can tell he's ready to snap. The rival knights from the Barko family are just standing there with the smuggest grins you've ever seen. They think they've already won the psychological war. They're laughing and pointing, mocking Roman for bringing a brat like Kevin as his escort. One of them even makes fun of the kid's helmet not fitting, which is just low-tier bullying at this point. The mocking continues as they suggest Kevin just found random armor on the street and called himself a knight. They say this is seriously a new low, but they have no idea who they're messing with. Chris isn't taking the insults lying down, asking if the Barko knights train their sneers instead of their sword skills. The rival knight just gives a cocky, "I wonder," in response. The black-haired thug actually has the nerve to put his hand on Kevin's head, patronizing him. He claims he could outswing the brat without even having proper training. The scene shifts to Roman, who is shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. The text drops a hard truth. "This is why people call your liege a moron." Kevin is whispering, "Take that back," over and over while the thug keeps messing with his helmet. He's warning them that young Master Roman doesn't deserve to be insulted like that. Kevin finally reaches his boiling point and grabs the thug's hand. He roars at the top of his lungs to take back what he said, "You bastard." The rival knight reacts with violence, landing a heavy blow or shove that sends Kevin's head reeling. Chris screams out the kid's name as things officially go from trash talk to a brawl. Chris immediately goes into a combat stance, his hand moving toward the hilt of his sword. He's ready to back up his junior, but he's thinking about the bigger picture. A close-up of a blade being gripped tightly emphasizes the tension. Chris knows this guy is a knight of Barko, and any move he makes could have massive political consequences. Chris's internal monologue explains the high stakes. The Dmitri family is currently in a heated conflict with the Barco family. He realizes that if he causes a mess here, it could blow up in everyone's faces. He knows a rash decision won't just hurt Roman's reputation, it could ruin the entire family. The pressure is visible in his eyes as he tries to maintain his discipline. Kevin is down on one knee, his helmet having fallen off from the impact. He's breathing hard, but he's still showing respect to the moron master by calling out for his liege. Kevin looks up with pure fire in his eyes, telling the Barco Knights that he has no interest in dealing with thugs imitating knights. Talk about some stone-cold bravery from the newbie. The Barco Knight just gives a dismissive smirk, clearly unimpressed by Kevin's defiance. He thinks he's still the biggest predator in the room. He moves in for another strike, telling Kevin to see how long his pride lasts. The dark, jagged speech bubbles tell you he's done playing around and is ready for blood. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the side and grabs the knight's arm with a powerful grip. Roman has officially entered the chat. The rival knight and Kevin both freeze, their eyes wide with absolute shock. The speed of Roman's intervention caught everyone off guard. Chris is staring from the sidelines, his mouth slightly open in surprise. He's witnessing his master take charge in a way that is totally unlike the old Roman. Roman is holding the knight's arm firmly, looking completely composed. Kevin can only stammer out a confused question to his liege as he looks up at his savior. Close-up of Roman's cold, purple eyes. He looks like a god who just found a bug on his windshield. Without saying a word, Roman delivers a thunderous backhand slap to the knight's face. The impact is so hard it interrupts the knight's own name mid-sentence. The wide shot shows the sheer force of the blow as the knight's head is whipped to the side. Kevin and Chris are left in a daze, unable to process the absolute disrespect Roman just handed out. The Barco Knight is clutching his reddened cheek, his eyes dilated in pure terror. He's wondering how he just got slapped and why he couldn't even see the move coming. Roman isn't done, grabbing the knight by the hair or face and pulling him close. He tells him that a moron like him has no right to speak his name. Roman slams the guy's head to the side, sending him stumbling back with a pained yell. It's a total humiliation of a trained knight by the local moron. A close-up of the knight's terrified face as he realizes the power gap. He's sweating bullets, wondering what's happening as Roman prepares to finish him off. Roman delivers another lightning-fast slap that echoes through the courtyard with a loud crack. He's literally treating this guy like a disobedient child. The knight is hunched over, gasping for air and groaning in pain. Roman is just looming over him like a dark shadow, showing zero mercy. Roman winds up for another strike. His expression is calm as a summer lake. He's systematic about this beatdown, and it's terrifying to watch. Blood sprays from the knight's mouth as he's sent reeling from yet another impact. He can only manage a weak groan while Roman continues his assault. An extreme close-up of the knight's teary, bloodshot eye captures the moment of absolute defeat. Roman's voice drops to a chilling whisper as he speaks. Roman commands the broken man to raise his head. The authority in his voice is undeniable. He is the heavenly demon, and he expects obedience. The scene shifts back to the private room where Anthony Barco is sitting alone on his sofa. He looks like his entire world has just collapsed around him. Anthony is clutching his head in frustration, swearing under his breath. He's wondering what the hell just happened to his perfect blackmail plan. He thinks back to Roman's refusal, remembering how Roman told him to take responsibility for laying his hands on a lady of his family. Roman basically told him his proposal was a joke. In the flashback, Roman gives that terrifyingly calm smirk. He tells Anthony to do as he likes, since he's already known as a moron and a few more rumors won't change anything. Roman's eyes glow with a sinister green light in Anthony's memory. He told Anthony that rather than blackmailing others, he should learn to conduct himself properly. Roman stands tall, declaring that he chose to break the marriage of his own free will, not because of some pathetic threat. He's calling Anthony's bluff right to his face. He asks Anthony a pointed question. Why would he ever help the Lawrence family if it meant interfering with the Barcos? He's showing off his tactical mindset. Anthony looks absolutely murderous, his face twisted in rage as he repeats Roman's words, wondering if it's just to relieve his personal grudge against him. He can't believe his leverage is gone. The text box is simple and direct. He's already researched the Barco family. Roman isn't just strong, he's prepared. We get a shot of a grand castle as Roman's analysis continues. He knows the Barcos have connections to the central government, but he also knows that power is hollow without real wealth or force. A close-up of Roman's eye underscores his final verdict. The true powerhouse of the Northeast is not Barco, but Dmitri. He's officially claiming the throne. Anthony is hunched over, shaking with a mix of fear and fury. Roman's voice echoes in his head. Now, what will you do? Anthony finally caves, asking if this means Roman won't interfere with the Lawrence family anymore if the matter is resolved. Roman simply says that's correct. A speech bubble over a dark background says, let's wrap this matter up. The negotiation is over, and Roman has come out on top without breaking a sweat. Anthony sits alone, trembling as he realizes Roman has changed completely. He looks like he's having a total breakdown over how much he underestimated his rival. He notes that it's not just Roman's face, it's his actions, his gaze, and even the way he speaks. He thinks Roman's presence commands such pressure. Anthony is officially terrified of the new Roman. The final realization hits. He's not the moron that I used to know. Anthony stares into the distance, wondering just what in the world happened to turn a coward into a monster. Anthony snaps at an underling who enters the room, shouting for them to not bother him right now. He's clearly reached his limit of stress for the day. The servant is hesitant, reporting that Lord Roman and his knight are, well, doing something out in the courtyard. Anthony is confused, asking what they're doing as he looks up. Back outside, the sounds of slapping are constant. Roman is still at it, turning the Barco knight's face into a raw steak in front of the entire party. Every noble in the building is watching from the balconies, their faces frozen in pure shock. This is the most public humiliation in the history of the northeastern nobility. The Barco knight is groveling in the dirt, begging for mercy. He says he will never do it again, so please. He's completely broken, both physically and mentally. Kevin and Chris approach Roman, with Kevin saying, "My liege, I think you've punished him enough." Even his own men are starting to feel a little bad for the guy. Roman looks back with a cold, uncaring gaze. He declares that he will decide when the punishment is over. He says that even if he dies, that's just the price he paid for his words and actions. Cold as ice. Anthony Barco finally appears, screaming and asking what is the meaning of this. He's trying to reclaim some authority, but he just looks desperate. Anthony threatens Roman, saying even if he's the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he won't tolerate this. He demands an immediate apology for Roman's insolent actions. Roman looks up at the balcony with those glowing eyes and asks a simple, devastating question: why must I apologize? Roman gestures toward the crying, pathetic knight on the ground. He points out that this man slandered him and laid his hands on a person of Dmitri. Case closed. Roman challenges Anthony directly. "Do you seriously believe that I'm in the wrong?" Anthony stammers out that Roman has crossed the line, but his confidence is clearly shaken. Roman starts walking toward the building, his boots clacking on the stone. He reminds Anthony that his personal grudge could destroy the relationship between their entire families. Close-up of Roman's intense, focused gaze as he tells Anthony to keep his actions in check from now on. He's officially putting the Barco heir on a leash. Roman gets right in Anthony's space, his aura flaring. He says he is not a very patient man, so he tells Anthony to decide what he will do right now. Talk about a high-pressure ultimatum. Anthony is sweating like crazy as Roman reminds him that interference with the Lawrence family is still on the table. The power dynamic is so one-sided, it's almost painful to watch. Anthony grits his teeth, whispering a desperate curse. He knows he's been completely checkmated in front of his peers. Anthony finally breaks and agrees with Roman, muttering that he's right. The surrounding knights watch in stunned silence as their master folds. Roman gives a final, sinister smirk. He admits he would have given the same punishment if the roles were reversed. Peak psychological warfare. Roman laughs it off, saying they sure get along well as he prepares to leave. He's making a mockery of Anthony's entire existence. He turns back to the groveling Barco knight, saying now, "Then." The poor guy flinches, knowing he's about to get one last parting gift. Roman winds up for one final, massive strike, telling the knight to clench his teeth. The purple energy around him says this one is going to hurt a lot. A wide shot of the party entrance as the sun sets. Roman, Kevin, and Chris are standing tall, ready to head home after a very successful outing. The view of Roman's back as he walks away. A text box introduces a heavy topic, the previous Roman. He wipes his bloody hand with a cloth as the text explains that the old Roman was just a moron who was disrespected as a moron. Despite being part of the powerful Dmitri family, he was seen as a joke, but Roman just turns and tells Chris and Kevin to go back with a voice that demands respect. Chris and Kevin follow him out, looking more like loyal disciples than just escorts. The vibe has shifted from mockery to absolute awe. The crowd of nobles is shown, and you can see the shock on their faces. They're starting to realize the world they knew is changing. Everyone who was present that day is left staring after the trio. They have no choice but to acknowledge the new reality. Anthony Barco watches them leave with a look of pure, shattered shock. He's realizing that the man he thought he could control is now the one in charge. A grand shot of Roman leading his men through the estate gates. The text box confirms it, that the moron they knew no longer existed. The screen goes white with those final, powerful words. Roman Dmitri has officially been reborn. The sun is setting over the mountains, painting the sky in beautiful orange and purple hues. A carriage rolls along a quiet path, the sound of its wheels echoing through the evening air. Inside the carriage, Kevin and Chris are sitting in a heavy silence. The warm sunset light filters in, highlighting their thoughtful and somewhat weary expressions. Kevin breaks the silence, bowing his head in an apology. He says he's sorry and that Chris was insulted because of him, his voice filled with regret for the incident at the party. Chris looks down, his face shadowed as he replies that he's sorry as well. He says he did absolutely nothing while the Dmitri name was being disgraced and Kevin was being beaten. He's clearly beating himself up for his lack of action. Roman is sitting opposite them, his arms crossed and his eyes closed in thought. The silence suggests he's carefully considering his disciples' words before responding. Roman opens his eyes and addresses them both. He says it must not have been easy to endure, and thanks both for bearing with it until he arrived. He's showing a surprisingly compassionate side, acknowledging their struggle. Roman continues his lecture, explaining that rashness brings chaos and that their decisions prevented the worst-case scenario. He's validating their choice to stay disciplined, but there's a big however coming. Roman's gaze turns sharp and intense as he says that is not the answer that he had wanted. He's setting a new, much more aggressive standard for his followers. The carriage continues its journey under the golden sky. Roman declares that because there is no one in the entire northeast of Cairo that can dare to lay their hands on the Dmitri family. Talk about a bold claim. He gives a chilling piece of advice. Even if it's someone that you must endure such humiliation from, make sure you remember their face. He's teaching them to never forget an insult and to always seek retribution. Close-up of Roman's eye, which is suddenly full of a cold white light. He commands that they must never let their spite be quenched, instilling a sense of ruthless vengeance in his men. A vision of the heavenly demon from the past life appears, its face scarred and its eyes glowing with a dark energy. It growls that he cannot bear to see someone above him, cementing the demon's core philosophy. Roman stands tall in the vision, repeating the mantra, "To follow me, who will live a life of standing above all. You must adapt to my ways." He's demanding absolute, uncompromising superiority. Kevin and Chris look on with wide eyes, soaking in Roman's intense words. The red background and the dramatic lighting underscore the gravity of the lesson they're receiving. The carriage rolls on, the sound of the horse's hooves, the only sound in the fading light. The mood has shifted from regret to a fierce, shared determination. The scene transitions to the Grand Dmitri mansion under a bright, clear sky. A text box introduces the next phase of Roman's plan. This is information about the Barco family that you requested from the information guild, Black Moon. Inside his study, Roman is meeting with a small, bespectacled man from the Black Moon Guild. The informant reports that according to the Black Moon Guild, the Barco family's recent movements are very unusual. Roman listens intently, a thoughtful sound escaping his lips. He's already mentally dissecting the data as the sound of pages turning fills the room. A vertical montage of the Barco family's history is shown. They've been a powerhouse in the Northeast for over a century, their influence growing alongside someone from their family who entered the central government. Roman notes that their military strength doesn't seem to be very strong, just as he'd already researched. He admits he was surprised, given their high status and influence. Roman continues to read the guild's report, noting that it just shows how powerful the central government is. He's beginning to understand the political landscape of this new world. A map shows the Salamander continent, consisting of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. The Cairo kingdom is described as small and weak, constantly under threat because it shares borders with all the other powers. The text explains that Cairo was forced to join forces with the central government to survive foreign invasions. This led to the central government gaining absolute authority, especially over conscription. The informant warns that if a noble family rejects conscription, they are deemed as insurgents, and soldiers are dispatched immediately. The kingdom's control is absolute and brutal. The report continues. After a family is subjugated, their land is confiscated and either kept by the kingdom or granted to a new, more obedient aristocrat. Neighboring lords who helped are also rewarded with a portion of the land. The guild member looks nervous, taking a gulp as he explains that this system of influence is what gave the Barcos intangible strength through their connection with the central government. He can't believe the extent of the corruption. Roman points out that, yes, that is also how they were able to take such a large loan out from the gold bank. He's connecting the dots between political influence and financial power. Roman looks at a document from the bank, which shows the Barcos took a massive loan without any collateral. He's discovered that the money they acquired was used for the Bird Mercenary Company. A shot of the Burge Mercenary Company shows them as a group of around 100 skilled killers, led by an A-ranked mercenary named Burge. They're basically a private army for hire. The informant adds that Barco has also been conscripting their own people recently. He predicts that they're expected to attack Lawrence within half a month based on their preparations. The little guy from the guild asks with a worried face if Lawrence probably doesn't stand a chance. He estimates that even under a siege, Lawrence would only last a month at most. Roman sits back in his chair, framed by a bright window. He remembers telling Anthony Barco that he wouldn't interfere with matters regarding Lawrence. A vertical montage shows Roman's true intentions. He knows he can't let the Barcos keep living after they threatened him. He's determined to show them that Barco's increases to their forces were no match for Dmitri. Roman's thoughts are cold and clinical. It is but a simple task to execute them if I borrow this family's strength, but that would be meaningless. He wants to win on his own terms. A group of laughing nobles is shown, representing the northeastern elite who don't consider Roman a threat because of his commoner origins. He's already planning to shatter their illusions. The text across the screen declares that what I need right now is an opportunity to rise to a greater stage like last time. Roman is officially aiming for the top. Roman stands up, his shadow overlapping with a vision of the heavenly demon. The purple aura around him says he's ready to start the next chapter of his journey. Roman slams his hand onto the desk with a sharp thud, calling out for Hans. He's got an urgent mission and he needs to meet with his father immediately. Roman looks determined, thinking it's time to cash in on what he was promised last time. He's ready to claim his reward for the duel and start building his elite squad. Outside in the town, the local people are whispering as someone walks through the streets. The clanking sound of heavy armor suggests a formidable presence has arrived. The camera pans up to show a bright blue sky with a few fluffy clouds. The clanking sound continues, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. We finally see the source of the noise, a massive, heavily armored warrior walking through the plaza. He looks like a total tank, his presence radiating strength and experience. The townspeople are shown looking up in awe and slight fear. The warrior is towering over everyone, his armor clanking with every step. The warrior removes his helmet with a tired sigh and a soft clank. He's got messy blue-green hair and some noticeable scars on his face, a clear sign of a life spent in battle. The man identifies himself as Lucas, a B-rank mercenary. He notes that Dmitri hasn't changed a single bit, suggesting he's returned after a long time away. He stops in front of a shop with a sign showing a hammer and anvil, the local smithy. He's looking for some much-needed maintenance. Lucas enters the shop and comments on the state they're in, looking at some worn-out gear on the counter. The word describes the ragged condition of the equipment. A large, muscular blacksmith greets him with a laugh. Lucas grumbles about almost dying because of reckless bastards with crap for brains, presumably his former employers. The blacksmith inspects Lucas's gear with a thoughtful sound. He comments that the quality of the gear isn't great and asks where Lucas originally bought it. Lucas sighs, explaining that he tried a new store for the first time and almost lost his life because of it. The blacksmith laughs, boasting that Dimitri's ironwork is the best of the best. The blacksmith tells Lucas he'll be in his care and promises to make him a full set of high-quality gear. He warns that it will take some time to finish such a big job. Lucas walks toward the back of the shop, saying it doesn't matter and that he's going to be recuperating in Dmitri for the time being. He looks forward to some much-needed peace. Close-up of Lucas's face as he admits he's sick and tired of the battlefield. The man is clearly burnt out from his life as a mercenary. Suddenly, Lucas notices a large group of people gathered in the street. The sound of whispering and excitement catches his attention as he wonders what's going on. He asks himself what they are gathering over there for as he pushes through the crowd to get a better look at the commotion. Lucas wonders if a war has broken out, thinking he wasn't going to take on any work, but curiosity gets the better of him. He politely asks to come through, while noticing the excited reactions of the townsfolk. Lucas finally reaches the front and sees a large poster on the wall. He asks if it's a recruitment notice, his mercenary instincts kicking in despite his fatigue. The poster is titled, "Recruiting Private Soldiers." The prerequisites are being healthy and having a desire to get stronger. It calls for 30 recruits with a wage of 8 silver per month. Lucas does the math in his head, noting that the monthly cost of living for a 4-person family is about 5 silvers on average. He admits the wage isn't bad at all, even considering the risks. However, there's a special condition listed in red. It states that recruits will belong only to Roman Dmitri, not the family, and they must be willing to lay down their lives for him. Talk about intense. A guy in the crowd tells Lucas to not even think about applying, claiming that hundreds of people have already signed up. The man is emphasizing his point. Lucas is insulted, saying he won't apply. He says he may look like this, but he's a B-rank mercenary, and that he needs at least 50 silvers a month to even consider pledging his loyalty to a noble. The man has his standards. Lucas starts to walk away with a dismissive weight, but something about the situation is nagging at him. He stops and turns back, asking if the man really said hundreds of people have applied. He wonders if this is really something that much worth. He's genuinely confused by the high interest in the position. Lucas points out the elephant in the room. However good the conditions are, is it not Roman Dmitri, the moron of Dmitri? He can't understand why anyone would want to work for such a notorious failure. Another person in the crowd asks, who knows what kind of ordeal you'll suffer by becoming his soldier? People are still very skeptical of Roman's character. Lucas stands there, looking at the notice board with a thoughtful expression. He mutters to himself, sensing there's more to the story than just the rumors. The crowd guy clears his throat and tells Lucas that Lord Roman is no longer the moron that he was before. It seems word of Roman's transformation is spreading among the commoners. Lucas is stunned, asking what the man is talking about. The man tells him how Roman destroyed the Blood Fang and how he treats people with true care. The man admits they didn't believe it at first either, but says they started to have second thoughts after hearing what a man named Clark said. Lucas asks who Clark is. The informant explains that after Clark's son became Roman's subordinate, his family's life of poverty completely changed. It's a classic rags to riches story through loyal service. The man tries to remember the son's name, wondering what his son's name was again as we get a glimpse of a bakery full of fresh bread. He asks if it was Kevin. The final panel shows young Kevin standing outside the bakery with a bag of bread and a huge, happy grin. He looks totally different from the beaten-down kid we first met. The Roman effect is real. A wide shot of the Grand Dmitri estate at dusk. Inside, Roman's voice can be heard letting out a surprised, "What?" Kevin is standing in his squire uniform, looking absolutely bewildered. He repeats the word, a leave, like he's never heard of a vacation before. Roman is leaning against a wall, his posture relaxed. He tells Kevin yes to take a 3-day leave starting tomorrow because rest is also an extension of training, spoken like a true master. Roman turns to Kevin with a slightly softer expression. He adds that since Kevin's worked hard, he should enjoy his time with his family. He's really showing a more human side here. Kevin is overcome with emotion, his eyes shining as he bows and agrees. He's clearly touched by Roman's thoughtfulness. The scene shifts to a window being opened with a swish, revealing a bright blue sky. It's a literal breath of fresh air for Kevin. Kevin is shown getting changed out of his uniform. He's reflecting on the news, thinking about his leave. He notes that it feels a bit weird, remembering his old life. He thinks that back then, he couldn't survive without working every single day. Poverty is a harsh teacher. He looks out the window, his expression full of longing. He thinks that it's been so long since he's seen his family after coming to the castle, and he wonders how they're doing. Suddenly, someone shouts Kevin's name, making the kid jump. Someone is running down the hallway toward him. It's Hans. He's out of breath, telling Kevin he shouldn't go meet his family in that state after being gone for so long. Kevin is confused, letting out a questioning sound. Hans drops a small, heavy pouch onto Kevin's bed with a thud and a clinking sound. He explains that Roman has prepared some clean clothes and says Kevin will receive 30 silvers a month from now on. Hans tells him to go have a good time with that, whether it be for gifts or luxury. Kevin is left standing there, clutching a new set of clothes and a bag of money, looking completely floored. Kevin is shown walking through the town, a huge grin on his face. He's carrying a large bag of groceries and a long loaf of bread, feeling like $1,000,000. Kevin thinks he can't believe clothes are this soft and that he feels good just from wearing them. Kevin's eyes shine as he looks at the freshly baked bread, which smells amazing. He's clearly proud of the tons of bread he bought for his family. Kevin walks with a confident stride through the market as he imagines his sister's reaction. He knows Mary will be overjoyed. A flashback to the slums shows a younger Mary looking grumpy as she stares at a single, hard piece of bread. Kevin remembers that she would always complain about it, knowing she dreamed of eating whipped cream on freshly baked bread. Back in the present, Kevin is smiling, realizing that back then, he couldn't buy freshly baked bread even once because it cost twice as much as the dried kind. The memory turns dark as some thugs break into their shack, shouting Clark's name and laughing cruelly. The sound of their malice still haunts Kevin. The image shows Kevin's family huddled on the floor, terrified while the thugs loom over them. It's a grim reminder of why Kevin is so determined to get stronger. Kevin clenches his fist tightly on the bag of bread with a sharp grip. He vows that no matter what, he will never let this happen again. A close-up of Kevin's serious, determined face. He thinks that he'll grow stronger under the young master's guidance, his resolve hardening. The red, jagged text across the screen says it all, and never let my family experience such a thing again. Kevin has officially found his why. Kevin arrives at a large, sturdy-looking house in the suburbs. It's a far cry from the shacks he used to know. Kevin stops in his tracks, his mouth hanging open in surprise. He mutters, his eyes wide as he looks at the impressive new home. We get a montage of people inside the house, a woman drinking tea, a man laughing happily, and a young girl playing with flowers. It looks like a picture-perfect family life. Kevin asks himself, what in the world is going on, still unable to believe his eyes. He thought it was weird that he was told to head to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums. A young girl with long reddish hair looks toward the door. She has a curious, expectant look on her face as she notices someone arriving. She screams for her brother, her face lighting up with joy. Kevin's parents also look over, their expressions full of shock and delight at seeing their son. Kevin's father shouts for his son, tears already starting to well up. Kevin is frozen at the gate, still clutching his bag of bread. The family rushes out and tackles Kevin in a massive group hug. Everyone is shouting at once, asking how long it's been. Kevin's parents explain everything while they hug him. Kevin begins to ask about the house, and they tell him how Sir Hans arrived and granted them the house and land as per Roman's will. Kevin looks up with a soft, stunned expression. His parents tell him how people from the castle gave them all kinds of help with settling in, and that they finally felt truly alive for the first time in years. Close-up of Kevin's eye, which is shimmering with unshed tears. He whispers Lord Roman's name, realizing the magnitude of his master's generosity. Kevin finally breaks down into happy tears, sobbing and saying thank you so much as he hugs his family. Roman didn't just save his life, he gave his whole family a future. Kevin's father notices something and lets out a sharp gasp. He's looking at Kevin's face with concern. The father asks about Kevin's cheek, reaching out to touch some red marks on Kevin's face. He's worried about what his son has been through at the castle. The background goes dark as the question hangs in the air. Did Lord Roman beat you? The parents are still wary of noble temperament. Kevin quickly denies it, waving his hands in a flustered, no, that's not it. His reaction is almost comical. His parents aren't convinced, telling him he can tell them the truth. They say that if he's being mistreated, they're ready to do something protective. Kevin shouts at them to stop, insisting Lord Roman is absolutely not that kind of person. His father asks what happened to his face. Kevin takes a deep breath and prepares to tell them the real story, starting with the truth. A dramatic text box over a red background asks the same question people across the territory are asking. Are you seriously asking us to believe that? We cut to a different location where some men are drinking and gossiping. One says that's true, but another counters that you can never trust rumors. One woman looks particularly skeptical, asking what sort of noble would go that far just for his own subordinate. She's heard the story of the slaps and thinks it's total BS. A wide shot of a bustling marketplace shows people huddled in groups, their faces a mix of surprise and lingering doubt. Someone asks if they can believe that moron of a master did that. A guy with blue hair points toward a nice area of town, saying they saw how Clark and his family live now, haven't they? He's using them as living proof of Roman's character. The blue-haired man continues, noting that he had granted a house, land, and even slapped a knight of Barco, all for Kevin. He's a total believer now. Another man is still unsure, asking if he's sure he didn't just see a look-alike. He remembers Roman making a huge fuss in a store before and can't reconcile the two images. A group of kids is listening in, one of them saying he heard Roman cares for his people extremely well, and that he wants to be like Kevin too. Roman is officially becoming a folk hero. Close-up of a man's mouth as he whispers that if only he can gain Lord Roman's trust, just like Clark's family, the commoners are starting to see a path out of poverty. A new life. The text underscores the hope that is beginning to spread through the territory thanks to Roman's actions. A vertical panel shows Roman Dmitri standing on a balcony overlooking his city. The text confirms his new reputation. He treats his people with care, and if you can gain his trust, you can live a life completely different from before. Lucas and the guy from earlier are still talking by the recruitment notice. The man says that's why so many people are applying for this private soldier recruitment. Lucas is staring at the notice with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He asks himself what in the world is going on, his mercenary brain failing to process the 180-degree shift in Roman's reputation. He remembers the old Roman making a fuss in a casino after he lost all his money 2 years ago. He can't believe the subjugating the Blood Fang and social party incident stories are about the same guy. Lucas is muttering to himself, wondering what in the world happened in those 2 years, while the other guy just looks at him like he's crazy. Lucas gives a wicked grin, his green eyes flashing. He says how interesting, and that he wants to confirm it for himself now. The B-rank mercenary has officially found a reason to stay in town. The scene shifts to a full moon hanging over the Dmitri castle. A text box informs us that the trial preparations are going smoothly. A wide shot of the castle at night. The narrator explains that they will only provide the minimum number of soldiers for regulating entry, and Lord Roman will be in charge of the overall process. Inside a fancy study, Baron Romero looks deep in thought. He asks if that much time has passed already, his face etched with worry. Captain Jonathan is standing in front of the desk, telling the Baron this is his last chance to take it back, and asking if he's really okay with this. He's clearly concerned about Roman's autonomy. Romero is pouring himself a drink. He notes that developing private soldiers purely for an individual is too dangerous and suggests they should have asked Roman about his purpose first. Romero says Jonathan's name with a firm tone, cutting off any further debate. He's already made his decision. A flashback to the social party shows Roman and Anthony Barco laughing together. Romero admits he thought Roman was going to collaborate with the Barcos to drive out his second-born from the line of succession. Talk about family drama. The memory continues, showing Roman slapping the Barco knight. Romero notes that Roman did it in front of all those nobles and even against Anthony's dissuasion. Romero reflects on the fatal damage it dealt to Anthony's pride. He realized that Roman and Anthony could never truly join forces after such a public humiliation. Romero finishes his drink with a sharp gulp. He concludes that Roman, who was judged to be a moron for over a decade, has started to live life in his own way ever since the Blood Fang incident. Romero looks up, his expression one of paternal pride. He says that as a father, he merely wishes to cheer him on. He's officially all in on supporting his son's new path. Jonathan nods his head. He says he understands, accepting the Baron's will. The Baron asks how many people have applied, wondering if it's 50 or 100. He's hoping for a decent turnout to save face, saying that considering his reputation, anything above 50 would be a relief. Jonathan takes a breath and drops the bombshell. It's estimated to be over 500 people. Romero is shown mid-sip, frozen in absolute shock. A hilarious close-up of Romero's face as he asks what Jonathan means with his eyes bugging out. He completely underestimated his son's growing popularity. The sun rises over the massive castle gate with a loud clang. It's officially the day of the trials. The courtyard is packed with hundreds of applicants, all whispering in excitement. Lucas is among them, looking way more serious than the other hopefuls. A heavy wooden door creaks open with a loud groan, and a brilliant light floods out. The crowd falls silent as the main event begins. Chris enters the yard, looking sharp and professional. He announces my liege as Roman prepares to make his grand entrance. Roman is shown from the back, wearing a dramatic red cape and sitting on a literal barrel. He's looking over the massive crowd as the message that preparations for the trial have been completed rings out. The final panel shows a close-up of Roman's cool, composed face in profile. He's staring down the hundreds of men, ready to pick the best for his elite squad. Let the Hunger Games begin. The night before the trial, a full moon shines over the bustling town. The local inn is brightly lit and filled with noise. Inside, someone is absolutely destroying a mug of ale. It's a serious chug session. It's our guy Lucas, looking satisfied with a big sigh. He admits that Dimitri dark beer is top tier as always. He's looking a bit flushed from the booze, but his mind is still sharp. He's staring into space with a thoughtful but... Lucas surveys the room, noting the sheer number of people gathered a day before the trial. There are way more applicants than he ever expected. He spots 3 rowdy guys at a corner table. They're laughing it up, but Lucas is already gauging their threat level. He notices the copper IDs hanging from their belts. He deduces they're C-rank mercenaries, realizing these aren't just random villagers. He looks over at the bar where 3 others are drinking quietly. They don't look like mercs, but he can tell they're clearly battle-experienced veterans. He sighs, realizing there are countless other inns in Dimitri just like this one. The overall level of the applicants is surprisingly high. Lucas wonders why they're all here. He thinks there should be much better work than this, suspecting it's more than just simple curiosity. He slams his mug on the table with a firm thud. He just doesn't get it. What's the big secret? Suddenly, someone approaches. Lucas asks, genuinely surprised to see a familiar face, why Henderson is here. Henderson pulls up a chair. He mentions that Lawrence was his hometown, so he was planning to go back there eventually. But after witnessing Roman Dimitri dismantle the Bloodfang and Lawrence, he completely changed his mind. He's a believer now. A text box points out that those who weren't present simply didn't believe the rumors. They thought it was all just talk. But Henderson saw it with his own eyes at the plaza. He was right there in the middle of the crowd. He describes Roman covered in blood, dragging the leader of Bloodfang by his hair. The sound of absolute dominance. Henderson leans in with a dark, intense look. He asks if Lucas can imagine it, his words echoing against a bloody red backdrop. A young master of a noble family traveling to another territory just to crush the head of a gang leader who harmed his people. That's some legendary stuff. Henderson is looking totally mesmerized by the memory. He admits he can't get that scene out of his head. He felt shivers. The text crackles with energy, showing just how much impact Roman's actions had on the witnesses. In the background, other mercenaries are listening in. They know people doubt the incident, but they felt the shift in reality. He continues, saying he saw and felt it directly. They all realized Roman Dimitri is definitely not the weakling the rumors claimed. Henderson slams the table with a thud. He roars with passion that Roman is a true leader who can fight for his people. He declares this private soldier recruitment is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He's determined to pass and gain permanent residence as Roman's subordinate. Lucas is listening with a smirk, finally understanding the hype. Roman Dimitri is a man worth laying down my life for. The scene transitions to the outside of the inn at night. This huge commotion throughout the town is clearly orchestrated by fate. A text box notes that this may not just be a coincidence. Things are moving in a very specific direction. A title card announces the day of the trial at the Dimitri Drill Hall. The sun is high and the castle towers look imposing. The courtyard is packed. Men are laughing and boasting. One guy shouts for them to go have a drink once the trial is over. Way too overconfident. Lucas stands in the crowd, deep in thought. He's wondering what choice he should make if everything he heard is actually true. He looks at the people around him, noting their doubtful faces. He muses that everyone here is probably thinking the same thing as him. A text box over a starry background declares that the moment of choice will be coming. The tension is building up. Lucas thinks that it will be when they see the true Roman. He looks more determined than ever to find the truth for himself. Suddenly, he stops. He wonders what's going on and why it became quiet all of a sudden. Something has shifted the entire atmosphere. A single polished boot steps onto the ground with a firm step. The main event has finally arrived. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as Roman makes his entrance. You can practically hear the collective gasp as the men watch him walk through. Roman strides forward, looking like absolute fire in his armor and red cape. His footsteps are the only thing you can hear now. Even the most hardened fighters are just staring in awe as he passes by. His aura is just on another level. Lucas notes that no one gave a command, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads. Roman has that natural king energy. A text box over Roman's back declares, "The rumors were true. There's no doubting his presence now." Roman steps onto a raised wooden platform. His heavy armor clanks as he takes his position at the front. He climbs the wooden stairs with authority. The sound effects emphasize the weight of his arrival. He turns to face the crowd, looking every bit the warrior lord. He's got that focused, "I'm not here to play" expression. Roman commands them to raise their heads. The guys in front look totally flustered and confused by his intense gaze. He stands tall with Chris behind him. He explains that he will select 30 soldiers today, but has something important to tell them first. Roman makes it clear, he, Roman Dmitri, has no plans to live his days cooped up in a remote territory. Bold words for a blacksmith's son. He warns them that he will constantly be in battle for a higher position. He states bluntly that anyone following him without a firm resolve should leave. Turn back now? The text is huge and final. Roman is filtering out the weak right from the start. He tells them not to think about resentment on the battlefield. He warns that what they should think about as their head flies off is not resentment toward him. Dark, but honest. He tells them their only regret should be not being able to witness him standing tall as the most powerful on the continent. Talk about massive ego. The crowd is stunned into silence. Lucas is looking at Roman in a daze, trying to process those insane claims. Lucas wonders what Roman is talking about. He thinks that forgetting the most powerful on the continent, Roman is someone whose position in his own family is at stake. He thinks the arrogance has no limit. But despite himself, Lucas feels a chill. He thinks that for some reason it feels like he could actually pull it off. Roman's presence is just that convincing. Chris steps forward to give the official instructions for the first trial. Everyone is all ears now that the big speech is over. Chris explains the trial is simple. An applicant stands in a designated spot, and a master archer fires 3 arrows at them. Simple? Yeah, okay buddy. He warns that an arrow may just barely graze you and be lodged in the plate behind you. No pressure, right? Or it might strike you directly and deal a fatal injury. The visual of an arrow through a silhouette's head makes the point crystal clear. Chris's eye narrows as he delivers the final condition. Only those who do not move an inch while the 3 arrows are fired will pass. The crowd is absolutely shell-shocked. The words, "will pass the first trial," hang in the air, leaving the applicants horrified. Chris roars that the trial will proceed in the order of names called. He calls out Dirk and tells him to move to the designated spot. Next up is Morrison. The archer steps up and readies his bow. The distance looks terrifyingly short for a high-stakes target practice. Dirk is sweating bullets, thinking to himself that they wouldn't really aim at them. Logically, who would kill a private soldier applicant in a trial? He stares at the archer, trying to reassure himself that the guy is extremely skilled. He's hoping it's all just a bluff to test their guts. Close-up of the archer's cold, blue eye. He looks like a machine that would never make a mistake. That's not very comforting, Dirk. The archer releases the first arrow. The arrow is a blur of blue energy as it flies toward its target. The arrow finds its mark with a sickening thud. A splash of blood or energy erupts as it connects with Dirk. Dirk is gasping for air. He's completely paralyzed by the shock of being hit. This is definitely a psychological battle now. The archer is already readying his second shot. He tells the crowd they just have to hold out, believing nothing will happen. Easy for him to say. The second arrow hits even harder. Dirk is still standing, but he's leaking red energy. He was so sure it would miss. We get a montage of shocked reactions from the crowd. Even Lucas looks a bit rattled by the brutality of his trial. Dirk finally collapses, screaming in agony and clutching his leg as blood sprays everywhere. Someone shouts for a medic in a panic. Things just got real. Chris shouts orders to bring something to carry him to right away. He's totally professional about it, which is almost scarier. The crowd is in an uproar as Dirk is carried out on a stretcher, groaning in pain. The applicants are losing it. They can't believe he was seriously telling them to prepare to be struck by an arrow. They think this is insane. The morale just hit rock bottom. Chris calmly calls out the next name, Morrison. He looks at the next guy, who is probably wishing he'd stayed at the inn. Morrison is shown sweating and trembling. Chris repeats Morrison's name as the guy stares at the bloody spot on the wooden floor. A dramatic text box over a blood splatter describes the horror. The arrow went straight through his thigh. This isn't a test, it's an execution of spirit. The caption notes that Dirk would have died instantly if it was his head. That archer is no joke. He could have killed him whenever he wanted. The muttering in the crowd is getting loud. Someone curses, saying this is completely insane and that he only applied to get a chance to become a knight. They're second-guessing their life choices. Chris looks back toward Roman. He states that he'll take it as a sign that the second in line has given up. Cold as ice, Captain. Roman addresses the terrified group of men. He tells those who are afraid of being struck by an arrow to give up now. He's giving them a final way out. His eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. He says if they can endure until the end, even if hit, they will proudly pass the first trial. Roman roars at the cowards to get the hell out this instant. The trial of fire has officially begun, and only the craziest will survive. See you in the next one. Roman's voice echoes through the grand hallway as the camera focuses on the massive study doors. He's keeping it professional, telling his new recruits that he's going to explain their roles once again before things get real. The potential subordinates stand in a line, looking properly intimidated. The text drops a bombshell. In tomorrow's first trial, you will all be struck by an arrow. Talk about a rough first day on the job. Roman is sitting with an archer by his side, looking as calm as ever. He explains that the archer is a regional expert who will only aim for non-fatal areas, while the archer himself adds a confident, "I won't miss, so please don't worry." Yeah, easy for him to say. We get a wide shot of the room where the men are gathered. Roman stands before them, declaring that here are their rewards. He knows that if you want absolute loyalty, you gotta show them the money. A heavy wooden chest clicks open with a satisfying clack. Inside is a literal mountain of gold coins shimmering in the light, the ultimate motivator for a group of mercenaries and commoners. The applicants are absolutely floored, letting out a collective wow as they stare at the treasure. Their eyes are practically turning into gold coins at this point. The men salute and shout a resounding yes in total unison. Roman dismisses them, telling them to leave if there's nothing else, and they scramble out with a chorus of "Yes, young master." Roman's expression remains ice cold. He gives them one final reality check. They won't be killed because of the medics, but they will be hit. He leaves them with the heavy question, "Will you still do it?" The double doors slam shut with a thud, cutting off the conversation. The atmosphere shifts from business to high-level strategy in an instant. Chris, the blonde knight, approaches Roman with a look of pure concern. He's sweating a bit as he asks my liege, "Why are you going so far?" He's clearly worried about the extreme nature of these trials. Roman is back at his desk, casually reading a document while Chris stands by. Roman explains that he can't find the elite warriors he needs with just threats alone. He has to see who's willing to put their life on the line. A vertical panel shows a sea of red silhouettes with a single white figure standing out. The narration notes that even if the chance of being hit is small, most people will buckle under the fear of that 1% chance. Chris is still looking confused, asking then what condition must they fulfill to become your subordinate. He wants to know exactly what Roman is looking for in these potential monsters. Roman looks up with a sharp, determined gaze. He clarifies that what he really wants is someone with an incredibly strong mentality. The words, "one born with the heart of a beast," appear over a dark, swirling background. It's an epic title for the kind of savage loyalty Roman demands. Roman points out that these beast-hearted individuals will grow faster than anyone else, even if they start from the very bottom. Chris is just standing there scratching his head, trying to process this high-level Miram logic. The screen goes dark with dramatic red text. "Only those of that caliber can walk alongside me." Roman is officially done with weaklings. Cut to the drill hall where someone is screaming, "What kind of insane trial is this?" Looks like the commoners finally realized what they signed up for. A vertical panel shows a crowd of men running away in a panic. People are shouting that they're giving up. The cowards are filtering themselves out exactly as Roman planned. Chris stands on the training grounds, looking over the remaining crowd. He notes that out of the original hundreds, only around 100 people are left. Chris turns back to Roman, calling out to the young master. He's ready to proceed with the screening of the true survivors. Close-up of Roman's intense purple eyes as a beast spirit looms behind him. The text confirms that the heart of a beast is an innate talent that can't be taught. We get a montage showing Kevin swinging his sword and Chris being humbled. These two are the living proof of Roman's theory. They have that inner drive to get stronger no matter the cost. The narration box declares that people like Kevin and Chris are the ones born with the heart of a beast. These are the foundations of Roman's future army. A lone warrior is shown kneeling in a dark, raining environment. The text explains that those without this beastly drive can never defeat those who are built different from birth. Roman looks out at the courtyard with a cold, focused expression. He commands them to resume the trial, ready to see who else has the guts to stand their ground. A wide shot of the castle towers against a beautiful blue sky. It's a peaceful day for a totally brutal military screening. Roman takes a deep breath, preparing himself to judge the next round of applicants. You can feel the tension in the air. Lucas, the green-haired mercenary, spots a familiar face in the crowd. He thinks that the guy was at the inn, and so he didn't give up, noticing Henderson's persistence. Henderson is shown leaning against a wall, his body trembling violently with shaky sound effects. Lucas smirks, thinking the guy is shaking way too much though. Henderson is panting hard, but his eyes are full of desperation. He knows this is his one chance to pledge his loyalty to Lord Roman and escape his old life. Henderson stands alone in the target zone, staring down the archer. He's terrified, but he refuses to run, thinking that he can't just give up without doing anything. The first arrow flies in a blur of light, passing mere inches from Henderson's face. The shockwave of the near miss is visible on his face. Henderson freezes, his pupil dilated in pure shock as he realizes how close he just came to death. He mutters, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. The archer is shown in a dark, ominous silhouette, readying his next shot. Henderson's resolve starts to crumble as he wonders if he should just give up. The second arrow hits home. Henderson takes a direct hit to his leg or thigh, the impact sending a spray of light and blood into the air. Henderson grits his teeth through the agony, thinking that he still has time. He's covered in sweat and pain, but he's still standing. Purple energy flares around Henderson as he forces himself to stay upright. He's pushing past his limits, refusing to move even an inch from his designated spot. The third arrow is shown pinned into the floor right between Henderson's feet. He lets out a weak sound as he realizes he survived the gauntlet. Henderson finally collapses onto his knees, gasping as the adrenaline fades. Chris calls out Henderson's name, telling him he's passed, marking a major victory for the commoner. Lucas gives a knowing smirk from the crowd. He notes that just a second later, and he might have given up, figuring the kid just got lucky this time. A vertical panel shows various snapshots of the first trial ending. The text confirms that the first trial proceeded without a hitch, successfully filtering out the initial applicants. The numbers are in. After excluding the ones who quit, about 400 men faced the arrows. Only a fraction of them had the guts to stay. The screen displays the final count. First trial's successful applicants, 100. Roman's elite squad is slowly taking shape. Roman stands tall on the balcony, looking over his 120 survivors. He thinks to himself that he successfully assessed those who could prove useful. We see Henderson looking exhausted but proud. Roman notes that while some passed while trembling, they still had the courage to stay. Then we see Lucas looking totally unbothered. Roman identifies the second type, those who passed without a care. Roman's gaze is analytical. He decides that both types possess the courage to suppress their fears, meeting his minimum standards for potential subordinates. He looks over the crowd, thinking he needs to discern the gems from the pebbles among those who might have ulterior motives. He wants people who look at him with awe instead of fear. Roman addresses the survivors, telling them they all have passed the first trial. He admits this proved their worth as warriors, but adds the kicker, "But in the end, I will only accept 30 people." Therefore, he will test them all once again through a second trial. The text is framed in a dramatic blue bubble, signaling that the real challenge is just beginning. Henderson looks up, a new light in his eyes. Roman promises that those who pass will be able to live the life of a predator. Talk about an upgrade from the slums. Lucas is looking intrigued, repeating the life of a predator to himself. He's definitely starting to see the value in serving a guy like Roman. Roman's heavy boots clank on the stone steps as he walks down to face the applicants. He announces that now they will proceed with the second trial in order, and that the rules are simple. The camera pans over racks of wooden swords prepared for the duel. Roman states that the type or number does not matter. He's giving them total freedom in how they fight him. A hand reaches out and grips a practice sword with a firm grip. Roman commands them to choose the swords they'd like, setting the stage for the showdown. Roman stands in the center of the arena, his wooden sword resting on his shoulder. He delivers the final instruction: "Prove your worth through a duel with me." The applicants are stunned. They whisper that he intends to duel them, unable to believe a noble would personally fight a bunch of commoners and mercs. Lucas is actually sweating now, his mouth hanging open. He wonders if Roman will really fight with all 120 of them by himself. He's realizing that Roman is either a total genius or a complete madman. Close-up of Roman's glowing eye as he sets the conditions. He tells them they don't have to win, they just have to last even 1 minute against him to pass with even better rewards. The camera focuses on a large, muscular applicant with a scarred mouth. He's taking a deep breath, psyching himself up for the challenge. The big guy steps out of the crowd with a loud thud. He shouts that he will go first, ready to test the moron's skills himself. We get a close-up of the volunteer, a bald veteran with scars across his face. He looks like a guy who survived 100 battles and isn't about to be scared of a noble kid. The overhead shot shows the two fighters facing off in the massive arena, surrounded by the other 109 applicants. The tension is through the roof. Roman asks for the man's name with total composure. The man gives a solid, "It's Vulcan," his hand already reaching for his weapon. Roman is holding a massive wooden greatsword with one hand. He asks if Vulcan is fine with that wooden sword, and Vulcan replies with a confident, "It's no problem." Vulcan is thinking that Roman's confidence is way overblown. He's skeptical about the Bloodfang rumors and thinks it's impossible for him to defeat him in under a minute. Chris stands by an hourglass, ready to time the duel. He gives the signal to get ready as the applicants hold their breath. Vulcan is having an internal monologue about how Roman will be serving him after this is over. He's planning to take this chance to prove his superiority. Chris flips the hourglass, and the sand starts falling. The clock is officially ticking for Vulcan. Roman roars to begin as he launches his attack. He thinks to himself that it's time to etch into his mind what kind of man he is. Roman is a literal blur of motion as he charges forward. Vulcan can barely track him, his eyes wide as the young master closes the distance in a heartbeat. Close-up of Vulcan's panicked eye as he realizes he's made a huge mistake. He's caught completely off guard by Roman's speed. Roman delivers a series of lightning-fast strikes that Vulcan can barely even see, let alone block. It's an absolute masterclass in swordsmanship. Vulcan is sent flying backward, his boots skidding across the stone as he groans in pain. Roman is just too fast for him to handle. Vulcan is left staggering, sweating and shouting, wondering what's going on. He can't believe he was just outclassed in under 10 seconds by a noble brat. Roman comes to a stop with a powerful step, his wooden sword perfectly positioned. He's not even breathing hard while Vulcan is a complete mess. The caption notes that Dirk would have died instantly if it was his head. That archer is no joke, he could have killed him whenever he wanted. The muttering in the crowd is getting loud. Someone curses, saying this is completely insane and that he only applied to get a chance to become a knight. They're second-guessing their life choices. Chris looks back toward Roman. He states that he'll take it as a sign that the second in line has given up. Cold as ice, Captain. The moment Vulcan lost instantly to Roman, the crowd was left in a daze. People are starting to realize that the rumors might have actually been an understatement. People thought one thing. Roman stands in the arena, his eyes glowing with that intense purple mana. He looks completely untouchable right now. Roman is strong. The message is clear on everyone's faces. Shock, awe, and a healthy dose of fear. The applicants are finally seeing the true master of Dimitri. However, things only get more intense as the duels repeat. We get a montage of multiple challengers getting dismantled by Roman's superior skills. An hour passed since the second trial had begun. Roman is a whirlwind of destruction, his wooden sword leaving trails of red light as he strikes with precision. A simple, dramatic text box reveals the tally: 60 duels. Roman is single-handedly taking on half of the remaining survivors. The result is always the same. Another applicant collapses with a groan, bringing the total to 60 losses. It's an absolute slaughter. Roman stands tall over the fallen challengers, looking bored as he calls out for the next. He's literally treating this like a light warm-up. Roman showed absolutely no signs of fatigue. He's not even breathing hard after 60 consecutive fights. This dude is built different. Henderson and the other survivors are looking on with wide eyes, sweating bullets. They're remembering what he had said before the trial and realizing it wasn't just bravado. A flashback to Roman's speech appears. If you pass this trial and become my subordinate. The meaning of those words is finally starting to sink in for everyone. Henderson thinks he finally understands what Roman meant by that. He realizes that Roman meant you will be able to live the life of a predator. Roman isn't just looking for soldiers, he's building a pack of wolves. Roman is a predator. The text is big and red over a silhouette of Roman with a beast spirit looming behind him. He's a predator that can live however he likes in the world of survival of the fittest. Henderson thinks that when he looks at him, it feels like his words may become reality. The applicants are starting to believe in Roman's mission, their hearts pounding in their chests. The men are sweating, realizing that right now, while Roman is still considered the moron of Dimitri, their window of opportunity is closing. Lucas and another veteran share a look. They know this moment could be the only chance of a lifetime to get in on the ground floor of something legendary. To become Roman's subordinate. The desire is visible in their eyes, even if the fear is still there, but the doubt is still whispering in their ears. Roman stands alone in the arena, his dark silhouette framed by a swirling purple flame. He is the ultimate obstacle, a monster waiting for the next brave soul. The crowd is hesitating. Someone warns that if an applicant doesn't come forward, then everyone here fails. People shout for someone to get out there and for others to go first. They're all terrified of being the next victim. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Sure, I'm coming." Someone is actually stepping up. His confident footsteps echo through the silence. It's Lucas. He steps onto the sand, his wooden sword in hand and a serious look on his face. He's ready for business. He introduces himself as the 61st applicant, Lucas. He introduces himself with total composure, proving why he's a B-rank mercenary. A wide shot of the castle towers under a bright sun. The main event of the trials is finally about to begin. The text monster appears over Lucas as he faces off against Roman. He knows exactly what kind of beast he's dealing with. Lucas thinks to himself that Roman Dimitri is a monster. The purple aura around Roman is getting even more intense, and Lucas can feel the power. Close-up of Roman's glowing eyes. Lucas is blown away by his overwhelming martial skills and realizes Roman can inflict such pressure with only the atmosphere. Lucas looks up at the bright sky, realizing Roman is completely different from how he remembers him. He's convinced Roman will move on to dominate the entire continent. Lucas grips his wooden sword with a firm grip, deciding he doesn't give a damn about the money. He wants to confirm whether what Roman said is true with his own hands. Chris stands by the hourglass, his hand ready to start the clock. Lucas thinks that to do that, he has to do something. He prepares for the most important duel of the day. The sand is ready to fall. Chris' roars begin as he flips the hourglass. The 60-second challenge for Lucas has officially started. Lucas launches forward like a cannonball, a blur of motion as he charges at Roman. He thinks to himself that he must first pass this trial. Chris is impressed, noting that Lucas charged in without hesitation. He realizes no one else besides the very first applicant had the guts to make the first move. Chris continues his analysis, seeing that it's not only that, but his attack strategy is also something to behold. Lucas is moving with the experience of a veteran. Lucas uses a dual-wielding style, slashing with a wooden sword while aiming toward his heart with the dagger. It's a flurry of high-level strikes. The impact is huge. a loud thud echoing as Roman blocks the initial assault. Lucas is pouring everything he has into these first few seconds. Lucas is stunned by Roman's reactions. He thinks that Roman took a step back to evade the dagger and parried his sword. Roman is defending effortlessly against a B-rank mercenary. Lucas doesn't slow down, shouting then how about this, as he repositions for another strike. The sounds of his movements show the speed of his follow-up. Roman remains perfectly calm, his wooden sword and dagger held ready as he blocks another flurry of hits. He's got that cool, unbothered expression that is probably driving Lucas crazy. Roman finally lands a heavy hit or shove that sends Lucas reeling. Lucas is struggling just to stay on his feet. Lucas is gasping for air, realizing that his initial strategy wasn't enough. He notes that an opening is usually bound to be formed as long as you keep rushing without rest, but Roman is like an impregnable fortress. Lucas grips his weapon tighter with a swish. He knows it's over for him as soon as he hesitates even for a second. He has to keep the pressure on for 1 full minute. Lucas roars that he must keep holding the initiative as he launches himself back into the fray with a flurry of strikes. Roman's mouth curls into a subtle smirk as he notices Lucas's name. He thinks Lucas's name, was it? Not bad, he's actually starting to enjoy himself. Roman's analysis continues. He notes that Lucas's relentless aggression is not a good decision on the battlefield, but it's suitable for a duel. He sees that Lucas possesses instinctive senses. Roman delivers a powerful strike that sends Lucas skidding across the sand. The difference in their power is becoming glaringly obvious. Roman thinks to himself that 1 minute is a wall. He thinks that the trial's difficulty was intentional, and that he wanted a wall to show them just how amazing the liege is that they'll be following. Lucas charges in again with a swing, but Roman is already 2 steps ahead. He explains that the purpose of this trial is to etch that into their minds from our first meeting. Roman easily parries Lucas's best strikes. He's schooling the mercenary in real time, proving his absolute superiority. Roman's eyes glow with a final, cold intent. He says, "Let's end this," preparing for his finishing move. Lucas is wide-eyed with fear, his pupils dilated in shock as Roman closes in. He knows he's reached his limit. With a massive thwack, Roman delivers the definitive blow. Lucas is sent spinning through the air, his spirit and his wooden sword completely broken. The final caption for Lucas's internal monologue drops the hard truth. A B-rank mercenary is the limit of effort. Roman is playing on a level that hard work alone can't reach. Lucas is down on his knees, gasping for breath. The text explains that while a normal person can reach B rank through life and death effort, they are never permitted entry into the realm of A rank without mana. A vision shows Roman standing among the corpses of his enemies, holding a burning torch. The fundamental condition for reaching the top is to awaken mana, something Lucas has never been able to do. Lucas admits that he's reached his limit, realizing that no matter how hard he struggles, he cannot escape the realm of B rank. A blood-red background with the words, "even so," highlights Lucas's lingering desperation. He refused to give up, even when he knew he was outmatched. Lucas flashes back to a bloody battlefield where he was the only survivor. He thinks he survived, again and again. His entire identity is built on his sheer will to stay alive. Lucas reaches for a small pouch or bag on the ground. He thinks that from that, he realized something. To survive, to win? Lucas roars that you must use any means necessary as he throws a handful of sand directly into Roman's face. Talk about a dirty move. Chris and the other spectators are horrified. They shout, asking if he sprayed sand, unable to believe a veteran mercenary would stoop so low in a formal trial. Lucas doesn't care about honor. He remembers that Roman only said to last for 1 minute and that there were no other rules besides that. He launches his final, desperate attack. Lucas launches a series of lightning-fast strikes at the blinded Roman. He's putting every ounce of his remaining strength into these last few seconds. Lucas screams with a blood-red intensity. He's going for the win at any cost. Close-up of Lucas's sweating, desperate face. He's checking the hourglass, realizing he only has a few more seconds to survive. The scene is blurred by the final clash. Lucas is panting, hoping his gamble paid off. Roman's eyes are shown through the swirling dust. They're glowing with a terrifying intensity. He was never actually blinded. The final panel for Roman's response drops a chilling line. His eyes, red from the sand, were staring straight at me. Lucas is absolutely frozen in terror as Roman looms over him through the dust cloud. The move backfired spectacularly. The scene is shown through Lucas's bloodshot eye, focusing on Roman's calm, unbothered form. He's realized he was playing a game that Roman had already won a long time ago. Lucas lets out a tired, self-deprecating laugh. He's finally accepted that the power gap is just too massive. Lucas drops his wooden sword onto the stone floor with a clatter, signaling his defeat. He's officially out of tricks. We're getting some deep lore about the heavenly demon god cult. The background is a swirling red and black void, setting a very serious tone for the explanation to follow. Before the cult even thinks about teaching someone high-level martial arts, they focus on the basics. The text boxes float in space, explaining that there's one fundamental skill everyone must master first. And that skill is how to keep your eyes open. We get a close-up of a younger Roman with those glowing purple eyes, already showing the intense focus required by his past life's training. The narration explains the high stakes in a real fight where blows are being exchanged at lightning speed. A single blink can be the difference between life and death. The silhouette of a warrior highlights the danger of losing focus for even a millisecond. Just like breathing is controlled to circulate energy, blinking is something a warrior must take into serious consideration. A scary-looking silhouette with glowing red eyes drives home the point that a true monster never blinks. Hence, Roman concludes his internal lecture. We see a younger version of him in a dark room, clutching his head in what looks like the mental strain of this extreme ocular training. The flashback continues with a group of trainees standing in a dark cave. They were trained to keep their eyes open at any time, regardless of the conditions or the pain. A hand holding a wicked-looking dagger is shown, the blade glowing with a sinister red light. This is some serious hardcore training. The blade is swung in a blur of red motion lines. You can practically feel the speed and lethality of the strike. The blade stops mere millimeters from a trainee's eye. The sparkle shows that the student didn't flinch or blink even with death staring them in the face. The screen goes black with bold white text, no matter the situation. This is the core philosophy that Roman has brought with him to his new life. Back to the present, Roman's eyes wide and glowing with an eerie intensity. He has perfectly mastered the art of never losing sight of his target no matter what dirty tricks they try. Lucas is shown still in his surrender pose, looking totally defeated. He's realized that his sand-throwing trick was completely useless against a guy who doesn't blink. A wide shot of the castle under a bright blue sky. The crowd is in an uproar after witnessing Lucas's failed gamble and subsequent surrender. Roman is shown handing over a leather pouch or water skin. He offers some water with his usual cool composure, being surprisingly decent to the man who just tried to blind him. Roman pours the water directly over Lucas's head. He's helping the mercenary clean the sand out of his eyes, showing that he holds no grudge for the foul play. Lucas is shown looking down, his hair dripping with water. He admits to himself that he would have never used the sand if he knew it was going to turn out like this. He's properly humbled. A vertical shot of the arena as Lucas walks away, his head bowed. He thinks about how he tried to pass the trial by any means necessary, only to end up with a pathetic result. Roman's face remains unreadable. He's probably thinking that while Lucas failed to last the minute, his willingness to use any tactic shows the kind of beast heart he's looking for. Roman stands in the center of the training yard, his arms crossed. He calls out for the next applicant, ready to continue his systematic dismantling of the remaining applicants. Close-up of Lucas, looking totally shell-shocked. He's wondering if Roman is disappointed or angry, thinking he might be punished for his dishonorable move. The crowd is shown whispering. They wonder why he's not even getting mad, or asking why he committed a foul play. Roman's reaction, or lack thereof, is freaking everyone out even more than the duels. A wide shot of the two men standing in the arena. The silence between them is heavy, with everyone else holding their breath to see what happens next. Roman's internal monologue reveals his god-level awareness. He already knew of Lucas's plan. He saw the dirty trick coming and used it as a test of his own ocular discipline. Roman recalls seeing Lucas reach for the pouch as he flung himself backwards. He saw everything in slow motion and decided to go along with it just to see Lucas at his best. The screen goes dark with a purple text box, but I went along with it to see him at his best. Roman is a truly terrifying judge of character and skill. Roman thinks back to the hell that Lucas experienced on the battlefield. He doesn't know the specifics of the bloodshed Lucas has seen, but he recognizes the survival instinct. Roman clenches his fist over a pool of dark red blood. He thinks he has no doubt in his mind, comparing Lucas's struggle to his own legendary journey. A tall panel shows a silhouette of the heavenly demon standing in an ocean of blood. The text explains that the blood Baek Junghyuk saw was enough to create an ocean, and that is how the heavenly demon was created. Roman looks up at the crowd with a fierce intensity. He roars, asking if there are no other applicants, ready for the next 100 rounds if that's what it takes. Chris stands by the hourglass, watching the sand fall. The time for deliberation is over. It's time to find the final 30. Another applicant charges in with a desperate scream. The courtyard erupts into another flurry of high-stakes action. Roman is a literal blur of blue and red energy as he blocks more strikes. He's moving with an efficiency that is physically impossible for a normal human. A hand is shown reaching for a rock or object on the ground. It seems the applicants are starting to take Lucas's lead and using whatever they can to survive the minute. A rock is thrown at Roman's head, creating a sharp impact or near miss. Things are getting real messy in the arena. Chris is sweating, noting that Lucas set the precedent, and that now every applicant is using any means necessary to try to last 1 minute. The trial has turned into a survival horror show. Another blurry strike passes by as an applicant desperately tries to find an opening in Roman's defense. Roman answers with a thunderous kick right to a challenger's face. The impact is shown in a flurry of red motion lines. He's not holding back anymore. Lucas watches from the sidelines, his green eyes narrowed in analysis. He notes that while foul play is not a condition for disqualification, as soon as they cross that line, Roman shows no mercy. Another loser is shown clutching his face in agony while Roman calls out a cold next. The body count is piling up. A speech bubble over a dark background says that if he didn't surrender, he would have become like that as well. The remaining applicants are realizing they made the right choice to be afraid. The sounds of wooden swords clashing continue relentlessly. The situation makes no sense. The text box reveals the incredible scale of Roman's endurance. This is the 100th duel, and it's already been 2 hours since the trial started. He's a machine. Close-up of Roman's face, which is as calm and dry as when he started. But forget a single drop of sweat, his breathing is perfectly stable. This is the ultimate proof of his superior chi techniques. The narration explains Roman's mindset over a dark, bloody background. On a real battlefield, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, no enemy will go easy on you just because you're tired. If your breathing becomes blunt, you become just another piece of the mountain of corpses. That's why a true warrior must master the art of combat and breathing. A montage shows Roman's breathing cycle. Breathe in, breathe out. It's a rhythmic, meditative process even in the middle of a slaughter. The diagram shows natural mana circulating through Roman's body. This chain of actions allows him to recover from fatigue as fast as he accumulates it. Infinite stamina cheat enabled. Combining this ideal management with his body strengthened by skeletal metamorphosis allows Roman to maintain his optimal state indefinitely. He's essentially a god of war in a human vessel. Roman delivers another decisive blow. His white armor still perfectly clean. He's effortlessly dominating the 100th duel. Roman thinks back to his time conquering the Murim, where he'd been in combat for 3 days and nights straight. He's literally been through actual hell. Roman looks at his wooden sword with a bored expression. He thinks there's no way his stamina would be drained from such a light sparring as this. Talk about an epic flex. The sun is setting, casting a golden light over the castle. Chris roars for all applicants to gather up, signaling the end of the long day. Chris stands tall, delivering the final verdict to the group of exhausted, battered men. He says the number of people who passed the second trial is 0. The silence that follows is deafening. Every single person out of the 120 survivors was defeated before the minute was up. Chris adds a glimmer of hope, however, that doesn't mean there are no successful applicants. He explains that 30 will be chosen based on their overall performance. He tells everyone good work and that they're dismissed. The text is set against a dramatic blue explosion, marking the official end of the trials. Night falls over the castle courtyard, which is finally quiet. The shadows of the moon stretch across the grass where so many men were just humbled. Inside the castle, a document is shown on a desk. It's the list of successful applicants. The 30 lucky monsters have been chosen. Roman is in his study, handing the list over to Chris. He commands that from now on, Chris will be in charge of training these 30 people. Chris takes the list with a respectful understood. He looks serious, knowing the responsibility he's just been given. Chris scans the names on the list. He thinks, so these guys are the successful applicants. He's familiarizing himself with the men he'll be molding into an army. We get a vertical panel showing snapshots of the chosen ones, Vulcan, Henderson, and wait, Lucas too? Chris is confused, asking if the master saw something special in Henderson that he missed. Chris stops himself, saying that aside from them, everyone else is understandable. His eye glows with a sudden realization. Chris asks the big question, Lucas passed as well? Roman gives a simple, confident yes from his seat. Roman looks up at Chris and asks if there's a problem with that same unbothered expression. Chris admits that while Lucas is talented, he has concerns. A flashback to Lucas's surrender appears. Chris argues that by surrendering before the fight was over, Lucas showed that he judged what he'd lost more than he valued the mission. Chris warns that such a man would only bring them harm on the battlefield. He thinks Lucas is a liability who can't be trusted. The background goes dark with a text box. Forget honor. He's a typical mercenary who'd abandon his comrades and do whatever it takes to survive. Chris is being a total idealist here. Roman rests his chin on his hand, looking amused. He says that's why he passed him, completely contradicting Chris's logic. Chris is left with a face full of confusion. Roman clarifies that while Lucas might be a coward who knows no honor, he's also a realist. Roman explains that in a situation where no one else even considered foul play, Lucas thought of a realistic way to face him and acted on it. He's praising the mercenary's pragmatic mindset. The panel shows an explosion of fire and orange light. People like Lucas constantly look for a way to survive and find a way out, whatever it takes. These are the ones who actually make it through a war. Roman asks Chris a pointed question, saying he'd like to ask him this in exchange. He's about to drop some heavy veteran wisdom. He asks Chris how he can be certain that Lucas would betray his comrades just because he committed foul play. Roman is challenging Chris's entire worldview. Roman continues, explaining that the survivors on a real battlefield aren't just knights or aura users. They're the ones who can calmly face each situation and act accordingly. A scene from a past battle shows two warriors standing amid the carnage. Roman warns that no matter how strong a knight you are, there's always a chance for you to be killed by those who do something unexpected. The text is set against a dark, blood-red backdrop for maximum impact, those who are hiding in the shadows while waiting for a chance to strike. This is the reality of war that Roman knows all too well from his past life. Chris takes it in, muttering, "Yes, certainly. Lucas's decision was realistic." He's finally starting to see things through Roman's veteran eyes. Close-up of Chris's eye as he realizes his own mistake. He thinks he was too short-sighted this time as well. He's growing, slowly but surely. Chris hesitates before asking one more thing. "My liege." There's another part of Roman's plan that he doesn't quite grasp. He points out that there are still 5 months until Roman leaves for the battlefield, and as a noble, Roman won't just be dragged onto the front lines immediately. He asks why Roman has gathered soldiers already, his face shown in profile against a purple background. He's wondering what the rush is. Roman gives a knowing, sinister smile. He says it should be announced soon, hinting at something big on the political horizon. The screen goes blue with an official-looking title, the Barco family's official statement. Here comes the drama. A public herald reads the announcement to a crowd. The Barcos are officially calling out the Lawrences for their betrayal regarding the broken engagement. Anthony Barco is shown lounging in his study, sipping wine. The statement continues, "The sins of the Lawrences are clear. They did not pay the debt left by their ancestors." The scene shifts to Baron Lawrence, who is shown looking frustrated and sweating. The Barcos are accusing him of declaring that they wouldn't give up their land used as collateral. The statement is shown on a desk alongside stacks of books. It says that hence we will inform the people of the Kingdom of Cairo through this statement. The Barcos are making this a matter of national importance. Flora Lawrence is shown looking down, clutching her hands in worry. The ultimatum is delivered if the Lawrences do not pay their debts within 1 week. A dramatic text box over a blue background drops the hammer. They will declare a territorial war against Lawrence. The gears of war have officially started turning. Chris is shown in total shock, his eyes wide as he realizes what Roman is planning. He finally understands Roman's sense of urgency. The final panel shows Roman and Flora in a split screen. Roman gives a dark, satisfied smirk as he declares, "That's right, and that starting now, they will start preparing to barge into the war between Barco and Lawrence." Roman is ready to turn the whole region upside down. We open with the fallout of the engagement scandal. The text makes it clear, the disengagement was final, and the political fallout has left the Lawrence family with their backs against the wall and war as their only option. In a dark, star-filled void, we see Lady Flora looking absolutely haunted. A voice rings out, blaming her for the family's ruin talk about some heavy-duty guilt for a nightmare. Flora snaps awake with a sharp gasp. Her eyes are wide with terror, realizing it was all a dream, but the cold reality waiting for her isn't much better. The poor girl is left panting in the middle of her massive, empty room. The silence of the mansion at night is probably louder than the dream she just escaped. Flora sits up in bed, still trying to catch her breath while the moonlight filters in. You can tell the weight of her choices is finally starting to crush her spirit. She holds her head in her hands, asking the ultimate question, what have I done? The regret is hitting like a freight train now that her family's future is on the line. The sun rises over the Lawrence mansion, but the mood is still incredibly grim. The servants are already buzzing about the disengagement drama. The maids are whispering in the hallway, noting that Flora hasn't left her room since returning from Dimitri. The rumor mill is brutal, with everyone assuming it was her mistake that got her rejected. Behind the closed doors, the gossip turns to the looming war. The staff is terrified, realizing that without the Dimitri alliance, they're heading into a bloodbath against the Barco family. Flora is just sitting there by the window, looking like a ghost of her former self. She's trapped in a prison of her own making, replaying every choice that led here. She thinks to herself that she thought she was pretty clever. Ouch, that's the sound of an ego shattering in real time. She reflects on her life, realizing her cleverness was just a facade. She's finally being honest about her own shortcomings. She remembers her days at the academy, where she was the top student and had everything going for her. It was a pampered life where good grades were the only thing that mattered. She recalls her father's bright smile and thinking she was the perfect daughter. It was an easy life built on her family's name, and she never realized how fragile it all was. But in reality, she's realizing she's nothing without her family and nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. Talk about a reality check. The visual of a flower in a cage is a perfect metaphor for her life. She was protected, but she was also completely useless when a real storm hit. She thinks about the title, The Moron of Dimitri, and finds it absolutely hilarious now, but in a tragic way. Flora kneels on the floor, accepting the harsh truth. The moron is me. She's finally stepped down from her high horse, but it might be too late. She's completely broken, admitting she doesn't even have the confidence to look her father in the eye anymore. She's the one who threw away their last lifeline. But then she thinks of Roman. She wonders what that man would do in this situation. She's starting to see the moron in a completely different light. She realizes Roman is the complete opposite of her. He had no one to depend on and nobody expected anything from him, yet he didn't curl up and cry. She remembers the reports of how he subjugated Bloodfang with his own strength. He didn't wait for his family to save him. He became the savior. He took such daring action for his own family while she was busy being a snob. The contrast is making her feel even smaller. Flora stares at the ceiling, wondering when he got that strong. She can't wrap her head around how he could take such bold actions while she's paralyzed by fear. She tells herself no. She decides that even if his strength is a mystery, his resolve is the real thing she lacks. She clenches her dress until her knuckles go white. She thinks that compared to that, she's nothing. She's done being the victim in her own story. A servant knocks on her door with her meal, but Flora isn't interested in food right now. She's got a much bigger appetite for a solution. The maids are still shaking their heads outside, assuming she's just wallowing. They have no idea the flower of Lawrence is currently undergoing a transformation. The servant gasps as the door finally opens. Flora isn't crying. She looks like she's ready for a fight. The servant asks for Lady Flora, clearly confused by her intense expression. The pampered princess is officially gone. Flora's eyes are sharp and determined. She says she must go to the library. She's realized that if she wants to save her family, she has to use the one thing she actually has. Inside the library, her father, Baron Lawrence, is exhausting every connection he has to get help. The shelves are full of knowledge, but the politics are looking empty for them. Flora starts diving into the books herself. She knows that no one will help us in such a situation where the risk is too high. The image of Roman haunts her again. She's trying to channel that same energy he used to wipe out the Bloodfang. She decides they must also figure out a solution with their own strength. She's officially done looking for a knight in shining armor. It's time to become the knight. The mansion looks beautiful under the sun, but inside, the atmosphere is desperate. An advisor shouts for his lord, bringing even more bad news. The reports are rolling in, and they're all rejections. The Martell family has officially said no to their proposal. Baron Lawrence is panicking, shouting to contact the Vaster family next. But the advisor tells him they've already rejected them too, despite everything the Lawrences have done for them in the past. The sound of pages flipping fills the room as they desperately search for an ally. Another advisor cries out for his lord, sounding even more panicked. He points out the cold reality. No one is going to help them because they're all terrified of the Barco family's oppression. The Lawrences are officially on an island. Another book is slammed shut. The situation is spiraling, and the pressure is reaching a boiling point. The advisor reports the most terrifying rumor. The Barcos will retaliate against anyone who dares to intervene. They've basically put a do not touch sign on the Lawrence family. Flora's hand stops on a specific page. She's seeing the legal trap that's been set for them. The ultimatum is clear. If the Lawrences do not pay their debts or hand over their land within 1 week, it's a literal countdown to destruction. The narration explains Roman's mindset over a dark, bloody background. On a real battlefield, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, no enemy will go easy on you just because you're tired. If your breathing becomes blunt, you become just another piece of the mountain of corpses. That's why a true warrior must master the art of combat and breathing. She's surrounded by books and candles, working late into the night. She's desperately trying to find a loophole, but the walls are closing in. Flora clutches her face, whispering that there's only 1 week until the war. The weight of the deadline is almost too much to handle. She tries to figure out the best course of action. She knows the Barcos are using a non-existent cause to start a war, and she needs to expose it. A fist slams onto the council table. The desperation in the room is palpable. Baron Lawrence is seething, calling the other nobles bastards for turning their backs on him. He's realizing that in high society, favor means nothing when danger is involved. The advisor brings up the gold bank, but mentions that the investigation into the collateral won't be finished within the week. The legal system is failing them on purpose. The Baron is at his wit's end, realizing they've tried everything. He admits that everyone has already decided it's more beneficial to side with the Barcos. It's a total political defeat. He looks around the silent table, asking if they have absolutely no solution. The silence from his advisors is the most painful answer of all. One advisor finally speaks up, suggesting it may be better to just surrender. Ouch. That's the sound of a family's pride dying. He argues that surrender would protect the soldiers and preserve some of their land. He's basically telling the Baron to take the L before they lose everything. We see the faces of the dejected advisors. They've already given up. They're just waiting for the final bell to ring. The Baron lets out a long sigh and mutters that he has a point. He's officially throwing in the towel. But then, a guard interrupts. He says Lady Flora is requesting to meet with him. Her timing couldn't be more dramatic. The door is kicked open. Flora strides in, and her father looks annoyed. He starts to say he's busy right now, but Flora isn't listening. She walks right up to the table, and even the advisors look surprised by her presence. She's not here for a social visit. She says, "Father, I have something to tell you." Her face is a mask of determination. She's about to drop a bombshell that might actually save them. The scene shifts to the Dimitri mansion. Baron Romero screams, asking what Roman is talking about. Roman has just dropped some crazy news. Roman is perfectly calm, saying it's exactly as he said. He's got that look on his face that says he's already decided everything. Roman declares his plan. He's planning on involving himself in the war between Barco and Lawrence in the name of Roman Dmitri. He's officially jumping into the fire. Romero is shocked, asking if Roman even understands what that means. Roman gives a simple, stone-cold yes. The Baron slams his teacup down. He says the war is a legitimate battle that has received the central government's approval. He's trying to talk some sense into his crazy son. He points out that since the marriage was broken, the Dmitris have no cause to meddle. He's worried that intervening will cause the other nobles to turn on them or the government to subjugate them. He clutches his head, begging Roman not to do this for God's sake. He thinks Roman is just being a hero because of a change of heart regarding Flora. Roman asks a heavy philosophical question. How would you like for me to live from now on? He's challenging his father's entire way of life. Romero is flabbergasted, asking what in the world he's talking about out of the blue. He's completely out of his depth with this new version of his son. Roman makes it clear he's not doing this because of a simple change of heart. He's got a much bigger, more demonic plan in mind. He reveals the truth. Anthony Barco threatened him. He explains the whole setup and blackmail attempt. He realized the Barcos would be a hindrance to their plans if he didn't deal with them now. Roman points out that while people say Dmitri is the true powerhouse, the Barcos don't actually believe it. He says the Barcos already think of them as under them. That's the real reason he's going to war to fix an ego problem. He calls out his father for not doing anything with all the power and wealth he possesses. Talk about a brutal son-to-father roast. Roman's eyes glow with a fierce purple intensity. He says that he, Roman Dmitri, am different and that he wants power and will not stand by and watch. He declares that he won't let the Dmitri name be tarnished, whether it be by Barco or anyone else. He's taking the family's honor more seriously than his own father. He says he has plenty of cause and dismisses the Barcos' fake reason for war as child's play. To him, power is the only justification he needs. The image of his past self as Baek Jonghyuk flares behind him. He thinks he must live a life of domination. This isn't Roman the noble speaking, it's the heavenly demon. He's not asking his father to lend him the family strength. He's officially going solo on this one, or at least with his own private squad. Roman stands tall, declaring he will intervene with only the qualifications as Roman Dmitri. He tells his father to just watch over him while he goes to work. The chapter ends with a definitive statement. The path that I will show you is the life that I will live from now on. Roman is ready to show the world exactly what a moron can do when he's actually a demon in disguise. A text box floating in the dark void drops a heavy truth. The circumstances of your birth are set in stone. No matter how much success you achieve later in life, that origin story stays with you forever. Baron Romero Dmitri stands by a window, lost in thought. He reflects on how, despite ruling a territory and amassing great wealth, the world never lets him forget his humble beginnings as a commoner. The Baron joins his wife in their parlor, looking a bit weary. She correctly guesses that the other nobles at the capital gave him a hard time, but he tries to brush it off with a fake smile. Romero recalls the pressure of being surrounded by high-ranking aristocrats. He could feel the judgment in their eyes, knowing they didn't see him as one of their own. A terrifying close-up shows a pair of cold, inhuman eyes staring out from a swirling darkness. These weren't the eyes of a peer, they were the eyes of predators looking down on someone they deemed inferior. Back in the present, Rihanna looks at her husband with deep understanding. She asks him point-blank if he actually wants to change that deep-seated social hierarchy. Romero gives a soft smile, looking content for once. He admits he's fine with his current life and isn't looking to earn any more glory for himself. The couple sits together in the warm glow of the room, sharing a quiet moment. Romero confesses his real wish, that his sons will be different from him and not be limited by their past. A wide shot of the Grand Dmitri mansion under a sunset sky. Romero wants his boys to surpass the limits of their origins rather than just ruling over a remote, quiet land. The message is clear across the dark background. His goal is for his children to reach a height he could never even imagine. He's betting everything on the next generation. Roman is shown sitting across from his father, looking calm and stoic. He's listening to Romero's speech, but his expression suggests he's already planned his own path to the top. Romero is visibly startled, letting out a gasp as he looks at his son. He realizes that the look in Roman's eyes is unlike anything he's ever seen before. An extreme close-up of Roman's glowing purple eyes reveals a soul that cannot be moved or persuaded. This isn't the gaze of a pampered noble, it's the gaze of a conqueror. Romero is sweating as the realization hits him. He's spent his life dreaming of the moment his son would finally step up and take charge. He looks at Roman, thinking about how his worrisome child has grown into a man of power right under his nose. He reaches out a hand, feeling a strange mix of pride and intimidation. Roman looks away for a moment, then looks back at his father with a slight nod. He tells Romero to just do as he likes and asks for help with his next objective. Romero pounds his chest, his face full of determination. He roars that he is Roman's father and is ready to back him up no matter what. Roman gives a subtle, confident smirk. He appreciates the support, but he knows he's the one who will be taking the lead in the coming war. The sound of hammers hitting anvils echoes through the blacksmith district. This is the heart of the Dmitri family's power and wealth. Roman arrives at the entrance of the massive workshop area with a solid step. This is where the best ironware in the kingdom is forged, and he's here to collect a very specific order. A wide shot of the blacksmith street shows that it's not just talk. The Dmitri smithies are truly the largest in Cairo. Roman stands there, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the operation. Inside, several blacksmiths are hard at work, sweat pouring from their brows in front of the glowing furnaces. This is a factory designed for mass production and high quality. The text explains that there are 30 such workshops on this single street. The clanging sounds are constant, creating a symphony of industry that powers the entire region. Blacksmiths are shown moving heavy crates and finished goods. It's a bustling scene of productivity that explains exactly how the Dmitris got so rich. Roman surveys the scene, realizing that any doubts about his family's wealth are resolved just by seeing this street. He's looking at a literal gold mine of military hardware. A vertical shot shows an iron mine behind the estate. The sounds of machinery indicate the constant extraction of high-quality ore that is then sold for a hefty price. The symbol of the blacksmith crossed hammers behind a glowing sun shines brightly. Because of this monopoly on weapons, the northeastern nobles wouldn't dare start a fight with the Dmitris. A collection of various weapons, axes, shields, and swords is displayed. Being cut off from the supply of Dmitri-made steel would be a death sentence for any noble house during a war. The text box on the dark background emphasizes that losing access to these weapons would be a critical issue for anyone in the Cairo kingdom. Roman looks toward one of the main workshops, his gaze cooling. He notes that he's here, arriving to meet the man who truly represents the family's legacy. The legend himself, Master Blacksmith Hendrik. He's described as the symbol of the Dmitri family, a man whose skill is unmatched in the kingdom. Roman's internal monologue continues. He plans on settling the war with his own power, but he still needs his father's help for this specific task. Flashback to the study. Roman tells Romero he needs armaments to equip his new unit of 30 soldiers. Romero looks thoughtful as he repeats the word, armaments. Romero sets his teacup down, his face turning serious. He tells Roman to go see Master Hendrik directly. Romero explains that Hendrik used to work alongside him and took over as the family master after Romero was granted his title. He's in charge of all ironwork production now. The Baron gives Roman a nod of encouragement. He promises that if Roman says the request comes from him, Hendrik will provide everything he needs. But Romero adds a warning. The blacksmiths of Dmitri are extremely prideful. He tells Roman to keep in mind that they won't show him loyalty just because of his last name. Romero emphasizes that only someone who can discern iron quality can truly earn the respect of these elite artisans. This is Roman's real test. Back to the present. Roman enters the main forge with a confident walk. He can feel the judgment from the other smiths as he passes by. Roman's purple eyes narrow as he takes in the atmosphere. He thinks, I see, it's just as he said, noticing the open disrespect from the workers. The other blacksmiths are whispering and staring at Roman, clearly unimpressed by the moron of Dmitri. They're not even trying to hide their contempt. A voice boos out from the back of the forge, asking to, well, look who's here. The master has finally decided to show his face. Master Hendrik steps forward, looking like a total powerhouse with his eye patch and leather apron. He asks what business Roman has all the way here with zero politeness. Roman looks Hendrik dead in the eye, totally unfazed by the attitude. He mentions that his father should have sent word about why he was coming. Hendrik gives a dismissive, oh, right. He recalls the order for equipment to arm 30 people, but he looks like he'd rather be doing anything else. Hendrik mocks Roman, saying he thought he was just here to steal something because he ran out of money for entertainment. This guy has a death wish. Hendrik points toward a dark corner filled with a pile of scrap metal and discarded gear. He spits out to just take whatever you want from that corner over there. Roman looks at the pile of junk, then back at Hendrik with a look of pure disbelief. He asks if Hendrik is really telling him to take those. Hendrik just says that he is. Hendrik gets aggressive, telling Roman to get the hell out of here if he's not satisfied with those, pointing his finger at him. Roman doesn't back down. He steps forward and grips the hilt of one of the trash swords, his face a mask of cold fury. Roman unsheathes the blade with a soft clink. He looks at the dull metal and asks if Hendrik really thinks his family's reputation for quality ironwork is just overblown. Close-up of Hendrik's face as he realizes Roman isn't just playing around. He's sweating a bit as Roman asks his question again. Roman gets right in Hendrik's space, asking if this is truly his best, Master Hendrik. The sound of Hendrik gritting his teeth is loud. Hendrik explodes, shouting that Roman's someone who's never even once broken a sweat in front of a furnace has no right to judge his work. Hendrik rants that if it weren't for Romero's request, he wouldn't have given Roman anything. He compares Roman to his hard-working brother Rodwell, calling Roman trash. Roman looks at the pile of broken, uneven swords on the floor. Hendrik continues his insult, telling Roman he's irredeemable trash. Hendrik stands tall, telling Roman he's just an eldest son who doesn't know how to do anything. Ouch, that's a lot of bark for a guy who's about to meet the bite. Roman lets out a long sigh. He thinks, this scenario again, finding Hendrik's rage predictable and boring. Roman points out a major flaw in one of the swords. He notes that the metal was hammered with uneven amounts of strength, making the color change just from sunlight. He calls it the work of an inexperienced blacksmith and tells Hendrik he chose to insult him instead of calling it trash. Hendrik is left stammering, asking what Roman is saying. Hendrik's eye is wide with shock and rage. He can't believe the moron is actually critiquing his forging technique. Roman swings the defective sword, the sound emphasizing its poor balance and blunt edge. He's proving his point through action. Roman paints a grim picture. A soldier dies because his blunt sword can't cut flesh and gets stuck in an enemy's muscle. He's lecturing the master on the true cost of bad craftsmanship. He asks what Hendrik thinks of this injustice. He says the soldier did his best to survive but died because his lord armed him with trash. Roman stands in front of Hendrik, the jingle of chainmail drawing his attention. He asks Hendrik why he thinks soldiers wear armor in the first place. Roman picks up a piece of chainmail, telling Hendrik that the heaviness of armor is worth bearing if it can save a person's life even once. Hendrik is speechless as Roman tells a story about a soldier who was betrayed by the armor he trusted and died. The impact of the story emphasizes the weight of the tragedy. Roman explains that an enemy's attack bore a hole through the armor, causing organs to spew out. He's giving a masterclass in the gruesome reality of war. Hendrik is screaming now, asking what the hell Roman is saying as a blood-red background highlights his mounting panic and defensiveness. Roman looks down, his face in shadow. He says he understands Hendrik's frustration of the eldest son only coming when he needs it, and beginning to judge the ironwork. The text over the dark blue background says, I understand, your thoughts, your feelings. Roman is showing a moment of cold, clinical empathy before he drops the hammer. However, Roman declares as he slams the defective sword into the stone floor with a massive impact. The final panel for this section is a close-up of the chainmail. The text declares that you've crossed the line, signaling that Roman's patience has officially run out. Roman stands over the sword, telling Hendrik that if he hadn't realized the gear was trash, his soldiers would have died without knowing a thing. Roman lets go of the sword. He tells Hendrik that this isn't just a personal grudge, the lives of 30 people are on the line. Hendrik is staring at the ground, his spirit starting to break. Roman asks him if he can truly call himself an artisan that represents Dmitri proudly. Roman starts walking away. He tells Hendrik that because of his petty feelings, people who did absolutely nothing wrong almost died. Hendrik tries to defend himself, stammering that it wasn't his intention. Roman shuts him down instantly, saying his intentions are unimportant. Roman reminds him that the purpose of weapons and armor is clear, and that he made his request in the name of Baron Romero. He's framing this as a direct insult to his father. Close-up of Hendrik's guilty, sweating face. He knows Roman is right, and that he's let his pride lead him to a massive moral failure. The final panel shows Roman looking absolutely divine with his glowing eyes and white hair. He asks a terrifying question, can I take them as insubordination toward my father? Roman has officially put the master blacksmith on trial. Roman is laying down the law, explaining that while he knows Hendrik isn't trying to disobey his father on purpose, giving him trash gear is basically the same thing as insubordination. He makes it clear that this isn't just a personal request, it's an order from the Lord of the Land to forge high-quality weaponry. He looks stone cold as he delivers the message. The text box on the dark background emphasizes the importance of hierarchy. When the lines between a lord and their servants get blurry, the whole social structure starts to fall apart. We get a shot of Roman from behind as he lectures about loyal retainers. He warns that when a retainer oversteps their boundaries, they have to be severely punished to maintain order. Close-up of Roman's intense face as he repeats the question, can I take your actions toward me as insubordination toward my father? This guy really knows how to put on the pressure. A hand is shown reaching for something. Roman tells Hendrik to explain himself and why he tried to pass off that trash equipment. Roman's eye glows with a dangerous purple mana. He mentions he only came out because of the noise, but now he's looking for some real answers. The other blacksmiths in the shop are terrified, asking each other what the hell Roman is doing to their master. One guy is even sweating, unable to watch the moron defy the master any longer. A hand is shown gripping a sharp, polished dagger. The blacksmiths are insulted that Roman is even holding a weapon, calling him a bastard. The workers are getting aggressive, telling Roman to let Hendrik go and shouting for others to restrain him. Roman's eyes are narrowed and cold, ignoring the angry mob around him. He's 100% focused on Hendrik, his intensity filling the room. Hendrik finally roars to stop, his voice echoing through the forge and silencing the rowdy workers in a heartbeat. One of the younger smiths calls out for the master, but Hendrik cuts him off, repeating that he told them to stop with a fierce expression. Hendrik looks down at the ground, his voice dropping to a humble whisper. He says he's sorry, finally acknowledging his mistake. Hendrik admits that he is entirely at fault in this matter. He's completely surrendered to Roman's logic and authority. The background is dark with bold text. Hendrik, you son of a bitch. Ouch, talk about some self-loathing internal monologue. Hendrik thinks back to when he used to scold his apprentices, telling them it was too early for them to make their own sword while they were lazing around. He remembers yelling at a young smith to throw that trash away this instant and telling him not to come back if he ever did it again. One of the apprentices is shown walking away from the smithy, calling Hendrik a damn muscle pig and clearly frustrated with his harsh teaching style. The apprentice grumbles that Hendrik doesn't teach him anything except chores, despite being the master. He complains about being punched for the smallest of things and wonders when he'll ever actually become a blacksmith. Hendrik is looking at the apprentice with a skeptical look, asking if he thinks the smithy is a charity or something. In a flashback, a hand is shown holding a single gold coin. The voice says they know it's nowhere near enough to purchase a decent sword. A traveler is begging Hendrik for a weapon to make a living, promising to pay him back in folds once he has a healthy body and can work. Hendrik is seen dismissing the man, telling him to go somewhere else if all he's going to do is window shop. The man is desperate, saying he has a family that he must support. Hendrik looks down at the man with a cold glare, asking if he didn't hear him the first time he told him to screw off. The poor traveler is shown walking away into the sunset, his spirit and his heavy footsteps sounding with defeat. Suddenly, Hendrik shouts for him from the doorway. He's changed his mind, but he's still acting all grumpy about it. The man is shocked, yelling in confusion as he turns back toward the smithy. Hendrik is shown holding out a high-quality sword, looking totally flustered. The traveler asks in disbelief if Hendrik will really give him this sword for free. Hendrik explains that he heard about the man's circumstances in the workshop. He tells him to just take the sword if he needs it, while the traveler tries to offer a bit of silver. Hendrik tells him he doesn't need any money, claiming the sword was going to be thrown out anyway. He admits he's just thankful if his work can help someone. The traveler is shown laughing with a bright smile, his eyes shining with gratitude as he thanks Hendrik. Hendrik is shown blushing a bit, rubbing the back of his neck in a bashful pose. He's clearly a big softy under all that muscle. But then the mood shifts back to dark. Hendrik is looking haunted as the memory takes a tragic turn. A gruesome shot of a man lying dead in the dirt, surrounded by a pool of blood. This was the traveler Hendrik tried to help. The man's lifeless face is staring up at the sky, the wind blowing over his corpse. The traveler is shown in his final moments, groaning a weak sound as he realized his end was near. Hendrik is shown throwing up or having a panic attack when he heard the news. He learned the man died during a mission escorting a merchantry. People in town were just tutting and calling him a poor man. Hendrik's eyes are wide and bloodshot as he gasps for air. He realized that the man died because the sword he gave him broke while fighting bandits. The image shows a woman kneeling and crying in front of a grave. People are muttering that this is why you need a good weapon. Hendrik's face is a mask of pure agony. He thinks it was no different, realizing his craftsmanship failed a person who trusted him. The dark background says, "Then killing him myself?" Hendrik feels like he was the one who personally ended that man's life. Close-up of Hendrik's hand gripping his apron tightly. On that day, he swore he wouldn't let something like that repeat itself. The jagged speech bubble shouts, Hendrik, what the hell have you done?" He's completely berating himself for letting his personal bias against Roman get in the way of his duty. Hendrik is shown looking down, calling himself pathetic for trying to repeat that past tragedy just because he didn't like Roman. Hendrik stands before Roman and his men, declaring he will pay the price for his actions. He's ready for whatever punishment the Lord deems appropriate. Roman's gaze is analytical. He says that if Hendrik is willing to repent to this extent, then he won't take the matter any further. Roman tells him to get back to business. He acknowledges Hendrik as a great blacksmith and says he wants to move forward. Roman's side profile as he explains that he perfectly understands Hendrik's feelings and his previous animosity. The blue background with clouds says so. "I'd like for us to bury both of our mistakes in the mud." Roman is offering a clean slate for both of them. Hendrik is stunned, wondering why Roman is eloquently giving him a way out after everything that just happened. The text box on the white background highlights Hendrik's confusion. He did hear the rumors, but he truly can't believe how much Roman has changed. Hendrik stares at Roman, asking how someone can change to such an extent, as Roman is shrouded in a calm, purple aura. He's seeing a true leader for the first time. Hendrik takes a long breath and admits that he's not the same Roman as before. Hendrik gives a final, humble apology, saying he is truly sorry and swearing that something like this will not happen again. Roman gives a subtle, satisfied smile. He notes that the weapons and armor for his soldiers will be made to match the highest quality ironwork. Hendrik turns to his smithy and roars for all of them to return to their stations, and that they will begin immediately. The blacksmiths answer with a resounding "Yes, sir." The forge is shown back in full gear, the fire roaring in the furnace. The sound of work is finally back to its normal, rhythmic pace. The sound of smithing fills the air once again. Hendrik is back at the anvil, his face determined and his effort focused on creating masterpieces. Roman is shown holding a wooden sword. He asks himself if it was really true that he stole Master Hendrik's sword. One of the senior smiths mockingly asks if Roman doesn't remember, saying it was no wonder since he was drunk out of his mind back then. Roman just asks what he's talking about. The smith explains that 3 years ago, when Roman was desperate for money, he snuck into the smithy, stole Hendrik's masterpiece, and sold it to a street merchant for dirt cheap. A beautiful, glowing blue sword is shown, Hendrik's masterpiece. It's surrounded by intricate patterns, emphasizing its incredible value and skill. The smith tells Roman that the sword took 6 months just to design, and another 3 months of non-stop work in the smithy to complete. Hendrik is seen working tirelessly without ever leaving the smithy. Roman is silent, looking down as the smith tells him he'll never understand what it feels like to have a masterpiece sold off without ever finding its true owner. The text over a purple background drops the hammer. The one who crossed the line was the past Roman. Roman is finally seeing the true legacy of his predecessor's failures. Roman walks out of the smithy, looking contemplative. The sun is shining, but his mind is clearly stuck on the story he just heard. A close-up of Roman's face, looking resolute. He's starting to realize the depth of the damage the old Roman caused to everyone around him. Hendrik appears behind Roman, telling him he hasn't completely forgiven him for that matter. Hendrik admits he only accepted the current order because Roman was the one in the wrong and starting to judge his ironwork. He says he still cannot accept the eldest son being completely negligent toward the family legacy. The dark background with bold text says, "Keep this in mind. Dimitri's foundation itself lies in the smithy." Hendrik is reminding Roman where their power truly comes from. Hendrik gives Roman a future challenge, saying that if a day ever comes when he makes a piece of trash of a sword with his own hands, he may see him in a different light. Roman just smiles and thinks that he guesses it won't take long. Roman says he will take his leave, and that he will come again when they're completed. He's officially done with the smithy for now and ready for his own training. Roman kicks open the door to a small, isolated workshop. This is his sanctuary where he'll be doing some high-level cultivation. Roman looks around the quiet room with a small, satisfied smile. He says it's been a while. He's ready to get back to work on his own power jump. The workshop is described as the workshop in which he trained in isolation. It looks peaceful and perfectly set up for his needs. Roman notes that it's been cleanly organized as he ordered, and all the tools are here. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead. The camera pans over the various tools in the shop: hammers, tongs, and anvils. Roman is planning on more than just meditation this time. Roman stands in front of a small furnace, giving a simple now as he prepares to start the process. The furnace roars to life with a bright orange fire as Roman says to begin. He is about to combine his blacksmithing heritage with his Muram skills. Roman reflects on his past in the Muram, remembering when he was 18 and decided to forge his own sword. Back then, discord between his brothers was frequent, and he had to sleep with his eyes open from the constant assassination attempts. A flashback to a snowy night shows an ambush aiming for his life by his 11th brother, Baek Chung-hyun. A fierce, sudden attack is indicated. The memory shows a very close battle, but Roman's treasured sword was broken, unable to withstand Baek Chung-hyun's attacks. It looks like a desperate situation. The image shows a massive impact as the two brothers clash. Baek is surrounded by a swirling purple mana, making him look like a formidable opponent. Roman managed to survive, but his sword was left in pieces. The realization of his weapon's weakness is what changed his path. Roman is shown in the memory, escaping from the brink of death. He's covered in blood and looked like he's just survived a war. A broken blade is shown stuck into the ground, covered in blood. Roman thought to himself that day, "I need a sword that will never break in battle and fully brings out my current physical capabilities." The dark background says, "I need a sword made just for me." This was the moment Roman decided to become the master blacksmith himself. The screen goes dark with a red text box. "I need a sword made just for me." Roman is officially in the "if you want it done right, do it yourself" phase. The flashback shows young Roman visiting various master blacksmiths and learning their secrets. He forged a sword perfect for his current self before every single decisive battle. And after hundreds of thousands of battles, his sword continued to change as time went by. Roman is a true scholar of the blade, both in using it and making it. The 39th sword he made was legendary, known as the Heavenly Demon Sword. It's described as a treasure that couldn't dare be priced. We see the impact of its legendary power. And now, Roman is shown back in the present, shirtless and working at the anvil. The sound of his hammer is rhythmic and powerful. Close-up of Roman's focused face as he forges his new weapon. He explains that he's doing this to prepare for the coming war. The final panel shows Roman looking absolutely determined. He thinks it is time to make a sword just for his new self. Roman is about to create a masterpiece that will shake the foundation of the continent. That's it for today. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to like and subscribe.